We are back. There was a break week last week, but now on this beautiful Easter Sunday, we are gonna be tackling the last of the normal classes, aka the angry and sometimes pretty calm servants known as Berserkers. So that means we are back for a consecutive week with yet another iteration of the 2024 servant class tier lists. And again, if you have been missing these and you want us to do these next year as well, easiest way to show that, smash the freaking like button, okay? Just 2 seconds, scroll down, press it. Awesome. Thank you. Also check the top of the description if you're watching this on YouTube later if you really want to help support otherwise as well. Next, I'll be repeating myself again for some of this stuff because, you know, not everyone is going to watch every single one of these class tier lists. So first of all, I want to say we're taking a casual approach this year for the tier lists. And again, I really want to treat these as just a fun podcast-like show for, you know, FGO enthusiasts and really emphasize people not to treat these like any kind of objective truth or opinion. We're just here, you know, talking about servants in a game that we spend probably way too much time playing. Now, this time around regarding my co-hosts, much like the Lancer one many weeks back, I'm just joined by Otto for now, but Plushie might be joining in midway through and then we'll get his input on the place servants, etc. when that happens. But regardless, you can now introduce yourself, Otto.
Hey, my name is Otto Bean on YouTube. Currently, I literally have Premiere open right now. I'm working on this video about some issues with the Berserker class, like single targets in particular. And it's going to be a real banger, so if you guys want to see that, come over and sub. But yeah, I'm ready for this 8-hour stream here today.
We'll see how long this ends up being, you never know. But yeah, cool. Very relevant video for this topic as well. So yeah, look forward to that coming on Otto's channel later. I'm not going to go through any big list of criteria for the ranking because, you know, I'm sure people are already kind of familiar with how I play stuff in these lists. Before we begin, because I already know this will be a very long session, I highly recommend grabbing, you know, drinks, snacks, and whatever it is you need to go through this if you are a certified gamer and actually plan on watching or listening the whole thing through. But if you are, you know, more sane, I suppose, and you don't want to spend hours listening to me talk nonstop, very understandable. So for you, I have a lovingly prepared timestamps of every single servant covered in this tier list in the description on the YouTube video. So if you open it, you can just click with those and jump around, no worries. But also do check the final placements one as well at the end before making any angry comments. And finally, gonna give some shoutouts to everyone that pitched into this. So shout out to Mr. Copyrights for making this beautiful template, of course. Before I shout out the sheets, again, I want to emphasize that we're probably not gonna put too much emphasis into them. They're just there for like a little bit of reference data. It's nice to just flash stuff, but yeah, don't take them too objectively either. But yeah, shout out to Jordan MC for the looping sheet. And again, this one in particular is also, you know, missing a lot of comps and whatnot, but it's just a bit of reference data there. Shout out to Trevor for the single target damaging sheet, the refund sheet for both AoE and single target, and then of course the crit damage sheet. There we go. Also, shout out to Bupa and Space Z for the stat sheet that I have up on my second screen where I can see like stat averages for the class within rarities. Also pretty cool for comparison's sake. And big shout out, of course, to Otto and probably Plushie as well if he joins later. But yeah, definitely Otto. So do check out all that stuff that I just mentioned. His channel, all the sheets, etc. will be linked down in the description. Awesome. So with that, I think we can get started here. So again, as usual, servants are placed in order of rarity first from lowest to highest, and then release date second. And this time we have 42 servants, which happens to be the same number that the assassin list was as well. And assassins, I believe, have 2 new servants. Berserkers, as far as I know, we have 3 new servants compared to last year's tier list. So a bit of new stuff there as well. And I'm sure, you know, placements will be a bit different anyway, chances are. So let's go. We got 3 1-star Berserkers, right? Yeah, 3, okay. And 2 of them are day 1. So, let me get my capture fixed. There we go. We got Mr. Spartacus first, of course. AoE, Buster, Farmer, really. Would never really use him as a DPS, so he's mostly limited to some type of, you know, simple farming. Stats, I won't be really covering too much for like the 1 and 2 stars specifically because, you know, bronze servants, they're always going to be low on stats anyway. It's just unfortunate, but it is what it is. Now, he does have a full triple Buster deck, which, is the Berserker deck, which I'm pretty sure you will be mostly seeing for at least 42 servants as well. There will be some exceptions, of course, but I'm pretty sure at least 60-70% will be triple Buster, him being not an exception to that. So yeah, there it is. It is what it is. It's obviously for gains overall, it's not going to be great, especially with these numbers. Some of them that are triple buster actually do have some decent gains, but they're kind of few and far in between anyway. He's definitely not one of them. Now, skills. There's not a lot of pretty things to say about this, but yeah, first skill on a 7-turn cooldown, he heals 1500 every turn for 5 turns for himself. And this is after a buff, by the way. Can we talk about how bad this buff is, first of all? Like, oh my. That is, I mean, obviously, value-wise, the heal jump from 600 to 1500, like, percent-wise, that's huge. It's over double. But, man, not only is it only a heal per turn, it has a huge cooldown, and then also he's a 1-star Berserker with 7.7k HP, where basically one crit kills him.
Literally the worst servant in the game to give this to.
Yeah, could not be more misplaced, really. Very true. So yeah, this is awful. Second skill on a 7-turn cooldown as well. He gets a Guts for 1 time 5 turns with 1 HP revive, and he gets a 30% battery. So this is much better. 1, it improves his survival, and more importantly, it gives him a battery to, farm with. Now, notably, it is a 7-turn cooldown, so you cannot actually loop with him because it is, too high of a cooldown. So again, his farming, but despite it being like his only thing he can kind of do, is also very limited.
Technically, he can, because you can just start him off with Super Scope, but
that's
he's barely looping at that point. I guess it's better than Oberon, double Oberon, that is.
Yeah. True, I suppose. Now the third skill is his Mana Burst. So on a 6-turn cooldown, he gets 40% buster up for 1 turn and a 2k heal. This man loves healing, even though it's very misplaced on him. And yeah, I would definitely... like, when you compare this to a normal Mana Burst, let's say the base one is like 50% buster up for 1 turn and a 5-turn cooldown. Not only is this less buster up, it's also a 6-turn cooldown, so it's higher on the cooldown too. So are you telling me you get less buster and 1 more turn of cooldown for a 2k heal on a character where healing is bad anyway? Like, oh my god, such a tragedy of a skill set.
Now, to be fair, he's only going to be doing damage 1 turn every a long time anyways, so
but even then a normal Mana Burst would still be better.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is just a travesty. Anyway, passive-wise, we got some cool stuff. Well, a cool thing. We got 12% buster up from Madness Enhancement EX. And yeah, this is also the Berserker passive. Again, much like the deck, most Berserkers in this list will also having some rank of this passive at the very least. And he has the highest, so there you go. Free damage. Nice. Now, Berserkers are unique in the append section too, because they don't get damage boost, because they're like, oh, that'll be too OP. So what they did is that, hey, let's give them crit resistance. So he has crit resistance on Riders. And honestly, I'm not sure how you feel about these appends on Berserkers in general. I feel like for the most part, I think they get a bit too much hate, but at the same time, I do think kind of personally too that they are pretty weak overall, sadly, because it's only one class. Because if you're going to pick a Berserker, chances are it's a multi-class, boss fight anyway, unless you just love your Berserker and you have a fat copy. So, yeah.
Yeah, there's some specific cases where it can be a bit useful. Like, some servants have classes that they have niches against, but they also have that resist, which is pretty helpful because it means that unless they use crit buffs, they're not going to crit.
Yeah,
because 30% is the maximum that you can see
on base. Yes, that is true.
Yeah, on base.
They should have someone in chat. I kind of like that idea. Not to focus too much on chat right now, but yeah, they said they should make it like either full cavalry or full knights resistance. That'd be pretty cool for crits, obviously. I feel like one class is like defeating the purpose of Berserkers.
I think there's... Is there... I'm not sure. I want to say that there is foreigner resistance, but I'm...
Kind of pointless, but yeah, fair. Anyway, yeah, these are like whatever for the most part, sadly. Now his MP has been buffed. Did he always have to ignore defense? He does. Okay, so they just up the numbers. Okay, so he does ignore defense on damage, which is always cool. And then on overcharge, he gets, say, 4k heal on base, scaling up to 8k. So again, he loves healing. Honestly, if you have like a 120 Spartacus, I've never seen one of those, then all of these heals might actually get more value. But most people don't even have a Grailed one, so these heals are just so misplaced. In most cases, for any like serious battles where he actually would take hits, he cannot take more than 1 or 2 hits anyway. So I don't get it.
So
but,
my idea
yeah.
for buffing this guy. So I want them to buff his first skill again and make it so it gives him like 3k max HP up and defensive neutral. I think that would actually make it so his heals are doing something for once. It's kind of an interesting niche, like having a berserker that can like not be defensively ass, because like I mean he kind of has his own uses anyways. He's useful for people who can't do buster farming, but like yeah, as is, I'd be fine with the buff for him. It's just his accessibility right now that carries him.
Yeah. So you're saying it would be like max HP per turn, like KP, right? If you would change it.
I was thinking just immediate 3k.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because like if you ramp up, then well, what happens if you get hit with a buster crit in the face early? Although, if you're using him against a rider, then maybe that's not a problem.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. That's not a terrible idea. But yeah. Overall, I don't know how Chad feels or you feel, but I think he's just kind of weak nowadays. And even with it, like, yeah, you can get like one nice MP out of him in farming with minimal effort because there's a 30% battery, and if you have the append, even easier. But I kind of don't really, I don't remember the last time I've ever used him in anything. Like, there's a bunch more bronze farmers that are like, they have like sacrifices and whatnot too that I would probably use over him. So, because he has no DPS presence either. I feel like he has no good use anymore.
Yeah. He is kind of useful from time to time as like ignore defense. But that's like the best case scenario I see for him. And like there's a couple Neurofest quests that had defense buffs on servants, like that one multi-class one where when you killed, I don't remember which servant it was, but everyone got like a 30 or 40% defense buff. I remember seeing a clear of that with him. Of course, you're probably going to use someone else for that situation. So yeah, yeah, again, it's just like he's a 1 star. That's like that's like his appeal. But he doesn't have the same level of appeal as someone like Arash, I guess. So I don't
Yeah.
know. I don't think I can rank him that high. He's useful for accessibility purposes, and that's it. I don't feel like I have much else to say other than that.
I mean, he's very simple, so yeah. I would maybe think like D plus or C personally. What do you think?
I'm actually looking back through, not to actually properly compare him to stuff in other rarities. It's just it might be worth noting that when we're talking about servants like AoE berserkers that have battery, there's almost none that have immediate battery, like with the 4 stars. There's plenty with 5 stars, but with
Yeah.
like 1 to 4 stars, it's pretty rare. So I guess that could be a point in his favor. Because like again, I
Yeah.
don't want to come across as someone that's comparing him to higher rarities, but like if if everyone else doesn't make up for an advantage, I feel like that is worthwhile.
Yeah.
I don't know.
So I feel like that's how he escapes the bottom ranks. He does have that little bit of value. And I guess for newer accounts, he's not the worst either for a farming option. It won't be pretty, but it's something. So maybe C floods?
See, yeah, I'd be fine with a C for now.
Yeah.
And it's hard to rank him because there's just not. I guess he has more competition, like more
Mm,
things to measure against than in most rarity, at like most classes. Because like assassins had, well, okay, assassins had three. Never mind. But some classes only had like one, but we got three here, which is
true.
more than average.
All right, we'll go with C for now.
Hmm.
Next one is an interesting one. Before we get to the final 1-star that is very similar to Spartacus, but this one very different actually. We got Asterios next, the Minotaur, and I'm still mad that the Minotaur from the Greek mythology is a 1-star. Like, come on, bro. He doesn't even have divinity. Like, we need a 5-star Minotaur or some shit at some point. Like, come on. They did him so dirty in this game. Anyway, what is he? He's a 1-star DPS and some kind of utility character. He's kind of weird, but we'll give him a fair rundown first here. Now, again, he has also the full Buster deck, which is okay for his DPSing, I want to say, because he's not going to be critting too much either. He has a bit of Absorb, though, but He's mostly just, pressing red and seeing some decent numbers, I guess, but Or at least his first skill is not too bad besides being basic. It's a 5-turn cooldown, he gets 30% attack for 3 turns. Thank god it's a higher rank of monster strength, it's not like 2 turns or even worse yet 1 turn. So this at least is a passable skill, despite being basic like I said. Second skill on a 5-turn cooldown, he gets 100% offensive debuff resistance for 3 turns, so you can't really nerf his damage easily. And then he gets 40% defense for 3 turns. It's actually pretty decent. It's a lot of defense, but the problem is he's still 6.6k HP. Is way less than Spartacus even. Like, that's like nothing for HP for a Berserker. Even with 40% defense up, you would still be like very scared, is the thing. So, yeah. Third skill on a 5-turn cooldown, he gets 6k absorb for 1 turn and then 30% bust rep for 1 turn. So he's basically his steroid, the 1-turn nuke. And obviously for Berserkers, if you want to crit, you need 4-digit absorb. Nothing else will make it any consistent. So 5k is like a good standard, 6k even better. So with that, he will definitely get stars. But then he only gets 30% buster for 1 turn on a big downtime. And keep in mind, he doesn't have a damaging MP, let alone a buster one, to even, get better Brave Chains anyway for his DPSing turns. So you really gotta land the jackpot of his full buster hand from the deck for a actual meaningful damage turn, I feel like, which is a bit unfortunate. That doesn't happen every time in teams. Now, again, he does have the weird solo thingy. Yeah, we'll talk about that, I'm sure, too. But I feel like for the most part, it's kind of a meme. Anyway, let's keep going here. 8% buster up on the passive. Very cool. Could be even higher, but, it's still a fairly high rank. Crit resistance on sabers. Don't really see how that's all too relevant. The buffed MP then, so this is where things get a bit weird. It's a debuff MP, it's an arts debuff MP, so all enemies on free MP5 get a minus 20% attack for 6 turns, then they also get minus 40% attack and defense for 1 turn on top, so minus 60% attack on the first turn, and then the overcharge is minus 10% defense for all enemies on 6 turns, getting up to 30, so again, 50% for that first turn you activated on. There's some funny uses. Again, mostly the funny use is the solo thing, where if you get his MP going, enough so that the enemies are constantly debuffed by the attack down, he can actually fully take 0 damage. That's the fun part. Combine that with the defense up from the second skill as well if needed. So despite him having terrible stats and being a berserker, he can actually take 0 damage sometimes. But that's mostly just for solos. In teams, you would never be able to have enough uptime on that MP. And in teams, you would probably just use the MP as some kind of a 1-turn nuke and then he dies on the same. But it's hard because the big debuffs are for 1 turn only, which means you have to do it on the turn you're actually doing damage on, and this is already one of the cards in that turn for that damage. So it doesn't do any damage, so you only have 2 more cards. So unless it's his own Brave Chain, 2 cards maximum after this to benefit from that big defense down. I don't really know how I feel about him anymore, honestly. I feel like there's way more like better like, you know, utility characters for like, you know, speed clears or whatever. I don't see his value really in that. And then I think the solos are probably in fights mostly that there's a lot of other solo options anyway. People are just doing it to flex that a 1-star Berserker can do it, right? It's mostly for, you know, because it's fun. So I don't know, man. As a DPS, I don't really think he's all that legit either, because you rely on face cards with a 1-star who has 1 turn of absorb every 5 turns. Is not good, right? What do you think?
Well, I think his ability to DPS isn't like too bad as far as 1-stars go. I mean, for whatever it's worth, because like I don't know, having a buster deck is basic. I'd say it's a pretty big bonus these days, because we have multiple like one of the main problems with berserkers is they have low absorb, but we also have 2 top tier supports, which we are assuming we have access to be fair,
True.
that can help circumvent that weakness and also buff the ever living shit out of buster crits. So I'm not sure how much points that is in his favor. I do kind of like, even though it's only like a 1 turn absorb, like the teams I've used him in, like that's enough for Chen Gong basically, but it might not be enough for most teams. I wouldn't DPS with them at level 60 though, because low stats. But if he's grailed, he actually does some decent damage. But personally, I don't think DPSing is his use case, like ever, except for in uh, a couple very specific clears. What I think his best use case is if the enemy has high-ish hit counts or has some sort of NP that he can't deal with like invuln or guts or whatever. If they have buff block, that's oftentimes he's the way of working around that. So it really just depends, like how much stock you want to put in those situations, because when it comes to just crippling the NP, as much as he does, crippling the enemy, that is, I think he does it better than most. It sucks that he doesn't have like some sort of battery to help him get his NP, because honestly, that's like his biggest problem
Yeah, it's
right
a
now.
big problem.
But like, I don't know. I mean, 60% for 1 turn and 20% for like, what is it, 5 turns?
It's
That's
6
it
turns.
is. 6 turns.
Yeah, the attack is
Yeah,
6 turns, and I guess the defense too, but yeah.
yeah. He's kind of a weird one, but like he's either not useful at all, or he's like really useful. And personally, I want to put him above Spartacus just because he has better use cases, like in challenge quests.
Yeah.
Because like I don't feel like he's that replaceable. The only other servant that I think can cover that role as good as he can is Nightingale.
Yeah, I was about to say we have someone later in this list when you were talking
Oh
about
yeah,
that earlier.
yeah, she's also in this list.
Mm-hmm.
I guess they're probably kind of comparable, although
Well, it's kind of unfair to compare a 1-star with a 5-star anyway, so I didn't really want to
yeah.
mention that immediately.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I think I could put him in like C+. I think that's...
I'm fine with that.
Yeah. I think that's the same as last year too. Sure.
I think that's all right.
I kind of agree. I wouldn't use him as a DPS as is, but yeah, he does have a little bit of utility that's sometimes valuable. Again, maybe not very often, but you know, everyone has access to him, so if you ever need that utility, then you have it.
Yeah.
So there you go. All right, let's move on to the final 1-star, who is, again, now we're going back to the more, you know, simple times, you know. The main comparison of Spartacus, I feel like, we got Paul Bunyan, welfare as well. Not that it really matters, because even if she wasn't a welfare, she would be in the FP gacha, right, as a bronze servant. So, yeah, free MP5s galore. So she is a AoE buster, DPS farmer, who has a bit more utility than what Spartacus does, minus the battery. So that's usually where the main comparisons come in. But let's see here. Again, rocking the triple buster deck, of course. because why not? I guess her gains are a bit better than, Spartacus and Asterios for what it's worth, but it's still nothing significant. Now, the first skill on a 6-turn cooldown, the full party gets 20% buster for 3 turns and 20% crit damage for 3 turns. So hey, there you go. You have some party-wide effects. The crit damage on her is basically completely useless unless we just, bring a bunch of supports that help with that, because on base it doesn't help at all. She doesn't even generate stars, really, so yeah. But it's nice that it's AoE at least. Now, second skill, on a 5-turn cooldown, the full party gets a 2k heal. Again, for herself. Not really all that meaningful. What is her HP again? It's 6.1k. we like anything kills her. So yeah, forget about it. But it's a cool heal for your team, I guess. Although, you're just gonna hope they get hit over her because she won't be alive for very long anyway. Third skill, 6-turn cooldown. All enemies get a minus 20% defense for 3 turns and a minus 50% healing received for 5 turns. So the defense is cool. That always works, unless they're immune, of course, or resisted. But yeah, that's nice. And then the healing one, it's interesting. It's very rare when that is ever really relevant. I can't think of that many boss fights or whatever where, healing down could actually be a big help. But, there's an option again. So if you ever need it. But
it's another weird case, sort of like with Asterios, because if you're looking for heal reduction, that's more than 1 turn. Like she's basically the best option. It's a really rare effect. The only other servants I can think of that have it are Shiva and Tiamat only has it.
I think Mephisto also has it with his buff, but yeah.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Damn, I completely forgot he had that.
Yeah, I mean, most people don't never think about him.
Yeah.
But yeah, despite the skill set being super basic and doesn't really do much, I still like this way more than Asterios' and Spartacus's, because, at least you have some team help here, which is always nice. Now, passives-wise, she gets 4% buster up on the Madness enhancement. That's the lowest one so far. It won't be the lowest on this list, but yeah, it's not the biggest help, but cool little bonus. She does have anti-assassin on the append. I feel like it's the most valuable, maybe, at least of the base classes for the crit resistance, because again, they have that base 30% crit chance. So, you don't waste any of this, I suppose. Pretty cool. Her MP has been buffed as well, but only numbers once again. So it only does damage on normal effect AoE. And then on overcharge, it's a base 20% defense down on all enemies for 5 turns, scaling up to 40. So the overcharge is actually pretty good. Now her MP isn't easy to get though, necessarily. And unlike Spartacus, she doesn't even have a battery. But the overcharge is cool. Also, it's like the fastest MP animation in the entire game. Now, I'm not going to give her any points because of that, but it's always fun to mention, I guess. It's pretty sure still, after Arash, they changed the animation. I think hers is easily the fastest now. It's just a big stomp. I am not sure how I feel about Bunyan, actually. I think she has some uses, but I don't know. Probably pretty limited.
Grid was really boring, but like it's all right. Like it means her damage is all right.
Yeah.
She some people hype her a little bit as a support. Like I wouldn't use her exclusively as a support. But what I kind of do like though is like she can throw out her NP, assuming you put a K scope on her, and then also like she can buff the team a pretty decent amount at the same time. I like that type of servant archetype. There is one there's one circumstance with farming teams where she actually is really solid, which is I recall seeing, and like this is I think this team has been used in the past a few times, but I recall seeing a setup during Christmas, which was Korean Dark and Double Bunyan.
Oh, because her costume is animal characteristic, right?
Yeah.
That's crazy. That's funny.
And since they all buffed the entire team, they actually had pretty decent damage. Although, like, I don't think that Vitch was NP1, but for whatever that's worth. So that's like, I'd say, her best use case these days, like as far as farming goes, just because like no battery can kind of hurt servants like that. But
Mm,
if they gave her a battery, that would hurt Spartacus because like
true.
that's his
That's the
goal
only
or
thing he
whatever.
really has over her, minus the in ignore defense.
Yeah, yeah. I think she's all right. Um,
Mm,
it's like I feel like she's a little bit more useful than Spartacus these days, for at least for more developed accounts. I would say she's better, but
yeah.
she's like all right.
I might place her just next to Asterios at C+.
I'm fine with that.
Yeah, I kind of like her more than Spartacus as well, at least in terms of use cases. And like you
Yeah,
said, especially for more developed accounts, you probably never really use Spartacus, but you might sometimes really pop in a Bunyan somewhere, you know?
yeah, yeah. Occasionally, you don't need any more charge than you already got. Then she is a pretty good option for that. But uh, I guess one problem is like you're using a berserker, and like if you're going to be bringing 100% charge, like, and basically anyone can be slotted in place. But I don't know what bearing that's going to have on the berserker list, because that's kind of just a big problem for
Mm,
everyone, almost
yeah.
everyone.
Alright, we'll go with C plus for now. But yeah, that wraps up the 1-star Berserkers. Yay. Speedrun again. I make the same joke every week. I'm so original. Alright, let's move on to the 2 stars then. So we got someone I like a lot. In my opinion, the Grand Berserker himself. We got Umu's uncle, also best uncle, Vlad Lovers out. We got Caligula. There he is. Love this man. Let's make him more gold, okay? Hey, look at that FA. It's so cool, man. Looks great with the gold border, by the way, when you grail him. Not biased. So, what is he? He's also a pretty interesting case. He is very comparable to Asterios, I suppose, because they're both, you know, face card DPSs, and they both have utility MPs, for better or worse. So, yeah, he also has the full Buster deck, which I think is totally good, you know, makes sense. Allows him to do some kind of face card DPSing as well. Now, skill-wise, we got all offense. So let's see what we got. So first skill, 5-turn cooldown, he gets 30% attack for 3 turns and then minus 10% defense for 3 turns. So it's basically the same as Asterios' first skill, but with a demerit. Albeit 10% defense down for 3 turns is not that big of a deal because he's probably going to die to 1 crit anyway. Maybe not if you have the second skill, you know, fully active though. But yeah, it's not that big of a deal, I feel like, at least for my own, you know, testing. And speaking of the second skill, the return of IP. I'm not sure how many there are still left in these tier lists. This could be the last one, unless maybe I'm forgetting about something. But yeah, on a 5-turn cooldown, we get the good old 60% chance to get 40% attack and defense each for 3 turns. Individual calculations, of course. And then you get, say, 3k heal. So if you land everything, you are loving life. You're actually kind of okay. I mean, you could still die to like a fat crit, of course, or, you know, MPs would obviously kill anyone. But if you don't land anything, you're just so sad. You're so sad. So again, I hate this skill still. They should buff all of these, do something with them, or at least give them tools to, like, you know, maybe guarantee these buffs for whatever. So the value depends a lot on your RNG, of course. Third skill, 3-turn cooldown, he gets 50% buster for 1 turn and then damages himself for 500. So basically a Black Grail tick. Can't even die to that, unlike Black Grail. This is actually cool. Like, this is a mana burst that is way better. Like, it's 2 turns less cooldown for what is like a whatever demerit. Like, this is like them not realizing how nothing that demerit is. He even has a heal in his kit too, which is the funny part. So like, wow. That demerit is worth 2 turns of cooldown down in their mind. I'm okay with that because I love this guy, but I would disagree in terms of game balance. But yeah, actually a mana burst I don't completely hate because it's up at least every, you know, 3rd turn and it's a lot of buster up. And obviously it's his main card type too, so it's not the worst thing ever actually. How about that? So yeah, it's all offense basically with, you know, some RNG on the defense too. Surprisingly okay, actually. Especially if you bring some good supports with him. I'm not saying he's like an amazing DPS by any means, but, you know, I'm not saying he's hopeless either. Now, passives, we got 11% Buster Up. Great, love it. Almost as high as it gets. Very good. Crit resistance against sabers, Buffed MP. This is interesting, actually. So, on free MP5, he has a 150% chance to skill seal all enemies for 3 turns. So, unless they're immune, they're basically gonna get skill sealed. They also get a minus 30% defense down for 3 turns. Okay. And then the overcharge is a 70% chance on base to MP seal all enemies for 3 turns, scaling up to 90%. I really wish they flipped the MP seal and this skill seal around and maybe even gave him a battery or sorts, because this MP is so cool. No one in this game even has a 2-turn MP seal, I believe, and he has a 3-turn one. Like, and it's AoE. Like, that's such a huge delay for the enemy. Huge. 3 turns of no natural ticks or being able to use the MP. Wow. That's cool. Obviously for DPS, it's like his MP is hard to get, and then, you know, you might just whiff the MP seal anyway. But potential, I suppose. But for DPS, you're mostly just gonna be working with the skills and, you know, his cards and whatnot. If you get the MP, cool. If not, which is, you know, a lot of the times, then whatever. How do you feel about him? Again, I'm kind of hyping him up here because, you know, I'm kind of biased as well, but I still don't think he's like amazing. But how do you feel about Caligula?
I think I'd like his gameplay, but I don't really have access to a good one, I think. I think that he definitely has some good potential, especially with the types of supports we have these days, because it's easier to make up for bad absorb. And I feel like absorb is his biggest problem right now, honestly. So like I could see them putting like an absorb on his 3rd skill. I think that would do wonders for him. It's worth noting that there's like sometimes you can do setups like if you're doing double Vitch, for whatever it's worth, you're able to use his 3rd skill 3 turns in a row, because like
Yeah.
you just use it once and then 2 turns cooldown reduction, next turn you got it again. And
I mean, chances are you don't want it for 3 turns in a row because, you know, he doesn't even have a Buster MP, but yeah.
Who knows? It just depends on what you're doing with them. He's very rarely going to be the best option. Like, if you're trying to keep the enemy from using specific skills or NPs on critical turns, like, it's just generally when you want that for multiple turns that it sees its best use. So he has some unique use cases, but those I think are a bit more rare than like Asterios, for example.
Yeah. I can kind of see why I would say that, yeah.
I feel like in a decent amount of ways he's sort of a better Asterios, although Asterios, well, his best use case is stronger, I would say, or comes up more often. He's actually Caligula is actually able to do more damage with
Yeah,
his
for
body,
sure.
so he's a fun servant. I don't think he's like that recommendable for the average player. So
I agree, he's fun, but objectively, I don't think he's all that. And this is coming from someone that has a Grailed copy too in JP.
Yeah,
I would probably go with maybe like a Z tier next to Sparty.
Sure.
What were you thinking?
Like either C or C plus. If you're saying C, then that's makes sense to go there.
I think I'm gonna plop him there. Yeah, we'll see. But okay, there you go. Best uncle. Cool. All right. Oh yeah. I guess we're gonna talk about him next. It's already time. Yeah. So we're gonna talk about Eric-chan, aka Eric Bloodaxe. There he is.
Why are we already talking about a gold berserker? We haven't gone to 3 stars yet.
I don't know. Maybe they messed up with this list, but you know what? It's in the order, so yeah, we gotta do it. So yeah, this guy that apparently exists in the game, supposedly. Not sure if anyone can, prove that, but yeah, he is on this list, so we're gonna cover him. So what is Eric? Well, supposedly he is an AoE Buster Berserker of sorts. Don't think he is farming anything though, but I guess he could TPS, but maybe not recommendable. And he's got some okay, interesting utility. Nothing to really write home about, but yeah. Now, he has a triple Buster deck as well, because of course, all Berserkers have to be crazy red. Now, skill-wise, first skill 5-turn cooldown, one enemy gets a minus 15% attack for 2 turns, and then minus 30% defense for 2 turns. I like that, was it too much to ask to make it even 3 turns each? Like, give him a slightly better torture technique at least on a buffed skill. Like, come on, bro. It's 2 turns each. What are we doing here, man? Like, Alright, second skill, he gets, on a 7-turn cooldown, he gets a 1-time 4-turn guts. Why not even 5 turns? Like, if that's all you're gonna do. Freaking ranked skills that where the rank actually matters a lot for the gameplays. Bad game design. And then his third skill, whoa, what a 6-turn cooldown, he gets a full buff cleanse and 3k max HP for 3 turns. So it's basically a better disengage. But what does that even say? Not much. In fact, wait, isn't disengage 5 turns? Is it, actually? Now that I think about it?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, never mind. It's not even better. This is... okay. Couldn't even give him that. Okay, unlucky. Yeah, what is this skill set, bro? Oh my god. I've seen some people use him for the first skill, but even then, it's like, you have so many better options, right? I guess we should cover the rest of the kit too, but...
That's like way back when we just didn't have very many options for that. There's so many servants now that do...
This should be both AoE and 3 turns each. And even then, you would still struggle to maybe use him, honestly.
Yeah,
like, bro,
them being AoE seems like it definitely should be what they should be doing.
And he's AoE himself too, like, come on, man. Anyway, passives, 8% Buster, cool, main card type, we like it. Anti-caster crit chance, or crit resistance, nah. MP has not been buffed, by the way, so his normal effect is literally worse than base, because it's not just damage, because it's also damage and then a merit. So he does 1k damage to himself. This is one of the ones where you can die to it, by the way. This and Jinke, and I think there was someone else too, I forgot, maybe Tesla. Yeah, they can die to this, by the way. In his case, it's the easiest of the options to die to, because he's also the weakest. And then on the overcharge...
I don't know if I would say that, because he does have a max HP buff. Like, you could use that on the turn that he has his NP. Like, you save it
I guess.
in, and then he also has the guts to help. So
but honestly, maybe you would want him to die with this MP anyway. Chances are. Anyway, the overcharge. He gets 30% attack for 1 turn before damage, getting up to 50. It's a big steroid, actually. There's no ramp up, of course, but it's actually a fairly big steroid. And attack buff scales the best with, the mainstream Buster supports as well, namely Koyans, of course. And it's also 5 hits, unlike a lot of the ones we've seen so far. There have been like 1 or 2 hits AoE for damage, so he upgrades there too, I guess. But I'm just trying to think of something positive to say at this point, because really, I think this guy is just totally hopeless. Also, I forgot to mention, have a bonus Eric waifu, courtesy of Otto, was it the Helena's artist that drew this? Is that what you said?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, so this is a rendition of, I forgot her name, Brynhildr or something. There you go. Bonus waifu. Okay. But yeah, I think this guy is hopeless. I can't think of any uses for him in this day and age.
He's like kind of a beat stick at best. He's aside from the guts, I just like, I mean, he's got guts, he's got some way of removing debuffs. That's the most that I can give him, and like, as we'll see later, there's someone that does basically the exact same thing he does only one rarity higher, so he's just as accessible,
Mm-hmm.
but better, because like also better stats. He's just not really shining at all.
He doesn't even have that ignore defense or anything like ever like you would consider him for, you know?
Yeah, honestly, I feel like as a DPS, Spartacus is a bit more useful in a lot of situations, but I don't know. Like having the Buster deck and there's a
Hey,
bit of it synergy, but it's not much more than anyone else on this list.
yeah. How about E for Eric?
I guess so.
Yeah, he might honestly get. You know what? To make it better for him, he might get that space exclusively to himself. Ooh, maybe.
Yeah, he and
So
his
there you
wife.
go. Yeah, the insert wife here. I'm not gonna edit this, but yeah, imagine her right there, like this phase right there. Yeah, there you go. Boom. Then it's not so
Are you
sad.
sure that you would put Gunhild at E tier though?
But she has to be with Eric, otherwise it's gonna be way too cruel. So blame him, you know.
Guess so.
All right. Next up, moving away from day one again for the next 2-star. Well, I guess the only other 2-star, right? Yeah. I can find her because I'm blind. I think I've glossed over her so many times. There she is. Okay, we got Salome. She's hot. That's, I think, the best part about her. But yeah, she's an interesting character. She's a single target arts DPS. So that's a first for this class. Kind of rare archetype to begin with, to an extent. And she's a bit hard to work with, I'm not gonna lie. But let's see what she's got. So she's double buster, double arts. So the first Berserker in this list to deviate from the standard triple buster formula has the arts MP as well. So hey, that's pretty cool. She can actually even do an arch chain if your cards align properly. So her gains are better than most Berserkers in that sense, but there's still nothing like amazing or crazy. Especially because her kit doesn't really support that either too well, so you need to rely on supports for that too. And for other stuff too, including all of your defense basically. Anyway, first skill, on a 5-turn cooldown, she gets lawful good damage for 3 turns, 50%. Now, this is a big deal because it's specifically lawful good. It's not 2 separate damage mods. It's not or. It is lawful and good, okay? It has to be both, otherwise this power mod does absolutely nothing. I don't like it. I hate it. But hey, she also gets 20% attack for 3 turns. Now, the one saving grace is that, yeah, she's at least a Berserker. So even if it is one specific combination of alignments, she will find some, uses for it. Because her class is so universal, I guess. But I still don't like, the combined element. It's weird. But if you land it, hey, it's a really, really good skill. If not, it's very underwhelming. Second skill, on a 5-turn cooldown, she gets a debuff immune for 1 time 3 turns. She gets 20% defense up for 3 turns, and then invul for 1 hit 3 turns. At least this skill makes sense. It's all defensive, it's all good, useful effects, so hey, we like it. Now, that invul might be a bit deceiving where it says 1 attack 3 turns, because chances are it's literally 1 attack or 0 attacks 1 turns, because when we see the third skill, oh boy. So this is where the fun thing happens. So on a 7-turn cooldown, she gets 1k healing every turn for 7 turns. Hooray for 100% uptime, am I right? Then she gets this really nasty demerit for 7 turns that is treated as a buff, so you can't even get rid of it, really. So every turn, she removes her latest defensive buff. Now, it's not a full defensive buff clear, thank God. But yeah, it's still -1 defensive buff every single turn. And I forgot, is this before or after the enemy goes? Is it before? Do you remember?
It is.
It's before they go, right?
Oh yeah, it's before the.
So that's a pretty big deal sometimes, yeah.
Yeah. I'd like to add before we get too far here.
Yeah.
That okay, so I wasn't able to just count how many, because like they didn't have rows on the wiki for this exact trait, but I
the
had to go to
lawful good?
GamePress and count them individually. There are about 70 lawful good servants, so that's a pretty decent amount, I would say.
Yeah.
And since she is a berserker, it's
Yeah, it's the
reasonable.
only reason why it's not like the worst thing ever.
Yeah. With it, she's like got okay damage. It's
Mm-hmm.
just the lack of an NP upgrade, but we'll get to that.
Yeah, but yeah, first we gotta cover this skill. So yeah, that's a pretty nasty freaking damage considering it also procs before the enemy goes. But anyway, so you're asking like, what do you get then? It's such a bad, like, why would you ever press this? Well, after 7 turns on max rank, your full party gets plus 100% gauge. Yeah, literally free MPs. Sometimes even overcharge levels if you, can go above your, gauges. Wow. Wow, what an interesting kit. So yeah, a lot of depending on your supports, you might just immediately lose this invul for the 3rd skill anyway and not get any value out of it besides eating that. But at least you keep the defense buff for 1 more turn. It's a weird skill set, it really is. But yeah, we'll cover the MP first and then we'll talk about, because the 3rd skill is really the thing that really she has going for her, I guess. She's got 5.5% Buster up on the only passive that she has, which in her case is very insignificant. She's not going to do Buster damage anyway. She has 2 Buster cards on her MP as art, so yeah, not that significant. Anti-ruler, crit resistance.
So, if you're OCD, don't look at her her level 4 of her 3rd skill. I don't know why it's like that, but like... Wait, hold on. Actually, I think the wiki's just wrong there.
Wait, what?
Wait, they have 750 for some reason. Because like it says 550.
Oh, I think someone just typoed. Yeah, someone must have typoed. Clearly, it's supposed to be 650.
It's a better heal at 4 than at 5.
Yeah, that must be a typo on the wiki. There's no way it's like that on the game. Yeah. Funny you should spot that. I did not. Okay.
Well, I saw like, okay, it's 550%, 550.
Oh, you were looking at it from the beginning, and then you look. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I saw one not match, and it was, wait, that makes no sense. Anyways.
Fair enough. I guess, okay, I was about to say the append is like whatever, but Pavel in the chat said apparently most rulers are lawful good, so maybe it's actually kind of a cool combo then. So there you go, I guess. Although you probably still prefer to bring Avengers anyway. But I digress. Berserker is still always an option. Anyway, MP. So it's a single target arts MP. Does a 1k curse on the target for 5 turns, and then the overcharge is 200% curse amp on base for 5 turns on the target, scaling up to 400%. So I have seen some videos and whatnot where there's a Salome involved and you can do like crazy curse stuff, but it's a lot of investment, I'm not gonna lie, as well, and it's not always gonna be consistent anyway. So I feel like you're mostly just gonna use it for the damage, hoping you have lawful good damage mod enabled as well. But I guess in her case, before I say anything bad about her, she is art, so it's a bit easier to come by defensive buffs. But although that means you do have to like spam Castoria's MP even more than, because it would remove the full stack of special invul every time with the 3rd skill, which is kind of bad. So
yeah,
I think she's
some of the situations I see her used in, I actually see her used like with MASH because
a lot of
MASH,
defensive buffs.
Yeah, she applies multiple defensive buffs, so you're gonna get the damage mitigation on top of like other defense buffs.
And when you don't have defensive buffs, you can also taunt, I guess.
Yeah. Also, it's you can bring certain command codes and have it be more manageable. Like, for example, the MASH command code. Like, you can have 2 of those.
Oh yeah, the damage cut one.
It'll remove that 1 turn damage cut instead of whatever buffs you have. So it can have a little bit of effect. I think she's like okay. Gotta say that name, the voice actor name really stands out. Like,
yeah. I guess they're English,
Sarah Emmy. Anyways,
Probably has to like an English name and a Japanese given name, probably, because they're probably half Japanese, half maybe American. I don't know. I don't recognize them.
yeah, I've never heard of a person named Bridcut, but
Yeah, same. Oh, Australian.
yeah,
I guess that makes sense. There's a lot of half Australian, half Japanese people I've noticed in the industry.
dang.
But anyway, honestly, in my opinion, yeah, while you said, yeah, there are ways to like kind of counteract that nasty demerit on the third skill, I don't think she's worth the effort. I just don't think she's worth it. Even if you get the payoff, I don't think it's worth.
I will say, I think her synergy with Domon is probably pretty good because she is chaotic.
Oh, because the curse?
Yeah, and then also the curse that means the two of them can have that synergy, and the ways he defends the team, I think, apply to her pretty well because he can stun them, and then he can also 30% attack down on the enemy. So that could help her in some instances, I'd say. But she's kind of locked, for the most part, locked in like one area of use, which is being a single target dot booster.
Yeah.
And I think, to be fair, there is a lot of curse these days that you can pair her with. Like you got Kiyohime, you got Mori Alter, you got
Sith.
Dante's, even though Dante's I feel is not that great at it because he only applies 500 curse instead of 1,000. It's I feel like curse is becoming less and less of a meme over time, especially since Mori Alter, like you use her second skill in her NP once, and she's doing like 12,000 damage per turn for 3 turns. That's pretty fucking crazy.
They're slowly trying stuff, but I still don't think 2024 is still the year of the dots. Sadly.
Who knows?
Yeah, who knows? Placement wise, I don't know. I'm thinking this could be hard for. I'm thinking D plus or C. I just don't think she's worth the effort.
I think C. She's usable as just like a sort of a standard berserker. You can always just ignore her.
I was kind of expecting you to go a bit higher than C.
Like I don't know, C or C plus. She's usable as just like anti-lawful generic, like anti-lawful good, and you could get some. Yeah, like it's sort of like Brave Liz in that regard. You can just ignore the third skill. Like, sure, you've only got 2 skills at that point, and that is less than a lot, but it's like it helps, I'd say.
I'll go C plus just because there's like 70 servants she can apply to decent damage to. I'll go C plus, okay, because it is a big amount. Okay, fair enough. I'm okay with that. Alright, with that, we're done with all the bronze berserkers. 1-2 stars, we done. And there won't be that many 4-3 stars. In fact, it's definitely the least of all the normal classes. So, we got 4 of them. So, let's get on it. Back to day 1. We got a guy that I feel like, used to be like... I feel like over years, his value has gone down a bit with more options and whatnot. But, he's still kind of a, somewhat of a good old reliable. But yeah, we'll see. So first of all, Mr. Loobster, Bu Fengxian, there he is. I can't do Chinese pronunciations, excuse me. But yeah, he's a single target buster DPS. And notably here, now that I can actually pull my stats here, his attack is very high. 8.1k as a 3-star, and even among berserkers too, not there's too much comparison, of course. Very high. It's very high for a 3-star, so hey, that's very good. He's got full triple buster as well, which I think is totally fine for him. Yeah, it works, makes sense. Skill-wise, what do we got? 5-turn cooldown, he gets 27% attack for 3 turns, 36% mental debuff resistance for 3 turns. It's a fine, passable, skill for a DPS, I think. Nothing fancy, but, it kind of works. And if you bring Koyans, the attack buff, I guess, it's kind of cool too, because they don't provide that. Second skill on a 5-turn cooldown, he gets 25% defense for 3 turns, and then, wow, this is the merit though. So for the next 3 turns, you have a 50% chance to whiff offensive buffs on him. That's very annoying. I wish they buffed this like they buffed Fergus's skill, especially considering how good that skill was post buff. They should do something similar here as well. This is just, that's a nasty demerit, really. Honestly, I have you can kind of work around it, by planning your buff, timings, but it's just annoying that you can't really give him attack buffs 3 out of 5 turns, because why Gambite? You're just gonna whiff him half the time, and you're gonna feel bad about it. So it's really annoying. Now, third skill on a 6-turn cooldown, he gets 30% MP damage for 1 turn, and then 3k absorb for 1 turn, and then his teammates get minus 20% defense down for 1 turn. This skill sucks. It sucks. Why is this a 6-turn cooldown, first of all? Then, that MP damage is very low. I mean, he can still hit hard with his MP, I'm not gonna lie, but that is not a great number anyway for a skill like this. 3k absorb might not even be enough always. 5k would be cool. Like, it's only 1 turn out of 6. Why is it not like 6k or something? And then that defense down is just an annoying demerit on top that probably doesn't need to be there either. Just a bad skill in my opinion. I don't like it. So his skill set is a very mixed bag. I think the first skill is the clear winner here, and the others are like annoying. They're just annoying. And having 2 annoying skills is not ideal. He's got 10% Buster on the passive. That is very nice at least. Anti-Rider on the crit append, or the crit resistance append. Not really relevant, I feel like, for the most part. The MP, it's never been buffed, but it still hits pretty hard. It also ignores defense on damage, great utility. And on base overcharge, it's a 30% chance to stun the target for 1 turn, scaling up to 70%. So the overcharge, sadly, obviously never will be reliable either, but it still hits kind of hard and ignores defense. It's also a one-hitter, so it won't really generate any stars either. So he's all about just, single hard hits. That's really all he is. And I don't know how well that has aged, honestly. In my opinion, every year he kind of looks worse. But honestly, I think a lot of low star enthusiasts still kind of like him, because he's like, you can kind of field him anywhere, I suppose, with good numbers for a 3-star and being a berserker.
He's 3-star Kintoki.
Without the battery.
He lacks the biggest appeal of Kintoki, unfortunately, which is the battery.
Yeah.
These days, he's looking really bad because everyone has access to Jerker. So
true. Didn't think about that.
In his disadvantage. I'm not sure. I'm not sure how much stock we're gonna put in that because again,
I think it's a legit argument, for sure.
I guess so. Because I guess 3 stars and welfares are kind of they're basically in the same group because they're
welfares that are in their vacation shop. So yeah, and she is.
Yeah. But then again, you can also make that case for like 1 and 2 stars. So I don't know.
I mean, for the ones we play still have other uses as well, and they're not just like I don't think Caligula is directly only comparing against John Alter Summer. Like, he still has some utility as well.
Yeah.
So in his case, it's like there's not that much going on, honestly. Besides good numbers.
Like she's able to hit similar NP damage, but she's got a little bit of defense, and she has a battery, and I feel like the battery is the selling point there. The difference between them, because 100% of his use is in his NP, and he doesn't really have a good way of getting his NP.
Yeah, no.
So I feel like that's just his biggest problem right now.
It's not spammable enough.
Yeah, and to be fair, that's not. You might not need to spam it, I guess, but it's preferable you get more than 1 NP out of him. That's kind of the world.
Yeah, you're not gonna bring him if you only MP once. Let's be real.
Yeah, it's. I feel like maybe the fact that you do have the ignore defense and high burst, I think maybe that's deserving of C or C plus.
I was thinking C plus.
Yeah, I'm fine with C plus. I just don't feel like he has one thing. He has one edge, and it's become very dull over time. But it's still like in a vacuum, he's still useful, I guess.
Yeah. Just so basic, and like as more time goes on and he doesn't get any buffs, we get more options and he just looks worse by default, basically. Let's hope they buff his second skill, just please. I mean, buff his third skill too, but definitely the second skill. Like, they buffed the Fergus one. There's no reason that he has a bad version of it too still. Okay, C+ for that. Alright, still day 1, I believe, yeah. We get the next 3-star Berserker. We got the Mr. Darius III. Iskandar's BFF, if you will, totally. Also, I like that this one guy, Kuni Hikoyasu, he voices like half the day 1 Berserkers, because they're mostly just doing grunts. He just voices them all. I've noticed that by now. Shout out to that guy. Anyway, what is Darius? He's an AoE buster DPS. I guess you could maybe do some farm with him, but I feel like he's better off as like a DPS for sure. He's got 7.6k attack, which is not as high as Lubu, of course, but it's still a good number, especially with the Berserker mod in play. He's also full buster, of course, and it makes perfect sense, I think. First skill on a 6-turn cooldown, he gets 45% MP gain for 3 turns. This doesn't really help him too much, I feel like, because he only has 2 cards that generate anyway. So, yeah, they should buff this too. There's not that many vanilla golden rules left in the game. There's certainly some. This is one of them. And I feel like this, if any, maybe of all of them, deserves to be buffed the most, because at least for the other servants that still have a base golden rule, like Gilgamesh for instance, he still loves that. Like, it still helps him a lot. Like, his gains spike when he has that on. Darius, he has 2 cards, and even then they're probably not going to generate too much anyway, even with this on. So, because you're not going to bring supports that help with that.
His quick card is very meh, but his arts card is actually pretty solid. So, like,
Yeah.
it's basically an arts buff that does no damage boosting. So like it can help you get your gain, and then also it has the advantage of being defensive in P gain as well for a couple turns. So if
Yeah.
he takes some hits, he's getting like 7+% instead of just 5%. So that can have a bit of an effect.
Yeah.
Just,
They should still buff this to have some other effects too.
yeah, it's kind of a weird match for him. And he's kind of interesting because he had 3 generic skills at the start of the game, so it's not common.
Yeah, it's actually kind of uncommon, you're right. Alright, second skill, speaking of disengage from earlier, so yeah, 5-turn cooldown, full debuff cleanse on self with a 2.5k heal. There it is. It's like whatever, you know, very situational. It's just I don't like. I hate disengages. I don't like it on anyone. On Ku, it's kind of cool because, you know, no pun intended, because, you know, he's supposed to be a cockroach, so, you know, a cleanse and a heal can be good, but he wants to be DPS, so I don't know. I wanted to do something else too. Third skill, this is cool though. They did buff his guts, so now on a 6-turn cooldown, he gets a guts for 1 time 5 turns, so hey, very solid uptime there. 2.5k on the revive, and then all enemies get a minus 20% buster resistance down for 3 turns. This is actually really nice. I like this. This is good. Helps with his own damage, helps your team's damage potentially. The guts uptime is good. You can definitely get 2 gutses out of this unless something goes horribly wrong. Yeah, it's actually pretty good. This is a good buff. Basic, but good.
Yeah, that's
but overall,
really the only thing he needed. He needed some sort of thing to boost his damage. Although maybe he wants more these days, but he has the basics of.
Yeah, and because this is a debuff, it really emphasizes that I like him way more against bosses than on farming, because on farming this would not help too much. Only for 1 wave, of course. Overall, I think the kit is like, I still think it's like meh, it's not good, but it's not the worst I've ever seen. It's not Eric's kit. It's not Spartacus's kit. So yeah.
Actually, it kind of is Eric's kit, just better.
Yeah, true. I meant like in terms of, yeah, being better, yeah. But yeah, true. FX-wise, it is actually very similar.
He's who I was talking about earlier when I was talking about.
Yeah, I kind of figured that. Makes sense. Anyway, 8% buster on the passive, lovely. Anti-rider crit resistance, Shout out to Iskandar. The MP has been buffed as well, but man, it's literally the most boring basic buff there is. They just touch the damage. So nothing on normal effect besides damage. Cool. And then overcharges, minus 10% attack and defense for all enemies for 3 turns on base, scaling up to 30%. It is a 10 hitter though, so it can actually generate some stars too, because it's AoE, so that's kind of cool. But FX wise, it's, considering its post buff, is bad. It's just bad, FX wise, yeah. I don't really know how I feel about Darius, honestly. I think he's fine, but kind of like, I still would struggle to kind of, you know, find good use cases anyway. Do you have anything in mind for him?
I think he's above. I think he's the best low star AoE berserker. Like that's not saying a lot because
Yeah.
there's not really much competition there, but I think he's all right these days. Like he like these days you definitely want some form of battery, but like it's I'd say it's fine. Like the others for the most part don't have battery either, but like he's got like a little bit of ramp. He's got some like his damage is debuff based, so like farming wise it's not that great, but like he doesn't he gets his NP decently well, and like I I know you guys are gonna hate hearing this, but like Buster deck, I really do feel like Buster decks are a big positive in this day and age.
I mean, it's true. We're gonna repeat that a lot, I'm sure, later too. But yeah, it is true. Supports, they have good support synergy.
Got an NP upgrade, so that helps a little bit. It's just like I want to say C plus or B. Like,
oh, you're thinking maybe B. I was made between one of the C's.
I'm fine with B.
I think I'm gonna go C plus.
Yeah, okay.
I mean, he's kind of similar to Lubu, just like AoE.
Yeah.
Yeah. There we go. We're stacking that C plus. Damn, it's kind of contrast to a lot of other lists though. Like so far, the highest we've had after many placements is C plus still, but you know, sometimes it goes like that. All right, another day one. And speaking of AoE low star berserkers, we got Kiyohime. Gonna try my best to be unbiased here, although you're probably gonna agree with me for the most part anyway, if I had to guess. So yeah, AoE buster, DPS, again, not really farming. Stat-wise, she is by far the lowest of the 3-star berserkers with 6.6k attack, so that doesn't help her case either. She's got the triple buster again, of course, because nothing else exists for berserkers day one, besides Vlad, I guess. Now, first skill on a 5-turn cooldown. Usually when a buff to a morph happens, I'm like, oh, dude, spicy stuff, but this is by far the worst of them all. This is so bad. Now, so she gets 30% defense for 3 turns. All enemies get a 100% burn amplifier for 5 turns. Like, bro, you're gonna buff morph and that's all you do? You add a little bit more defense to fix the number to look nicer and then add a burn amp? What? Come on, bro. This needed way more than this.
It's debatably the worst buff in the game.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess at least you can use her with burn teams, but she herself is not really contributing much in that regard.
Yeah, it's so hard to do it on her.
Like, I don't know, like, you look at this and then you look at Serenity's second skill buff, like Serenity, hers is like you got a 4-turn cooldown. You're adding the poison amp for like 5 turns. And then you're also applying poison to just help kickstart it. So like that functions better. But this is just no.
Yeah,
Martha's
just a
party
no.
heal is Martha's buff was it's still 500 more HP. Okay.
Honestly,
Like,
yeah. Even if it's like insignificant, it might still be more useful than this.
I'm sure we've all had situations where a servant like survived by 200 health. And that could be the difference that Martha makes. This is like a 2% defense buff. Maybe it's a 100 HP. That's basically it.
Yeah. Anyway, unfortunate. Second skill, on a 5-turn cooldown, one enemy gets minus 24% defense for 3 turns, and then they get a 20% attack up for 3 turns. So, are you telling me that... Let's not even think about the demerit, first of all. So, on base, it's already worse than a torture technique, which is also a terrible skill. Like, all of those need to be buffed. And so, this is worse even before the demerit comes into play. And the demerit is awful. That can actually make a big difference because bosses scale like crazy. 20% more attack for 3 turns. Like, how? Like, even if it doesn't have the demerit, it would still be terrible. Who designed this skill? I don't understand. Now, yeah, there's like, you know, people will say like, oh, but there's like Paris synergy or whatever. No, there's not. You bring Scotty. You're going to bring Scotty, okay? You're not going to bring Kiyohime just to get that damage mod. You're not going to do it, dude. Oh my god. What is this? This is so travesty, dude. Alright, third skill, 5-turn cooldown. She gets a full cleanse of debuffs and then 30% buster for 1 turn. So again, they took 20% off from the buster up to give her the cleanse. She's probably gonna die to 1 hit anyway, chances are. Why? Just give her more damage at this point. This skill set sucks. It's so bad. This should be AoE too, by the way, because she's AoE. Why? This defense down. It's so bad. It's just so bad. Alright, hey, the passive at least is good. 12% buster up. Amazing. We like that. Anti-Lancer crit resistance. Nah. And then the MP also hasn't been buffed, by the way, so it only does damage on normal effect. It does a 500 burn on enemies for 10 turns. It's getting up to 900, so even with overcharge, it doesn't get much better. And then on base, it's a 50% stun, 50% chance to stun all enemies for 1 turn as well, scaling up to 80% with individual calculations. The stun is the only, like, you know, kind of interesting part there, really. And you might say, oh, it's a 10-turn burn, you know, the uptime is crazy. But no, it's the burn itself is like nothing. It's not a spammable MP. And then the amplifier from the first skill is only, like, it's 5 turns, 100%. It needs to be like 200% minimum.
Shit, dude. 1,000 damage per turn?
Yeah. That's max overcharge, less than 1k on base.
Oh my god.
I got nothing good to say about her. I'm sorry. I got nothing good. So Brian can say much.
So at best, like, she's I was about to say an inferior side grade, but that doesn't make sense. Kind of a downgrade of Darius, because she's got the debuff cleanse. She's got a debuff base amp, but like he has an NP upgrade, so he ends up doing more damage. Like they have similar damage. Like if you strip away all the supports, they have similar damage against one target. But like in an AoE situation, he's basically always going to be outperforming her because she has 1 turn steroid and 1 target steroid, and he has an AoE that's 3 turns, and then he also ramps a bit. I will give her this though; she does have really solid NP gain. She has a disturbingly high attack constant here at 2%, which means even though she has a 1-hit arts card, which is super rare, that she does have a decent arts card, and she also has a pretty good quick card because it's a 4% at that. It's and then also like one of the best extra attacks because that ends up being like 6%, which is pretty good. She's just like not that great.
So yeah, I think the only thing that she kind of has over Darius is like if you get like a triple stun on the MP, then it's kind of cool. But yeah, I would just always pick Darius anyway. Why risk it? Why risk it? You know,
you're not gonna have her NP enough for it to be worth.
Yeah,
she does have decent NP gain. It's just
So this is what I'm gonna do. As much as I hate her, I'm not gonna NTR Eric. I'm gonna let her him have the waifu there. I'm gonna put her on the D tier. Like, I will not NTR Eric, okay? Or Brynhildr rather. You know, I guess it's that way around because it would be him getting stolen. So there you go.
I don't think she'd like him anyways, to be honest.
True, but I want Eric to have his own tier.
Like, she doesn't like liars, and you know that he fakes being gobbledygooky and stuff. Like, he actually isn't that insane. It's just he pretends to do that to scare away women.
Ah,
So it's for their own safety.
is that are those the guttural noises on his MP where he goes no 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 no? That's like anti-female.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, basically. That's what his Valentine's revealed. It's like he's.
Oh wow. I'm not gonna lie. I don't think I've read his Valentine's scene.
Yeah. Because also for those who don't know, he literally has his wife with him at all times. That's why he has his first skill. She's always watching him, even when he's summoned. So.
Wow.
So yeah.
Damn, he's truly whipped, huh?
Behave. He doesn't want her to curse women like in the recent quest.
But yeah, anyway, I ended up placing Kyo in the D tier. Alright, let's cover the final 3-star Berserker, because we only had 4 of them. Not a day 1 this time. He was released a little bit later, although limited. Unfortunate. But yeah, we got, obviously, Mori Nagayoshi here. The crazy Guda guy. He is kind of crazy, but he's still kind of sane, though. He's like both crazy and sane, which, I commend him, I guess. He's got 7.7k attack. Also, his single target buster DPS. Attack is good as well. Very cool. He's got double buster, double arts on the deck. Makes the MP spam a little better, I suppose, on average. It's just more gains cards. Still not the most spammable MP, though. Skill-wise, what do we got? 6-turn cooldown, 100% crit damage for himself for 3 turns, 100% debuff resistance for 3 turns, and then you thought it's gonna peak at like Lubu having RNG on offensive buffs? No, he's literally minus 100% buff success rate for 3 turns every buff, and it's 100%. So he will not get any buffs after you press this for 3 turns. And it's treated as a buff, so you can't cleanse it either. Oh, the joy. But honestly, the upsides of the skill are pretty good. And obviously you can kind of work around with this by, timings and whatnot. So you do get he's basically debuff immune half the time. That's pretty cool. And he gets a lot of crit damage for half the time. That's also pretty cool. So it's an interesting case where the upsides are kind of, warring to the merit. Sometimes with a lot of these servants, like the demerit is too much or too little compared to the upsides. But I feel like I kind of like the sense that it's a lot of good upsides already in the first skill alone here. And then the demerit is obviously huge too. So it's an interesting way to balance things. Now, second skill has been buffed. So on a 5-turn cooldown, he gets an on attack buff for 3 turns. So whenever he's attacking, he gets 15% attack for 3 turns. I think it used to be like hit based, right? Yeah, so now it's for all attacks in the 3 turns. He gets 15. I think it is after damage though, sadly. Oh well, but at least, it's not limited to 3 attacks. And then he also gets a minus 10% defense down on himself for 3 turns when attacking. And that can obviously stack too. So, yeah. Ooh, scary. You can get a lot of defense down in that 3 turns.
And the 500% chance there is to work past this first skill, so you're getting that attack buff and the defense.
Oh, yeah, true. Worth mentioning. It works past this minus 100%. Yes.
I will say that despite the fun idea of... so I had like this idea for a video a long while back, which was use double Lakshmi Bai and try to buff him anyways. And it was not working because buff success is kind of weird because there's like 2 different types of buff success. There's buff success and then there's buff received success. And
right.
I'm not entirely sure about the interactions between the 2, but I don't think buffs work on him.
So this overrules it basically is what you're saying, because this it means that even though he would have buff success rate up, his receive rate would still be 0, right?
Yeah, maybe. I'm
Although this
not
is
entirely
still a
sure.
500 chance to give him a buff anyway, so I don't know.
Okay.
Who?
Well, the idea was like give him that and then have someone else buff him, just to cure his insanity, basically.
So even with RNG, you couldn't land it. Is that what you're saying? Even if you had some chances, supposedly.
Yeah, I don't think it. I don't think it works. Like I'm welcome to be disproven, but when I tried it, like I gave him Vich buffs. I actually didn't give him Vich buffs because he didn't give a shit.
Well, anyway,
Jeez,
cool little trivia, I guess.
I don't know what the fuck that was. It just like I almost choked.
Oh my god, are you okay?
It was a chokel.
Alright, well, here's hoping it wasn't anything bad. Alright, anyway, third skill. So, on a 5-turn cooldown, he gets 5k absorb for 1 turn. He gets this on-death activate buff for 3 turns. You kind of stack it, I guess, for what it's worth. So, if he dies, 20 stars. There you go. Bonus exit, I guess, just in case. It has a pretty decent uptime, too. 3 out of 5 turns, so... Yeah, okay. It's an interesting skill set. Obviously, it's full of offense. There's like nothing for defense. In fact, he has negative stuff for defense because he's going down in defense with the second skill. There's really all, pour your eggs into one basket and then maybe try to support him a little bit with your other supports. But at the same time, remember, he does have this active, chances are, so it could be hard to defend him sometimes. I kind of like this playstyle though, He has a game plan in mind and he sticks to it. Alright, 4% Buster on the passive, cool. Could be higher though. Anti-Avenger crit chance. I don't even know. Do you know what the Avenger base crit chance on enemies is anyway? I assume it's not super high.
Yeah, I'm not sure, but like it's probably less than 30%, I would assume.
I mean, it has to be, right?
I mean, considering how Berserkers are really low, I think they're probably also...
They probably have to be like either the same or similar.
Yeah.
But yeah, anyway, maybe not that useful as a depend either.
And I do not care enough to go look for
True. It's not that big of a deal. Anyway, the MP though. The MP is really cool. So he gets Invul Pierce for 1 turn before damage, and the damage also ignores defense on the MP itself. Very awesome combo. The lovely duo. And then the overcharge is minus 10% defense down on the target for 3 turns after damage on base, scaling up to 30%. So the OT is like whatever, kind of. It's not that big of a deal. But man, that utility though is really cool. Do like that. 5 hits as well, so you might get a few stars as well. Depends. Ooh, he's interesting. He's very risky. I'll tell you that. He's like pretty risky to use, but yeah, he's interesting. I kind of wish he had a guts. I'm not gonna lie. I think guts would make perfect sense for him, like character-wise too. It's also annoying that he's limited, of course.
Something that's actually pretty cool lore-wise, because I mean it fits lore-wise, and I think like it is impactful in gameplay at times. He does listen to you. Like he will receive Mystic Code buffs because they have 500% chance of applying as well.
Ah, right, true, that too, yeah.
So oftentimes I'll see people run him with Anniversary Blonde because that means you can give him guts. So it can help make up for his lack of survival.
It's only a 1-turn guts though, so you have to time it really well.
Yeah, but if you don't do that well, I mean, just get better at the game, I guess.
Whoa, but what about RNG though? Do you just reset?
Well, you see, that's why you have this thing called target focus. Because target focus is it's a very much an anti-RNG thing that benefits a lot of Berserkers. It benefits him particularly because he dies in 2 hits. But like he has a pretty high damage ceiling because like, I mean, one Brave Chain, he's got 60% attack and 100% crit. Then also like, I don't remember how much Buster. Like, that's a lot. So I like it. Unfortunately, he has some problems with using him with like double Vich because you can't double stack his skills.
Oh yeah, of course.
Like I like.
Well, not the crit damage and the debuffers at least.
Yeah, well, I like the idea of using his second skill a second time but you'd have to delay it, and because like he'll resist the application buff, not the like. I mean,
Yeah, because the buffs you get from the application cannot be resisted, but the application itself can be resisted.
Yeah. I do think he's a pretty fun servant, though. Like, I'd say he's fairly easy to enable as far. It's just like you have to work around his demerits, and that can be pretty fun. And since there is a pretty good amount of, like, I mean, there's actually a lot of like different buster supports in low rarity that have target focus. You got Leonidas, you've got Chen Gong, who's like one of his best friends. You've got Nobukatsu, who I think is probably pretty good with him because he has debuff based support
Oh
instead
yeah.
of just like buff based, so it's a little more flexible, I'd say.
And stars also work.
Yeah, it depends on how much stars you have, though. I feel like that's
No, I mean like you can't get blocked on those. It's like offense you can't get blocked on by his first skill.
Yeah, I think I know what you mean. Yeah, so I'd love for his third skill to be 3 turns, but I think that
Yeah.
3-turn absorb on berserkers is a stupid idea, and they shouldn't give it to fucking every servant these days.
I'm glad my favorite hasn't done a good uptime. Ooh. More on that later, though.
Oh, dude, you're a big Raiko fan too?
Dude, nah, dude, okay, nah.
Oh, sorry, I didn't realize you were also an Ibuki fan.
Oh my god, get this guy out of here.
Wait, is it a Castoria fan?
No, I mean, honestly, I actually kind of am a Castoria fan, especially Summer is really hot, but I'm not talking about her either. I know you would know what I mean. Okay, shut up. Shut up. Okay, anyway, what? No. No. Oh my god, there's that many? Okay, whatever, dude.
Oh.
Dude, this guy. Yeah, okay, yeah, sure. Anyway, what do you think? B, maybe? Do you think it's worth a B?
B? Yeah, I think so. I think he actually has, like... Okay, so are we gonna dock points for him being...
A little bit, I think, yeah. I think he could be a bit higher if he wasn't limited.
Yeah. I wish his Pierce Invul didn't have a chance of failing, but unfortunately...
Oh, true, that can whiff too, yeah, of course.
Yeah, but honestly, I feel like he's one of the strongest berserkers here, as evidenced...
Dude, if he was a 5-star, he'd be banging.
As evidenced by the fact that he isn't C+ or below, yeah, I'd say he's...
We got our first B. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
It took all of the low stars to finally get there. Boom.
Yeah, we got
their combined effort.
Slowly emerging from the rainbow wall on the left.
Alright, well, that covers all the low stars with the initial placements, I guess. Wow, and then we have a lot of gold to cover. Not as much as some of the other lists still, of course, but definitely a good amount of gold anyway. Although I guess we already placed 1 gold servant, wink wink. But yeah, for realsies, let's just jump right in. Man, the first one is... it's a fairly like a lot of opinions about this guy, and obviously I'll give my piece as well, and you can do yours. But yeah, let's cover him first. So we starting off with Mr. Hercules, you know, Herc. There he is, the big boy himself.
Hercules.
Yeah, he's a thing. And first of all, 10.6k attack. I mean, that's high as hell. Even for berserkers, that is that the highest of all 4-stars, actually? It might be. If not berserkers, that is.
I think so.
It could be, yeah.
It's funny that it's higher than a decent amount of 5-stars.
True. So yeah, needless to say, that is great. Because he doesn't care about HP too much anyway, in most use cases. So the more attack, the merrier. Also, I didn't mention, but yeah, he's single target buster DPS, of course. I would like to call him a single target buster anchor, though, more than a DPS, but, you know, obviously anchor still has the DPS too, and he does it really well. He's full triple buster, of course, yay. Makes sense. First skill, we get the return from the Lubu skill, although this is a better rank though, I believe. So on a 5-turn cooldown, he gets 31% attack for 3 turns, and then 42% mental debuff rest for 3 turns. It's basic, but you know.
Extra 1%.
Yeah, shout out to that 1%.
Just because he's got the plus, he deserves 1% more. It's like with Sieg, I think Sieg has like a 38% or some shit.
Let me see.
It's either that or...
Oh, they don't show the full rank when you click bravery. Oh, it's here actually. Never mind. Okay, we only have A. Okay, we have B, A, and A+. A looks nice at even. It's 30 and 40 on Fergus. Well, there you go. Anyway, it works. It's good.
Yeah, mental debuff resist isn't really that huge. I'd say, like, it doesn't come up very often, but like, I guess
the charm is actually fairly relevant, I want to say, because he's a male as well.
Occasionally, I guess.
Yeah. Anyway, second skill, 6-turn cooldown, 1 turn evasion, and 36% crit damage for 3 turns. Again, the crit damage is like whatever. He has 0 absorb, so that's like... And he doesn't himself generate stars much either. Although with Mighty Chains, it's a bit more relevant, I guess. But yeah, for the most part, you're using it for the evade for, you know, hopefully a 1 more turn of survival. Add that to the amount. Cool. And then the third skill, so a 7-turn cooldown. What does he get? 1 time 5-turn guts. Stackable guts, by the way. And then he gets an on guts activate buff for 5 turns, and where he gets 20% buster up for 5 turns when a guts is activated. And again, this is not like 1 time 5 turns. This is just 5 turns. So every guts that activates on him during this 5 turns is 20% buster for 5 turns. And then he revives with 2.5k. This is nuts. With his actual gameplay style. That's so much buster up, bro. And even this, if you time this early on, because it's stackable now, you can get this twice too. This guts from this skill. And that's not even talking about the other potential guts that he can have. Yeah, this buff was just nuts still. It's so good on him. Like, oh my freaking god. Great damage. Great survivability. Woo! Alright, passives. 8% buster. Could be higher, but he's still good. Divinity A, first of those, doesn't really do much. Anti-appendage against sabers for crit resistance, whatever. And then the MP, which hasn't been buffed. Also, I think I'm gonna sneeze. Ooh. There it is. Fuck, I felt that coming from a mile away. Thank you. Anyway, nothing besides damage on the normal effect, and then the overcharge is 10% defense down on target for 3 turns after damage, scaling up to 30%. It is 15 hits though, so even if it's single target, it can still generate a few stars for you. Pretty cool. So I guess, yeah, we're just gonna have the discussion then. So there's a lot of people, obviously, I mean, I should also mention the Bansi, of course. It's a big deal to him. It's like, normally Bansis on DPSs are unusable in my opinion. This one isn't, because it's a 3-time guts, and obviously it stacks with his 3rd skill post buff too. Which, even before that, this used to be great. You just had to wait until these proc, and then you use the guts on his 3rd skill for 1 more turn. But now, not only can you use his 3rd skill immediately with this, or any other guts for that matter, that means you can activate it a 2nd time before he dies, granted you do it early enough, and then he gets that stacking crazy buster buff too. Like, so I think the main argument is going to be, because sometimes if you're going up against a boss battle, you might need a damage C if the event offers it, right? And he might not do enough damage with that as an anchor. But I think as an anchor, it's still enough damage, though. And a lot of the damage Cs, especially on fests, are guts anyway.
Yeah.
So, I mean, okay, I'm just going to lay my cards on the table and then you do your thing. But I think he's still an amazing anchor. I think he's EX tier. For sure. That's always I always see him as top tier as an anchor. Bond CE or event guts damage C or whatever. I still think he's that valuable. He's so good. He's so freaking good. And he had this crazy damage too. Like, just spam that buster. His extra will crack the target too. So much damage.
I gotta say, he's lucky that Plushie isn't here, because Plushie does not like him.
I know. I remember last year.
You know what? I feel like I gotta make up for that. So I'll
Oh
list
my
some,
god, you gave me false sense of
negatives here.
security.
Like I, for the most part, I'm in agreement with you, of course, but I gotta respect my man. All right.
Okay, go.
So a lot of what he doesn't like is the hyper reliance on his gutsy, because without his gutsy, he's just kind of yeah.
I think any
Not
Gutsy is
as
still great on him, for the
yeah,
record, with the third
maybe
skill
not
buff.
quite but like not. So without having access to his bond CE, I'd say like A tier. But like the thing is, we're assuming that you have access to the bond CE, and honestly, it's more so a problem with bond CEs that pushes them up that far, because like imagine if there were other servants that have CEs as strong as that, and like making as heavy of an impact, and actually synergizing with their kit, because like Kouyou Alter, for example, has an unstackable guts
Mm-hmm.
on his bond CE, and then also his own guts that doesn't stack.
Yeah.
It it's just like they need to make other bond CEs better. So he's really good though. Um, hmm. That's for the most part the argument that Plushie goes with. Also, a lot of like more developed accounts don't really have that big of a use for him, which I'm not entirely in agreement with,
I disagree as well. I think on any team, he's
because
a great addition as an anchor at the behind. He just makes every team better by being there. You don't need that many
well, yeah.
supports.
Yeah, it's just I think it's just because like a lot of players like Plushie's definitely better at the game than most people, so he doesn't have to rely on an anchor. But
True.
but Herc is an anti-stupid or anti-bad at the game servant. So you could just put him at the back of the party. You're way more likely to win. And so,
But
like
yeah, like
regardless
on
of
that,
how
actually,
good
to
you are
cut
at
you
the
off a
game.
little bit there, like I did most of the Tesla SCQs while not using Castoria. That doesn't mean she's bad just because I don't need her to beat those
Oh,
CQs.
yeah.
So it's the same
Yeah.
argument, kinda.
Yeah, that's just like that's it's just it's another thing is a lot of people have access to a lot of servants, and a lot of us men, we would prefer to bring waifus instead. Like a
Wow.
lot of people are just kind of like neutral on him, basically. Like they might like him for Fate's Day Night, but like waifu berserkers, if
Eh.
berserkers at all, because you can also bring another support. I guess that might be points against it, but again, anchors are still really solid. Sometimes having another servant to do damage at the end is more valuable than having another servant to buff your DPS who may have died
Mm-hmm.
by then.
Oh yeah, for those asking, by the way, if you missed the intro, Plushie will most likely join us later. He's just a bit busy with his thesis right now, so obviously that gets priority. But if he drops by later, he's always feel free to join the call as we're going, and we might just let him give his opinion of the place servant so far whenever that happens. So he might just join later.
We might not care.
Wow. Okay. Fair. Anyway, dude, Herc.
He's out there being smarter and investing more in his future than I am. So, yeah.
True. He's being smart about it. Anyway, dude, I really want to play some in EX though. I think he's that good. I think he's good. Fuck.
I'm all right with that. Just because he's so good at what he does, and what he does is
I really want to do it.
challenge quests.
Like also, I think you talked about it a little bit, but one of the arguments is that he's relying on his Bonzi. Like, so you get him, you're guaranteed to get the Bonzi. Just plop in the back line for a few months, you get it for free. To me, it's not an argument. I'm sorry. An argument of time is not an argument in accessibility. To me, you can get it. You can just get it. You get one copy of him, which is how we're placing this anyway. You get that Bonzi is guaranteed. Just place him at your parties. It's so easy. So to me, that's not an argument. the accessibility of the bond seed, that is.
It is better than servants that have to get to like bond 11 to get their second append. Then
Yeah, like, can we talk about that if we're going to talk about the bond seeds? Some servants need crazy high like bonds for appends and whatnot too. That, like, some servants are very dependent on those too.
To be fair, we didn't really put much stock in that from what I remember. I don't think we rated Siegfried that high. So, I don't know. Anyways, yeah, I think he's all right there.
Yeah, I want to play some EX. I mean, again, we'll see. Again, there obviously will be a final shuffle at the end, but this is what I want to do right now in this point of time. Yeah.
All right, so we got to move Caligula to either A or D, and then we can have a funny tier list here.
Oh, I get it. Okay. Anyway, let's move on for now. Another day 1 4-star servant. Lancelot. We covered Saber like God knows how long ago now, because it was the first tier list of this year, but we're finally here on the crazy version. Lawful Insane. It's a cool little combo of alignments. So Lancelot, he's AoE quick, kind of farming. I don't like his DPSing, and even farming, he's not. He has looked better in other years, previous years. There's more options nowadays too, sadly for him, and they haven't really touched him in so long. But first of all, AoE quick. Of course, I'm not sure if I mentioned that. And he has 10.4k attack. So while not as high as Herc, it's basically the same, right? It's very much the same. So that, attack stat-wise at least, that is good. That is very, very high for a 4-star. So he's got that going for him. He's got a full Buster deck as well, unsurprisingly, with his quick MP. Although I guess nowadays it actually is not that big of a problem, but it's still kind of a weird mix anyway. And his gains are horrible, by the way, on his face cards. They are so bad, like, they're probably bottom tier in the whole game. Maybe not the worst of the worst, but definitely just absolute terrible gains on face cards.
1% arts card, 1% quick card. Like,
and those are the only gains cards.
1% quick cards are basically the same thing as 0.33% arts cards.
Yeah, so, goodbye.
Imagine Hokusai's arts card if it was one hit.
Oh my god, Lord, Jesus Christ. Okay, let's cover the skills. 5-turn cooldown, 6k absorb for 3 turns on self. There you go. I mean, this at least enables him to do some kind of crit DPSing if you're about that. So, yeah, that's at least decent, even though that's all it does, you know. It does allow it on a decent uptime. Second skill, 30% star gen for 3 turns on a 5-turn cooldown. I mean, it's decent with the MP, of course, but man, it's still such a terrible dog skill. Like, come on, dude. What is this skill? It's so bad. And you get in the insult to injury, there's even like so many ways to get stars nowadays anyway. You don't have to rely on star generation from AoE MPs necessarily. Like, there's not like year 2 anymore or something where, you know, that was your main way of getting stars. Terrible. Third skill, 5-turn cooldown. It gets 100% MP gain for 1 turn and then 50% crit damage for 3 turns. So yeah, that's a lot of MP gain. Obviously, it helps a lot with refunding one of his MPs during farming. I guess with bosses too, for the, you know, fair enough. And the crit damage kind of pairs nicely with the first skill, Absorb. They also share the cooldown, which is cool. Pretty bare bones skill set though. It's like Saber Lancelot, but it's just even worse. But it makes sense because Saber was made later, I suppose. Ooh. There is some potential for both farming and DPSing, but I wish he had more stuff, honestly. I don't like this overall too much. 10% debuff res. He actually has that as a Berserker. Cool. He gets 6% Buster up, which not bad either. He can do some face card crits. He's got crit resistance against Berserkers, which that is so bad. Not only, again, Berserkers, not a high crit chance on base anyway on an enemy, and 2, you would never bring a Berserker to DPS Berserkers anyway. That's just wasting numbers. There's no point. It's the worst you could pick.
Also, you need Bond 11 for this append.
Oh yeah, on base MP1, yeah, true. So absolutely forget about it. MP has never been buffed. Yep.
Okay, I'll wait till the end. Sorry.
Okay, sure. So there's nothing besides damage on the normal effect. It is a 10 hitter though, so again, refunds enough because it's that high on hit counts. That's why his normal deck sucks too, by the way. So you can loop, and then the overcharge is actually pretty good. It's not amazing, but it's good. So on base OC, 10% attack up for 3 turns on self before damage, scaling up to 30%. So hey, we got a little bit of ramp up too. Cool. So the MP, I still don't really like it too much, honestly. But, you know, it loops, kinda. And then does decent damage with the ramp up and stars.
He's... hold on. Why is my music not... Damn it. Sorry, my music stopped looping for some reason.
Oh.
So... I have been given permission from, like, the biggest Lancelot fan I know to be as mean as humanly possible to this guy. He's even in chat. He even subscribed just so you could see what he has to say.
Can I... Oh, is the guy that's just gonna bribe you for D+?
Yeah, he's...
Wait, I don't think he's that bad, though, unless he wants to see him bad. He's not that bad.
So, like, his only use is as a farmer, and his farming is, like, okay. So you got,
Yeah.
like, with triple Scotty, you can get, like, it looks like big damage, but it's like, I don't know, it's just not, I don't feel like it's that worth. I just
It's
don't like
pretty
the
good.
idea of ignoring a really bad kit just so you could say, like, okay, well, he has good farming, so that's it. But
he does get good some points for it, though. It's pretty decent.
yeah, it's just like, as he did say, like, he has half of a skill, basically. He has one skill's worth of value. Like, I mean, you look at Castoria Berserker's first skill, you got fucking absorb and crit, whereas he's got crit and absorb on 2 separate skills, and that's basically it. And then she also has the battery, which I'd take a 50% battery over 100% NP gain buff, honestly, because you're gonna get about the same amount if you're triple Scottying.
Yeah.
He's just really not good. Although, like, Summer Scotty definitely helped him out a bit because now you're not just leaning into one card to get crit damage, but you're actually getting it out of 3. I think that's been a pretty good boost in his performance, but that's basically it. It also makes him look worse because that just makes his skill set look more redundant. Because you're gonna
Yeah.
make so many stars that, like, absorb is not a fucking problem. Because you're gonna make like 30 per turn, and then you're gonna make however much he makes, and then like 30% of 30% star gen isn't even that much. Like, if you're up against one enemy, use a like a quick NP. Like, I mean, you're not gonna even
Yeah, that's gonna be like 20
see
stars at most.
Yeah, that's very generous because, like, if you're using him against one enemy, no, sorry, if you're using him against 3 enemies, from my experience, I want to say it's like 35 stars, maybe. His star gen is too small for it to have a noticeable difference. So
Yeah. I honestly don't know where to place him. This is a dilemma because I agree with you. I don't like his kit. I think it sucks. But he does have decent farming numbers. So what do we do? What do we do? I would feel bad placing him really high anyway. I don't want to place him high. But I can't place him like garbage anyway.
hold on, just
Is B fine?
just a moment.
Yeah.
I don't think he's that crazy bad on needed overkill because, like, if you're running triple Scotty, which is generally what
Yeah,
you
that
kind
helps.
of need for him, you're refunding 42% without that, so I'm assuming you need
Oh
like
yeah, I forgot to
3
look at the
hits of
refund too.
overkill, which I guess that's probably going to be like a third of his damage. So like I guess you are going to depend a bit on that, but he's also very reliant on wave composition, which is not as much of a problem for some quick servants. Which I know that sounds redundant, but like it's not as much of a problem for like Daikokuten or Okida Alter, or like you can plug a support to make them 0% better, but they can already 0% at base without the support. So the extra, like the plug, he's like like uh, he's just bad. I
So do you think B, C plus? What are we talking about here?
As far as Berserk, as far as 4 stars go, it's just like I want to go with C, honestly, just because I don't like. Okay,
I'm gonna go with C plus
it's
then.
it's more of a me thing, and I know that's not really the entire rule. It's entirely based off of this tier list prior, at least qualifications. I just don't like rating a servant high just because they only have high
Yeah, I mean
numbers.
it's kind of fair, but at the same time, it does make you feel dirty, right?
Yeah, because like what you can end up having is you have a servant that has like meh, middling sort of general performance, and being able to both farm and do challenge quests like decently, who gets ranked lower just because like they're not as good at one individual role. Like I don't like that can happen. Um,
Also, per chat, we're not comparing for a 4-star directly to 1 to 3 stars, so that argument, nah, dude.
He's just very weak these days. Yeah, we need more C plus. Man, maybe we should go with C.
I can do C. As much as I don't like his kits, I think C is too low for me. Even if we're kind of pretty high on the C plus already, we'll go with that for now, and we'll maybe adjust later. Okay. Let's continue on with the AOE quick trend here, and talk about Tamamo Cat. The cat, though, it's not the last of the Tammies in today's or this year's tier lists, but there we go. So, AoE quick DPS that I guess farmer, but not really. You're not going to use her to farm, let's be real. So, kind of a weird DPS thingy.
No, she's way too strict to actually.
Yeah, too many awkwardness. But yeah, attack definitely coming down here. 9k compared to like Heracles. I know that's a bit unfair, of course, because they're like the best of the best probably when it comes to all the 4-star Berserkers. And even 4-star General, that's a lot of attack. But even among Berserkers, her attack is still way below average, though. So there's that. She's also full triple buster, which again nowadays is not as bad as I used to think of it, mostly because of Summer Scotty, I suppose. But yeah. It used to look way worse with the quick MP. Now, first skill on a 5-turn cooldown. She does not get 30% attack for 3 turns. She gets it for 2 turns. So yeah, good old monster strength is back. So now it's like whatever. It's not that great if it's only 2 turns. Ouch. Second skill has been buffed on a 5-turn cooldown. 60% chance to tick down one enemy. Ooh, and then she gets invul for 1 hit of 5 turns. Ooh.
There's so many ways they could have done this skill better.
Yeah, they didn't touch the RNG.
Like you don't want to drain the enemy if you're using the invul to survive their NP. So like sometimes you have to RNG it out, not draining.
Yeah.
So she survives. Honestly, what I would have loved for them to do, I would have loved for it to be a 1-turn invul and a 1 hit evade. That way, if it does drain, then you're fine for that turn, but you can still evade the next turn. I think that would work so much better than what we got.
Like a conditional?
100%. Um, it's just like, I mean, it's good to have invuln. It's just it kind of fights against
Yeah, it's
what
definitely
you usually
awkward.
use invuln for.
Eh. Alright, third skill also has been buffed. So the 5-turn cooldown, she gets 27% defense for 3 turns, 2k max health for 3 turns, and then 1 turn of debuff immune. This is one of the ways she can combat the really big demerit on the MP, but this only helps you 1 out of 5 turns. Yeah. The skill set after 2 buffs could definitely still be very much prettier than what it is, especially on a 4-star servant. It's not the worst skill set ever, but there's a lot of band-aids here as well. Alright, 6% buster up, pretty cool. Alter Ego, crit chance, resistance, MP has been buffed, so normal damage. And then on overcharge, she gets 3k healing on base per turn for 3 turns, scaling up to 7k per turn for 3 turns. At that point, it's way overkill anyway. But he has a lot of healing. But then, the other normal effect besides damage, stun self for 2 turns. What? That's too much, dude. And it's not, the sad part is it's not even the only example in this list. That is ridiculous. Yes, she can block it once with the 3rd skill, but then you have to figure out other ways. You're going to have to bring the command code, get lucky you get that card in time. You're going to have to bring cleanses from your support, which limits your options. Oh my god, that's such a bad demerit.
I prefer that over the other one, which doesn't. It had the other one has exactly 1 less NP that they can fight the demerit on. So like, at least she has that.
Yeah, it's not as bad as the other example.
Yeah, I think she's like okay. I like that she is really tanky because she's got the defense buff and the max HP, which does help her make more out of her NP heal, which is actually like huge, by the way.
Yeah, it's
Like
huge. Even on
it,
base.
it's honestly just crazy how big that heal is. It's like one of the best heals in the game. You're getting 9,000 health out of each NP. So even if you're only NPing once every 3 turns or 4 turns, like you're getting so much heal out of it. But like, yeah,
Her refund is really bad, by the way.
Yeah, don't bother trying to like loop with her. That's
Yeah.
I'm not entirely sure how a person would be able to, which is ironic because I recall seeing a while back that like on Game Press's quick looper tier list, I think she was on that for some reason.
I guess
And
they
I
probably
don't
just
know
included everyone that can be brute forced to do it.
I don't know how you could brute force her to do it. Like
Maybe they're
what
accounting
is
for like a face card that has the stun immunity CC on the first 2 turns. Maybe they're accounting
even
for
then, I'm
that.
not sure if that's enough for her because that was before a pins. That was with Caster Scotty that they made that.
I mean, maybe with Super
So
Scope.
even then, like you're not getting 49% refund.
But what if you do Super Scope double Scotty Oberon? Or was that before that?
That was definitely before then. I, the time that I saw that it was like 3 or 4 years ago.
Okay.
So
Well, regardless, bottom line, don't loop her. No, just no. You're probably not even going to be able to, but yeah, just don't. She's going to be placed as a DPS.
I'm glad chat is in agreement about Game Press. Thank you. I appreciate the
I don't think
solidarity.
there's going to be a lot of people defending Game Press too much.
Yeah.
So, how do we see her? I guess main comparison is Lancelot right now. Even though Lancelot was placed as a farmer and she will be placed as a DPS, they're still kind of similar in rarity and, card type, even the deck. How do we see Tammy Cat? I don't see her that great, honestly, personally. I'm not sure if that's a hot take. I think she's kind of whatever.
I guess there is some points to be given to her because like if you're looking at her performance with Ruler Scotty, like you don't have issues keeping her alive, and like with Quick you don't have a lot of survivability options. So it's sort of like the Bargas thing that I brought up like 2 months ago, where Buster doesn't have a lot of options. Like the more offensive options don't have
Defense.
survival for Buster, and then it's even more so the case with Quick. So
Mm-hmm.
so being able to compensate for a weakness of Quick, I feel like that is pretty notable.
But the thing is, I feel like her damage won't be that high. So at the end, you're going to be left with a whatever DPS that's kind of like just tanky, right? I mean, she's got a universal as a Berserker still, but I feel like you probably have better options. She's just going to be a tanky DPS that you could probably do better with.
And then there's the problem there. Like you take a Berserker and that's supposed to survive a while, and then like if you measure her against most counterclassers, she's still not going to be as tanky as them. It's just she has better longevity than most people.
No. I kind of want to place her next to Lancelot, but then there's going to be people later like, what? She's next to Lancelot, but Lancelot can farm. She has nothing.
I mean,
It's gonna happen.
Fuck those guys.
Dude, I know one guy who always like every time I finish a tier list, he's kind of a friend of mine anyway, so I don't really get too offended. But he always like makes like a huge post for me to read later. He tells all his disagreements, and that guy has he's one of the biggest Lancelot fans I know. So he's gonna have a freaking essay for me later. I know it already. He's like, why is Lancelot not A+? He's like, he's still a Giga Farmer. Like, come on, bro. Because, you know, he actually mostly looks at farming numbers. Shout out to Martel if you're watching this, because I know you will be. But yeah. Okay. Yeah. I still want to maybe place her next to him.
Yeah. I mean, with how much shit people give quick farming, like come on. Yeah. It doesn't matter. I like Quick still. So
I mean, I like Quick too. Yeah.
I'm not one of those sheep out there.
Like it's like when you see a servant has a Quick MP, they go -2 tiers down before you read the rest of the kit.
Yeah. Someone in my server shared a Facebook post. Someone said everything that is Quick automatically should be B or lower.
Yeah, a lot of people actually do think that, sadly, but it is what it is.
No, man.
Anyway. Next one. Oh, yeah, I guess we're going to talk about her next then. Yeah. I guess they were back to back.
Enough about the peanut brain peanut gallery, you know?
All right. So, Fran is next. So, yeah, probably the biggest comparison to Tammy Cat then, I guess, because, you know, they both share the same sad part about their kit. So, AoE, quick. I guess in Fran's case, I think she's more of a farmer than a DPS, though, still, despite them being a bit similar. As sad as it sounds. 9.4k attack is better than Tammy Cat, but you know it's still nothing crazy, and I still think it is actually below average on Zerks. Yes, it is 4 stars. That is. She's also full triple buster, although she doesn't really have too much synergy with crits anyway. I mean, you can obviously brute force with some supports, but yeah, the kit doesn't really like it too much, in my opinion. First skill, 5-turn cooldown, 45% MP gain for 3 turns, which, you know, is the kind of the reason why she can't even loop, I guess. There you go. MP gain, yay. For anything else, it doesn't really help too much. Her gains are absolute dog. They're not as bad as, like, you know, Lancelot, but they're still bad. Second skill, 6-turn cooldown, 60% chance to stun one enemy for 1 turn, and then minus 30% defense for 1 turn. So the stun is still RNG, and then they added 10% defense down with the buff. It's 1 turn.
Very it's hard to joke about it.
The first half of this list is so brutal to look at in 2024. Like, oh my god, dude. It hurts. Yeah. Freaking hurts. No reason for this to be like this. Alright, third skill, 5-turn cooldown. She gets 30% MP damage for 1 turn and then a 300 burn on herself for 5 turns. Not stackable, yay. Wow, amazing advantages. Yeah, this is just a weak mana burst, and you guys know I don't like mana bursts either, so yeah, rip. That is the whole kit for skills. Not good. Alright, she's got 4% buster up. Could be higher, but you know, at least it works with Saber Scotty, I guess. Anti-saber crit resistance, no thanks. Buffed MP, so overcharge wise, we get 20% crit chance down on enemies for 3 turns on base, scaling up to 40. That's pretty cool. That's fine. It's not the highest it's been on AoE MPs, but it's still fine against bosses. It's not a bad effect. But then there's the same normal effect that Tamamo Cat has, which is the 2-turn self-stun. Good night. And unlike Tamamo Cat, she doesn't even have the 1-turn debuff immune, so you're gonna have to come up with even more ways of dealing with that if you want to spam her MP more. And it's not the easiest thing in the world, I suppose. She does refund way better, though. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, with double Scotty and her own NP gain buff and all, she actually...
You need BB.
She can consistently loops like 49% without any overkill. So it is pretty solid looping, but you're glued to a K-scope because you have to bring a support that doesn't even offer any damage. And there's like 3 supports you can use for it. One of which is BB. Then there's Nightingale, and then there's also Santa Carno, which is kind of hilarious, but he's actually probably the best one for it just because he at least has battery.
Or, hear me out here, what if you bring Rhinus and Gamba it? Because she has like, I think it's 30 or 40% debuff res on the targeted third skill. Just be a gamer and Gamba it.
Sorry, man, it's a 500% chance to stun.
Oh, it is? You need immunity? Oh, never mind. You can't even Gamba it.
So the one saving grace of her NP, which I actually didn't know until like a month ago, she has abnormal scaling on her NP.
Oh, right. I think you're right. I forgot about that.
Yeah. The usual scaling is 800% to 1200% after the upgrade. It's 900 to 1300. Which is really weird and random, but that's honestly like one of the best things about her.
Yeah.
Like, she does have good NP damage against one target. But the thing is, you have to ignore the fact that she has a 1-turn defense debuff against one enemy and a 1-turn NP damage buff. So I prefer Lancelot over her, which
I think I might too. He's at least more consistent.
Like, you could have made the stun AoE, you could have made the defense debuff AoE,
or 100% stun.
Made it 3 turns. You could made the stun have better chances, but instead you just went with just put 10% more on it for 1 turn.
Yeah. So C or is D plus too low? Probably too low, right? Is it?
See, I kind of want to go with D. Or
Vlad D? Ooh. Dude, the same friend I was talking about, he also loves Fran because her damage is actually pretty good on the MP. He's gonna be so mad as well.
Well, sorry, friendo. I'm being particularly harsh to yours. You can be harsh to mine because I know some people are definitely going to be disagreeing with me on stuff later.
I think I'm gonna go with D plus. I'm gonna populate D plus. Okay.
Like her best use case is being a farmer, and she's not even that great at farming because she
needs a dedicated support to give her a band-aid.
Yeah, like, I mean, we're giving Lancelot C+, and he can, like, 0%, whereas she's glued to a K-scope and BB or something, which is cringe. So cringe.
That is pretty cringe. All right, D plus for fraud. She may or may not have her own tier. We'll see. All right, 2 more rows left. Yeah. Next one is a pretty interesting one. If I can find him, that is, because I'm blind. Ah, there he is. Alright, we're gonna talk about the Beowulf. So enough with AoE for a little bit. Let's go back to single target. Go return to Monkey, because especially with the red that we're about to see. Beowulf single target buster DPS, yes, and hey, we're back to a very nice attack stat as well at 10.2k. 2 would be really bad. Yeah, so very nice on the attack stat, and full buster again. He likes them crits too. Cool. Although his gain scars are actually not that bad, worth mentioning. They're obviously, I mean, it still only has 2 cards that kind of gain. Although the extra does decent too, but yeah, better than most Berserkers, I want to say. At least the old ones. Now, first skill on a 5-turn cooldown gets 30% attack for 1 turn and 20% MP damage for 1 turn. So again, it's basically a mana burst. But at least now we kind of get, mixed buffs. So at least on base, it's a little bit more appealing because of that. But I still don't love this skill, honestly. Second skill, though, buffed on a 5-turn cooldown. He gets 5k absorb for 1 turn, 50% crit damage for 1 turn, and a 15 star bomb. The downtime is big, yes, but I love the synergy. It all works together, It's literally a command to just, you want to crit. Well, now you have a better chance of critting and doing some decent damage. So it makes perfect sense effects-wise. Very cool. Third skill also buffed, so at a 6-turn cooldown, he gets a Guts for 1 time, 4 turns, with a 2k revive, another 50% crit damage for 3 turns, and then 50% power mod against dragon and giant enemies for 3 turns each. Pretty cool. The uptime the Guts is also not that bad, actually. It's pretty decent. It's a pretty... I mean, honestly, so far, this might be the best skill set we've seen. I mean, that doesn't say too much, because most of them have been kind of trash, but this is probably the best skill set we've seen so far of all the Berserkers. It'll change later, though, but yeah. Pretty decent, actually. It makes sense. The passive, though, is the real sad part, though. So yeah, E minus Madness Enhancement. He gets 1% Buster Up. Oh, man. That's the one part I'm always sad about, because he would love some good Buster Up, because he doesn't even have it on his kit, and that's the only thing he gets from the passive. He deserves a high amount. Come on, dude. Freaking lore. Alright. Saber on the crit resistance. Yeah, not that big of a deal. The MP has also been buffed, so before damage he gets sure hit for 1 turn. Very cool utility. And then the target gets minus 30% crit chance for 3 turns on OC base, scaling up to 50%. Also pretty cool, especially on a Berserker where, a crit will be very devastating if you eat one of those. The 12 hitter too, so it gets a few stars on the way. Honestly, also, does his MP have irregular mod as well? It does, right? The buff is a bit scuffed, isn't it?
It's the opposite way.
Yeah, it's the bad one, sadly.
So it's only half the increase, so it goes to 700% instead of 800%.
Yeah. Unfortunate.
It's like his damage is still pretty good, I'd say. He is a very bursty servant, but the thing is, he has 2 burst skills. I think that's there is some good differentiation to be made there, because when you it's the downtime that hurts when you have 1-turn skills, but if you have 2 1-turn skills on 5-turn cooldowns, and you can do your NP and then you can have a
because chances are it's overkill if you stack them anyway. Just go with whichever fits more, You're probably gonna be okay on damage.
Yeah, and then also you have his 3rd skill now, so he has better uptime on his damage anyways, so his buff was nice.
Yeah. If they ever buff the first skill, he could be actually top tier as a 4-star depending on what they do.
Yeah.
Maybe even fix the MP damage mod, but yeah. I think he's good. I think he's very underrated, honestly. People never really talk about him, but I've been vouching for him for like 3 years now on my tier list. I think he's solid.
Yeah. I think he's so I think there's this nice group of balance with at least for a while the 4-star single target Berserkers, and each one sort of had their own niche except for a couple of them. like Ibaraki and Kijo Koyo are kind of vying for the same role, which is
Yeah.
and like they're not really that great at it. But like you got Beowulf, who's good at doing high peak damage for what you expect there. Herc is really defensive. Pent is able to get her NP fast and buff the team. Then I can't remember the last one for some reason. Was it Atalanta Alter?
Summer Nobu?
Oh, Summer Nobu. Yeah, she's got high niche damage, and outside of it's just kind of
Yeah. Also,
yeah,
worth
there's
mentioning
a
about the
listed
third
right
skill, while Giant might not be that common on bosses, Dragon is fairly common though. A lot of servants have Dragon trait as well.
Yeah, you
So
can,
it's a 50, like even a single one of them is already pretty good at 50%. You don't have, 2 is like crazy anyway.
yeah, you can click on the trait and show people.
Oh yeah, true, I should do that. So yeah, there's a lot of Dragon servants. And again, he's a Berserker, so minus the foreigners, you're probably going to be, well, and Draco, I guess, you're going to be fine on Dragon power mods here.
That is 40.
There you go. What? Let's see Giant. I assume, does any servant have it? Maybe King Protea? Oh yeah, actually more than that. There's some I mean, there's obviously, it's more on enemies, but yeah, there's some servants that have it too.
Yet another servant that has multiple anti-traits that gets multiple bonuses against Ibuki. It's so funny that she just has so many traits that like basically anyone that has a niche gets it against her.
For sure.
Every single niche charisma in the game applies to her. Except for the weird ones like Canuses who aren't like exactly the double attack buff.
Yeah. Could be, yeah.
Yeah, it's goofy. And we'll get to her later, though.
I'm thinking probably a flat A for Beowulf. What do you think?
I'm fine with A. He has some good uses.
Yeah, he's just a good, well-rounded, and he scales well with supports too. And he's not even fully reliant on supports necessarily, because he got some self-sufficiency on his kit too. Because his kit actually doesn't suck like most of the previous ones we've seen.
He's typically going to be the type of guy you want to have like break 2 bars and then he dies. Because he can live long enough to do both. Like you can have him NP once, and then you can have him crit once, and then he dies off. So he's got his uses.
Yeah,
he's like a nice appropriate mixture of damage and survival.
Exactly. All right, you already mentioned her just previously, but yeah, we're gonna talk about Ibaraki next. The Shuten, best friend though, I guess. So single target buster DPS once again. So I guess, we'll be doing some comparison between a lot of these similar berserkers. She's got 9.6k attack, which, is just under average among 4-star berserkers, I believe. It's not bad, but, could be a bit higher, I suppose. Also triple buster, of course, and her face card, the gain card is actually not bad. They're like similar to Beowulf, I believe. That they're not trash, but I mean they're considering there's only 2 of them, I guess they could be better too. Oh well. First skill 5-turn cooldown, full party gets 20% attack for 3 turns, and then she gets 30% MP damage for 3 turns. So again, if anything, this is like the better version of the Beowulf first skill, because the uptime is way better. So yeah, mixed buff helps with the MP damage, of course. Second skill is interesting after the buffs. So on a 5-turn cooldown, it's a targeted skill. 1 ally, fully debuff cleansed. They get a 2.5k heal. They get 100% crit damage for 1 turn. And then the conditionals happen. If your ally is a Chulainn Douji character, they also get 30% attack for 3 turns. And then also, if there are at least one Chulainn ally on the field when you use this, no matter who you target, Ibaraki herself gets 20% battery. So the battery is not targeted. Only the Chulainn ally attack is of the conditionals. So honestly, if you don't have a Chulainn ally, it's still not even that bad, honestly. It's a targeted full cleanse with an okay heal and then a big crit boost. Yes, the downtime is there without the conditionals, but it's still not bad, I want to say. And if you actually do use the thing, the Shuten ally conditional, then that's a lot of value for a 5-turn skill. Still nothing insane though, but good value for sure. So yeah, I kind of like it. It's obviously it's a lore buff, but at the same time, gameplay wise, they could have done worse, I feel like. So it's fine. This works with Ibuki as well, right? Oh, it doesn't. No, never mind. Oh my god, it's only... Oh my god.
Nope. She does,
that is sad.
So, I think it's because in lore, like in an interlude, she saw her and she was like scared shitless by her. So I think it's just
so she doesn't see her as Shuten, I guess.
Yeah. Also,
my
ironically,
god.
Shuten doesn't see her. Period. Like they've got this weird thing going on where she just sees like, I almost just said mist. That smoke is a better way to put it.
Yeah. Interesting.
Just like the smoky clouds around where she is. It's
damn the lore. But yeah, sadly, much more limited usability than I thought, because I wasn't sure if it was Ibuki as well, but it's not. It's only Shuten, Assassin, and Caster. So, oh well.
I will say, though, it is actually pretty nice, because what you're getting is a 3-turn 50% attack buff and a 1-turn crit buff. It's basically hero creation for Shuten, but better, because you're also getting a heal and a debuff cleanse. So I
feel like for Assassin is worse than Caster though, because she's so arts focused and has like no crit focus either. But for Caster it might be decent.
So Assassin Shitten is actually surprisingly good at critting, even though she doesn't have a deck for it.
Wow, really now?
She does crit fairly hard because she has several modifiers that apply to her card damage, and she just has really high attack. And then she's also
I guess she does,
so that helps.
Alright, fair enough.
Yeah.
Anyway, moving on for now the third skill. We got the return of Morph, so on a 5-turn cooldown. With A rank, she gets 30% defense for 3 turns and then 30% defense for 1 turn. So when you activate this, 60% defense is definitely enough for a Berserker to take some hits. 30%, you can take some hits, but not too many. But 60% is a lot. That's a lot of defense. So at that point, you can definitely take hits. You can't tank MPs yet, not with that. But you can definitely take hits. Maybe even a crit or 2. Depends on how buffed the enemy is. So it's an okay defensive option despite being so basic. Still something. So the kit is okay. I like Beowulf's overall more, I think. But this is not a terrible kit either. Alright, 8% Buster up on the passive. Very nice. Again, wish Beowulf had that instead. Saber crit resistance, yeah, not that relevant. Is this because of Ibuki, by the way? I just realized that. Maybe. No, it's Watanabe for sure. Yeah, that makes more sense. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Anyway, the MP. So, we got some cool utility. Full buff strip on the normal effect. It is after damage, but it's still a nice utility to have, of course, because, it's not just, the defensive buffs. Also, the offensive buffs get stripped away. And then the overcharge is 10% defense down on base, scaling up to 30% for 3 turns. Also worth noting, even though, if the enemy has guts, even though this is after damage, this would still kill them, because the guts is removed before it gets to proc, even if it's after damage. That's the fun part. I had that happen to me, I think, when I fought some boss version of her ages ago. Like, your guts won't save you from this MP.
Was that the advanced quest?
I think it was one of the Rashomon raids or something. That was so long ago. It was like a year 1 or year 2 thing.
Yeah, dude, that was when they added gold foes, if that says anything about how long ago it was.
I think it was before that, actually. I want to say. Because I think maybe with the rerun there was gold foes. I think the OG was far from gold foes. That was like year 1.
Maybe. I just know that the Rashomon event... wait, was there even a rerun?
Both Rashomon and Onigashima were a rerun, I believe. Yeah, I believe so.
I don't know. I started about like the Moon Dumplings event on NA, and then dropped the game for a while. So
okay. Also, for those that can chat, that's not where Kintoki is from. He's from Onigashima. It's the sequel event to this, which was pretty soon after. But yeah, the first one was Rashomon, I believe. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure that's the way it goes. And Rashomon is Ibaraki raids, and I believe it's Raiko for Onigashima, right? Could be wrong, but I think that's how it is. Anyway.
No, chat member, that's not when they released Golden Sumo. That was when they released Golden Carp, which not too
that was
hot to take.
Rashomon, right? And again, that was that first, and then Golden Sumo with Kintoki Rider and Onigashima,
yeah. Not too hot of a take, honestly. Golden Carp is way better than Golden Sumo. Golden Sumo.
I use Golden Carp more. I agree. I have so much it on my backline. It's so good. It's so good.
It's like the two best supportive effects in the game, basically. Like you've got stars on entry, and then you've also got battery immediately. So like it's just two really good effects, and there's only a couple other craft essences.
There's the Jalter New Year's one, and then what was the other one?
The other one was from the Kotomine banner.
Oh, right. Okay.
Basically the same thing, but arts, which is better because you can put it on a sport, and they got,
yeah. But I mean, but Carp is free, MLB, so yeah.
Yeah. If you played the game like 7
yeah, but dude, honestly, well, they brought back Golden Sumo from MP Shop. They might do the same later for Carp as well.
They do. God, I love having that craft essence on NA.
Anyway, Ibaraki. I think she's fine. I don't think she's anything crazy, but I think she's just alright. She's alright. What do you think?
I think she's alright too. Like she's got some basic stuff like having her own debuff cleanse, and like she's got fairly self-reliant damage, and then I like the buff removal. Even if it's not before damage, it's still good. Like,
I mean, still good. Yeah,
there's a lot of situations where I'd prefer full buff removal after damage over
defensive before. Yeah. There are situations like that. You're right.
Because that can help you deal with like offensive buffs, and that can be a really big deciding factor at times. But I don't know, like with Berserkers, you usually want hard survival more than you want soft survival, because even with it, like I will say 60% defense for a turn is pretty nice, but I think most people would prefer some sort of like evade skill or a guts.
Yeah, for sure on Berserkers, yeah.
But yeah, she's I'd say she's pretty good these days. It's not as hard to get her to crit as it used to be, because it used to be like okay, cool, she has 100% crit buff, but then it's hard to get her to crit because
supports fixed that nowadays a bit better.
Yeah, we didn't have servants that could give absorb or stars to the same extent. So it was like, okay, I don't want to bring Mozart for my Buster Berserker. So
I'm thinking one of the B's for her. For B for banana.
I think B is alright.
Like flat B?
I feel like she's a tier below
Beowulf. That might be true.
Beowulf is really nice in damage. I like her debuff cleanse. But still, I feel like he does his thing better than that.
Yeah, he's more streamlined. He has a game plan.
Yeah.
But Ibaraki is fine. You can make her work. Okay. Is this the first welfare? It is, yeah. How many do you have? 1, 2... Is it just 2 welfare berserkers? Well, minus Bunyan, I guess. That would be 3. Wow. I didn't realize there's that little berserker welfares in the history of this game. Unless I'm missing someone. Goddamn, dude.
It could be pretty useful. Just because, like, free NP5 on a berserker, that
true.
That can get you... That can make them do more damage than a counterclasser.
Well, anyway, on that note...
yeah.
Yeah, so we're going to talk about Cha-Cha first. Guda 2 welfare. AoE Buster Berserker. You can farm with her, but just don't do it. It's ugly. So I'm just going to place her as a DPS / a utility character. So we'll see what she's got. 8.9k attack. Not the best start. That's pretty low for a 4-star Berserker, sadly. Triple Buster as well on the deck, of course. Her gains are, like, again, kind of whatever. Funny part is she has 5 hit busters though, so if you actually do have an arts lead, you can generate a little bit with her busters too. It's not actually nothing, it's something. So there's that, I suppose.
Yeah, with a Mighty Chain she gets at least 5% from a buster card. If she crits, it's 10%. So
Yeah.
that's a lot.
Yeah,
And
it's
for
pretty
whatever
funny.
it's worth,
We'll
it's a
see
lot.
another example later too. Actually, I did the next one. Yes, no, it's not the next one. There's one in between, but yeah, okay. Anyway, skill wise, first skill 6-turn cooldown. I forgot they buffed this actually, but yeah, it makes sense. It was when they added her to the evocation shop, right? Yeah. So this is new to this list, I believe. This didn't exist last year on the Berserker tier list. So again, on that 6-turn cooldown, she gets 20% MP per turn for 3 turns, 50% increased MP gain on damage taken for 3 turns, and then 30% buster for 3 turns. Very cool buff. Very cool. This gives her makes her MP way more spammable, and gives her that much needed damage that she was lacking as well. I believe the only thing they didn't touch is the MP gain on damage taken, which is fine as is. She can't really take too many hits anyways, so you're not really gonna get too much out of that, chances are. But it's there as a bonus, I guess. But even as is, the other 2 effects are still good. So she's like an AoE Penth now in a way. Selfish sometimes. Alright, second skill 5-turn cooldown, 10 stars per turn for 3 turns, and then all allies besides her get a minus 50% absorb for 3 turns. It's not enough, sadly. It's a great idea, but minus 50% is still not enough. It needs to be minus 100%. So this will not solve her absorb issues as a crit DPS. They should have just made it like Midazone herself or something and make her a support. I don't know. Yeah, it's not good. And the stars is like barely anything anyway. Such a bare bones skill. Alright, third skill on a 5-turn cooldown. Oh, they made this look better on the wiki, I guess. So it's a defense down on 1 enemy for 5 turns, but the defense down gets bigger the further the turns go. So let's see here. On max rank, it is a 10% defense down on turn 1, and then every turn adds 10% more. So on turn 5, it is a minus 50% defense down. So it's like a ramp up defense down. I kind of wish it was AoE, honestly, but in a way, it's the highest defense down a skill can offer, though, in the game, I believe. So there's that, but it takes some time to ramp up, and it's only 1 enemy. It's cool on paper, but it's honestly not even that amazing, in my opinion. I wish she did more for the team as well, because it's kind of hard to justify bringing her just for this. So it would only be there as a bonus for her own DPSing, really. Not something you would bring her for to, help your other servants. The kit is like, mediocre at best, even after the buff to the first skill overall. 3% buster on the passive, should be higher, sadly. Anti-ruler, crit resistance. I guess, again, berserkers are still always an option anyway against rulers, so there's that. Right, the MP. So the boring effect is the overcharge. All enemies get a 500 burn on them for 5 turns on base, getting up to 2.5k per tick. And then the cooler effect is the other normal effect, which is 20% crit chance down on all enemies for 3 turns flat, no scaling. Honestly, I'm kind of surprised it has that crit chance down, considering she's a year 2 welfare. I was expecting it only to have that burn and damage, but hey, cool little bonus, I guess. It's also 8 hits, so you can get a few stars from it too, being AoE buster. So she's in a weird spot. She's supposed to be like a DPS. Even with the buff to the first skill offering more MP per turn, I don't think you should still farm with her. Definitely not. So yeah, as I always say this every year when we get to Chacha in the tier list. I always have a very soft spot for her, because when I started JP, I had Waver early on, but I didn't really have like any great DPSs. So I always had Chacha in my front line because she's like universal. So I used her until she was Bond 10 because I didn't have that many DPSs. So she always has a soft spot in my heart, but objectively, or especially nowadays, even with the buff, I don't think she's all that great, sadly. Just low damage, doesn't like offer your team too much either. The absorb down is too small to be consistent at crits. I don't know. What do you think?
She's kind of boring, but like I do feel like her buff has done a decent bit for her, because that means, you're getting double the battery that you used to. Now it's like 20 to 60. So she's a downgrade of Brynhildr at this point. Kind of a funny way to put it.
True, she does that too. I forgot. Yeah.
I don't know why they went. They very much half-assed her absorb.
Yeah, like it's not enough. It won't be enough ever.
Like, okay, I'll use her with casters, and then when I want her to crit, she still won't because they still have almost triple her absorb.
Yeah, it's still not even nearly enough. It needs to be minus 90% or 100 or something.
Yeah, just go with 100%. Like,
Yeah.
even 100% doesn't fix it all the time because they I haven't had it explained to me in a really long time, but there's this weird bug with a lot of absorb down where it prevents, like, it doesn't entirely prevent them from absorbing.
Like it doesn't fully eliminate the absorb on base.
Yeah, I think it's something along the lines of their base star absorb. Oh, the base star absorb of every card, because I think it's like additive. Because every card randomly has a certain distribution, like 0 through 80, I think. But it doesn't get rid of that part of the absorb.
So basically, it's only a problem for Berserkers or maybe Avengers even that have a ridiculously low absorb. Like, let's say Yanqing, who also does it, he's an assassin. For him, it's not a problem, right? Because he has a decent base absorb. But for a Berserker, it could still mess it up because it's such a bad base absorb anyway.
Yeah. Yeah, it's weird. I mean, like, she's like a wave clear, I guess.
Yeah. I'm thinking maybe a C tier, and that was the same as last year before the buff to the first skill.
I'm alright with C tier. I just can't justify using her most of the time. Like, there's like some okay 3-star berserkers that are more functional than her generally. It's just she has an easier time getting her NP.
Yeah, that's about it. Okay. There you go. I always have fond memories of her though. So there's that. Alright, then we're gonna talk about the CEO next. So back to single target buster DPSing, and we got Penthesilea. Not sure how they pronounce the name, but I mean everyone just calls her Penth. It's the easy way. So there she is, the Amazoness CEO herself. There's your costume. So first of all, hey, 10.5k attack, another banging high number though, really good. So hey, that's great. Full buster, of course, because, you know, Berserkers go brrr. Her gains on the 2 cards that matter, again, they're not great. They're very similar to a lot of these other single target buster DPSs on the 4 stars that we've seen. It's not horrible, but, you know, again, could be higher considering there's only 2 of them.
I'd say they're okay. Like, they're not like super incredible, but like,
I mean, they're not Lancelot tier, let's be real, so yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah, literally double that.
Yeah. Hard to do as badly as that, believe it or not. Anyway, first skill, 5-turn cooldown, full party gets 18% attack for 3 turns. That's it. It's a charisma. Again, it's not the worst skill ever. I don't like base charismas, but you know, it's the decent uptime at least, I guess. And for busters, attack buffs are kind of okay, because you know, bitches and all that.
Oh, I just I thought to say something about it, then I forgot.
Yeah.
Did you know that there is an enemy type that, like some enemy mob type, I think it's like a certain type of pirate that has the absorb down effect as their NP effect?
Okay.
Like it places
like it on your servant, you mean, like?
Yeah.
Oh, as a debuff. I didn't know that. That's an effect on an enemy MP?
And it makes so much sense why you don't know, because like
you never get MP'd by them.
2,000 health, so they don't survive long enough to NP you.
Yo, you should do a video exploring all the rare effects. You should do that. Yeah, that would be kind of cool.
I've actually tossed about the idea of like an iceberg video with like a bunch of obscure things about the game. Like, there's actually one particular thing that I'm sure 99% of people don't know about that I'm going to bring up with Summer Ibuki, which doesn't
to be continued.
Yeah, so yeah, look forward to that, guys.
Okay, hopefully remember, because I'll probably forget by then. Yeah. Anyway, the charisma is like whatever, is passable. Alright, second skill, 6-turn cooldown. She gets debuff immune for full 3 turns, and then 20% gauge per turn for 3 turns. great. It's simple but effective. Great. Just half the time you're going to be enjoying that gauge and debuff immune. It's not even awkward, despite being kind of offensive and defensive mixed. Both have good uptime, so yeah, it's good. Third skill, 5-turn cooldown. She gets 20%, or the full party gets 20% buster up for 3 turns, and then she herself gets 100% anti-Greek male damage for 3 turns. Let's open this up and see how many targets here is. Well, in her case, it's actually at least nice because, you know, she is a berserker. So how many is that now? Is that 16, I see? Something like that? Yeah, quick math. So, you know, as a berserker, it's still fine, actually. You're not going to come across them all the time, of course, but, you know, 100% damage mod, that's not nothing, that's a lot. And I guess even some normal enemies count, like these guys, so there you go. Interesting. But yeah, it's mostly used for the buster up in most cases. Although honestly, you could probably, you know, pick other characters too if you're not fighting Greek males. But even then, Penth will do okay, even if you don't get this power mod. The skill set is so basic, but at least it's pretty good effects, you know? Yeah. Like, I don't hate the skill set.
Together.
I kind of wish she got some buffs, though. But yeah, as is, like, I still prefer, like, Beowulf skill sets so far. Alright, hey, passive, though. 12% buster up. That is sexy, okay? That we love. Alright, Divinity, though, not so sexy. That is kind of ugly. Alright, anti-rider crits. No. And then the MP also hasn't been buffed, so it is pretty whatever. So there's nothing on the normal effect besides damage, and then the overcharge is a 10% attack down on the target for 3 turns on base, killing up to 30%. Very whatever MP, like it's very weak, honestly, is the sad part. But at least it's kind of easy-ish to get with the second skill and her, you know, 2 gains cards doing some kind of gains as well. But man, I think in compared to like Beowulf, she just looks a bit plain, sadly, at least in my eyes. How do you feel about Penth?
So I still feel like, so I mentioned it earlier. I still feel like she holds her own against him because even though her damage isn't as good in a vacuum, the thing that really makes her solid is the fact that she has such an easy time getting her NP.
Yeah.
With Beowulf, you're going to need help getting that NP.
Yeah.
But with her, like, you can start with the 0% CE, and you can still very reasonably get her NP within a couple turns. So you can also, like, start her off with her NP and then use that skill, and then she gets it a second time. So she's a lot more likely to make up for that damage by NPing another time that basically no one else would NP.
Yeah, fair.
I also like that she has the team-wide buffs. It works really well for her because since she has that really self-sufficient NP battery, she's able to you're able to use her in multi-DPS teams just fine.
True.
So, like, I recently did a setup with Lancer, Ryko, and Penth, and it worked pretty well together because, like, I was using mostly Ryko's cards, but I still had the option of using Penth's NP. It's kind of funny. That was actually against the Penth coil quest, so
Wow, ironic.
unfortunately, she is not a Greek mythological male, which is like a shock for sure.
Yeah, totally.
But yeah, she makes a lot of sense. Her effects don't look very strong, but they synergize really well, I would say.
Yeah. She's like a single-target Bunyan with more self-sufficiency.
Yeah, I guess so.
How would you rank her? Somewhere between B and A.
Debuff immune, by the way. 3-turn debuff immune.
True.
Pretty rare. Very nice effect.
Yeah.
I'd put her like I want to put her like B or B plus.
I think B plus can be done.
Because like you also if you're just looking for her being like her own DPS, like she has pretty good uptime on her skills, which can be compounded with the cooldown reduction from Vich. It's pretty nice. And then Yeah. I think
Yeah.
that's all I have to say.
I'm okay with B+. Yeah. Alright. Panth definitely has uses. Alright. Is this the first summer servant? I guess they took them a bit to make a first summer. I mean, I guess this was summer too, so it didn't really take them that long, I guess. So yeah, Summer Nobu. There she is. Another single target buster DPS who also has a lot of cool stuff going for her. First of all, 10.1k attack, yet another high attack stat. Solid. Full buster also makes sense, and much like what was it again I was talking about earlier? Oh yeah, Cha-Cha. She has crazy high hits on the buster, so she can even do some MP generation with busters, granted you lead with an arts, of course. Interesting stuff.
Also Mighty Chains. Mighty Chains do the same thing.
Yeah. And a bit of Stargen too, actually, yeah. Alright, skills. On a 6-turn cooldown, she gets evasion for 1 turn and 20% buster up for 3 turns. It is a bit awkward because Buster, again, doesn't have the best defensive tools, and this is, you know, you kind of want that Buster up probably turn 1, chances are. But you probably don't want to use your evasion on turn 1. Now, cooldowns, of course, help if you bring like a Witch or 2, but...
To be fair, she has one more evade than basically anyone else on the list we've covered so far. I don't think we've ran into another evade.
I think you might be right, actually. That's funny. It doesn't make the skill less awkward, though, but I think you're right anyway, yeah.
I don't feel like it's... I don't feel like it's too crazy, because it is a 3-turn buff instead of just a 1-turn.
So would you still save it first and foremost for defense and then just get the bonus out of the Buster that way? Or just focus on the Buster on turn 1?
Well, I probably wouldn't instantly use it. Like, I generally use like a 50% CE with servants that are DPSs. And generally what I want to do, I don't want to instantly NP. Sometimes I'll do that, but I'll usually try to get my NP, then save the support battery for after that, so I can get another NP within a couple turns. Because
fair enough.
Like when you break that first bar, that's when gimmicks start piling up, and you want to start speeding up at that point. So you could stall for a couple turns fairly.
And chances are, if you're going to pick her, you're going to pick her for the damage niche anyway. So chances are, you know, need the Buster immediately anyway.
Yeah.
Alright, you kind of convinced me. Alright, second skill on an 8-turn cooldown. You get 10 stars per turn for 5 turns. The full party gets 500 healing for 5 turns. And then the full party gets 3% gauge for 5 turns. It's a cool filler. It looks better than what it is, honestly. When I first saw this back in year 2 when I got it, I was like, what? This is OP, man. It's like Merlin's MP, dude. It's not. It's a mini version of the MP at best. But yeah, it's a cool bonus, I guess. It's a big... The cooldown is huge, but at the same time, the uptime is also not bad. They're all 5-turn effects, so... Sure. It's alright, you know? Third skill, on a 4-turn cooldown, she gets 3k absorb for 1 turn, sure hit for 1 turn, and then if the map is a burning field, she gets 20% attack for 3 turns. And the MP buff definitely helps with this. Although, again, it's definitely awkward as well. We'll see that, of course. But yeah, at least there is a way to guarantee that now, so that's kind of cool. But minus the attack, on a 4-turn cooldown, still get some absorb for 1 turn and the sure hit. I wish the absorb was maybe 5k, so sometimes 3k might not be enough, depends. But, you know, it's still a good amount of absorb, though, yeah. I think the skill set is fine.
It's 50% above riders, so it's still pretty significant.
Yeah, it's still pretty good, yeah. Alright, fair enough. It's an okay skill set. Nothing crazy. 6% buster on the passive, good. Anti-boot, cancer, crit resistance, no. The MP buff, this is good. I'm kind of surprised they buffed her still, but yeah. So now with the buff, she gets a guaranteed burning field for 3 turns. Very cool. And then the super effective mod on the MP overcharges against divine enemies, base 150 to 200 range. And again, we can look at this list for a while, especially when remember she's a berserker. It's even better. I can't even count this. Like, bruh, like there's so many targets, so many. Discounting like foreigners and whatnot is still like so many targets. And then there's normal enemies too that are divine like crazy. It is a common trait. And again, I was talking about the awkward thing earlier. You get the burning field from the MP, but if you want the attack buff, you have to use one MP first. Granted, the map isn't already burning before you can get this attack buff, so it's a bit awkward because obviously you would like all your MPs to have this attack buff if possible, but sometimes you might have to wait. So it's a bit awkward, but at least there's a way to guarantee it now, So it's still cool. I think she's good. I'm not sure if I would bring her too much against anti or non-divine enemies compared to some of her peers, but especially against divine, she is real solid. Let's see, like her MP damage should be pretty high here too against divine, right? Yeah,
she has good. She has pretty high damage. It's nice. I think she's pretty well balanced against the others because. Even though her damage floor, I would say, is lower than Beowulf's, the fact that she has that divine niche, like that divine niche, can sell her above Beowulf.
Yeah, so that's a reason to pick her over Beowulf if the target is divine for sure.
There's certain use cases for her that are actually quite frequent that she makes sense for. It's nice.
Is Nobukat's a good support for her? Yeah, absolutely.
Mm-hmm. He's all right. I
wouldn't say top tier, but yeah, it works.
Yeah, I mean, you make a team out of more than 3 servants.
You get way more consistent crits with Nobukatsu.
Which isn't a complete way of dismissing him, basically.
Who the hell requested a Digimon Savers ending? Oh my god, this vintage is fuck. I mean, good. Request Believer, but if you're gonna request Savers, bro, come on. Anyway, sorry YouTube, you're not gonna understand that.
I think
anyway,
B plus or A.
B plus or A.
Just like basically.
I think I'm okay with B plus.
Like every boss for a while, and even now, to the best of my knowledge, most hard bosses are divine. So, so it's a really nice thing for a berserker to have a niche because, like, again, like you're going to be competing with counterclassers, and if you don't have something to sell over counterclassers, why use them? But that's not really how. I don't think that's how we should be judging all of these.
Yeah,
that's technically comparing.
I'm gonna go. Classes. I think I'm gonna go with B plus for now, but I might bump her into A later. We'll see. Both are possible. Yeah. Okay. Right. We're actually making some decent pace here, I think. Wow.
Yeah.
Easy jinx.
Through, aren't we?
I think. Yeah. At least amount-wise, around that. Yeah.
Yeah, there's going to be more discussion on the later ones.
Yeah, I think it's going to slow down later for sure, but still, yeah.
For sure, yeah. The low stars, there's really not much to say about the low stars.
Yeah, we even tried to talk more on them. I feel like that what we could have actually. So we tried to bring up some discussion on every servant.
Yeah.
But next up, entering the last belt era, we got Nyanta Alter. We covered the Archer version again very many weeks ago, but now we're here on the Berserker, the edgy cat. So single target, quick DPS, 9.8k attack, puts her just a bit above average among 4-star Berserkers, so it's alright. She has the double buster, double quick deck, which is a first on this list, which I quite like on her. That's good. It's both Scotty's synergies, so hey, pretty cool. And her gains are actually maybe the best of all the servants here so far, just because she has more gains cards, mostly because of that. So, hey, cool. Now, first skill has been buffed on a 5-turn cooldown. She gets 6k absorb for 1 turn, 20 star bomb, and then 50% buster crit damage for 1 turn. Very similar to Beowulf's crit skill as well. It's a bit more, focused on the buster, of course, but, it's a bigger star bomb too. It's fine. It works. You know, it makes sense. Gives her a good burst turn when you have a buster or two from her deck. Second skill, she gets the same skill as Archer does. So on a 5-turn cooldown, the full party gets 50% quick mana burst for 1 turn. Ooh, not a huge fan of this. Again, it helps with the MP damage too and whatnot, but if that's all the skill does for a single target DPS, I am not a huge fan. And chances are it being AoE doesn't really make too much of a difference anyway, because you're probably just going to bring supports with her. Unless you bring like someone like maybe Assassin Wu, maybe she could benefit. I'm just spitballing here. Alright, third skill, 6-turn cooldown. She gets an evasion for 1 turn and 50% crit damage for 3 turns. Pretty good. You know, it's better than Mind's Eye Fake. Higher crit damage, I guess. Cool. She will need a bit more absorb from supports, chances are, because, you know, she only gets that 1 turn absorb, but, you know, that's why we have the Scotties, I guess. Okay. It's an okay skill set. Mostly brought down by the second skill in my eyes. But Hard Survival is cool. Alright, passives, we got the unique one, 8% buster up and crit star generation. Cool. Nice little combo with her card types as well. 10% crit damage, also a nice little complement there for more damage. Probably have the best passive so far, overall. Archer crit resistance, yeah, nah. I don't know what's happening, but I'm just hearing weird noises from outside. Hopefully the mic is not picking it up. Anyway, MP seals the target for 1 turn. Love that. And then the overcharge is base 500 damage curse for 5 turns on the target, scaling up to 2.5k. That one I don't really like. She has nothing else for curse, so that's literally just a meme. It's just a bad overcharge. But the MP seal is very nice. I do like that. It's 100% chance on base too, so no real big RNG needed. She's kind of basic, right? But, you know, she's kind of easy to use as well at the same time, you know? So there's some charm to that, I suppose.
Yeah. Honestly, I feel like she's pretty comparable to Beowulf. She doesn't quite have the... She doesn't have the NP upgrade, but I think she has a better NP just because I prefer the NP seal.
With the crit chance down.
Yeah, and like evade is generally a stronger effect than guts, just because it doesn't leave you at low HP. Although with berserkers, it's better to have that coverage for more than 1 turn, because you're gonna always be taking bonus damage. But the fact that she does synergize with Scotty quite well, like the Buster quick. It's nice. Good. It's good. But they both are able to do the NP burst turn and then also the crit burst turn, so they can both, even though they have the bursty skills, they can still stagger them for multiple turns of damage.
Oh my god, my editor just told me to check my DMs in my chat. What the? Okay, give me a second here.
Damn.
Okay.
But I do
Oh
find
shit.
it pretty neat. And I think some people may have had their opinions of her positively influenced by Lily Ocarina, because she used her like a shit ton in her videos. But yeah, good servant, I think.
Yeah.
Honestly, I want to put her up there like B+ or A. Like,
Yeah, that's kind of fair.
Actually, I'm not sure if I'd rank her higher than Nobu.
Yeah, maybe they should be around the same.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah, it's B+ or A.
I just got messaged on Steam as well by my brother now. What the fuck? Everyone's messaging me now. I assume that was audible on stream as well. My apologies. Usually, I am offline on Steam, but I forgot this time. It's funny because both Kaiser, my editor, and my brother wanted to message me like 2 minutes apart. That's kind of crazy timing. Anyway, for now, I'm going to place her next to Nobu, I think, with B+, and we might just shift both later.
Check DMs right quick, by the way.
What is this? Oh my god. Okay, very, very important stuff.
Yeah, sorry guys. It's above your pay grade, chat. Anyways.
Okay.
It's Jerker.
Yeah. Okay, next one. Sorry about that. Right, keeping the show on the road. Next welfare and the last welfare, I guess. Yeah, even though it's been a while. But yeah, they don't like printing too many Berserker welfares, of course. We got Summer Alter. There she is. Single target buster DPS. A lot of these on the 4 stars, but makes sense on Berserkers. Basically 10.3k attack, yeah. Which again, very good. Good number. It's not the highest, but it's good. Above average for Berserker 4 stars as well. Full red, of course. And then her gains cards are actually pretty decent. The quick and the arts, not too shabby. I mean, overall her gains won't still be that great with the triple buster, but you know, playing the devil's advocate, I guess. First skill on a 6-turn cooldown, she gets a regen buff for 3 turns. So at the end of every turn, she gets an evasion for 1 attack, 1 turn for 3 turns. So every turn she can basically dodge 1 attack. It's actually not that bad. I think it's pretty decent. It offers a good amount of protection. And then she gets 30% MP generation for 3 turns, which again, with all the busters she has, is not the best buff ever. But you know, her 2 cards that actually do gain a little bit, you know, they get a small boost from this, yeah, for sure. Second skill on a 5-turn cooldown, she gets 20% attack for 3 turns, and then she gets this on debuff, on attack debuff for 3 turns, which does 500 damage burns on the enemy for 3 turns when normal attacking. So anything besides the MP, including the extra, will afflict these burns the next 3 turns. There's no limit to these either. Mostly like honey, like synergy or something. I don't think she's really like legit for burn stuff. So it's mostly just for that. And then the third skill on a 6-turn cooldown, she gets 20% buster for 1 turn. She gets 20% battery, and then 1k damage to self, which cannot be lethal. Kinda underwhelming, I wanna say, this skill though. Like on a 6-turn cooldown, you only get a 20% battery and 20% buster. Well, the batteries may be fine, I feel like, but 20% buster for 1 turn? I mean, come on, that could have been 3 turns, I feel like. But okay, cautious and all that. Berserker welfare, it's pretty early on. Okay, I get it. The skill set, I'm not that hot on it overall. I think it's passable. It's a passable skill set. I don't hate it. I don't love it. Passive, I do love though. 12% permanent buster. That's amazing. Archer crit resistance, not that relevant. The MP, yay, it is a free MP5, but effects-wise, yeah, we are looking pretty grim. So nothing besides damage on normals, and then overcharges 3k burn on the target for 3 turns, scaling up to 5k. It's a good base amount, but again, you're not really gonna bring her for burn, you know, burn stuff anyway, so it's just mostly a meme still. FX-wise, just a bad MP. But it does hit pretty hard. Because, you know, free MP and MP5, and she has some damage in her kit too, and high attack, so she's not completely hopeless. She has some nice stuff going for her. Oh, yeah. What do you think about Summer Alter in 2024? I feel like every year she looks maybe a little worse, but mostly the same.
She's the reason why Lubu is not looking that good.
True.
I already mentioned that earlier.
Yeah.
Just having someone who can nuke one of like most any type of class, like 20% battery, and not as good as 30% battery, but still, it's still gonna get you a quick NP, fast NP. That's a better way to put it. So like I think she's like all right. I don't like that. I don't like the part about welfares where they're carried by the fact that they're in P5. I don't like because it leads to a lot of them being undertuned.
Yeah.
Just because like they don't want to make them too broken.
But then Iori
then
happened and everything, you know, is a mess now.
Yeah. And then it leads to servants like Hokusai who are just carried completely by their free NP5. So like it's just she can excel at NP damage. Her kit's not really like that much anything. I guess her first skill is in an ideal situation, potentially a better PFA.
Yeah.
Because like if you're taking one hit per turn with PFA, it's basically the same thing. But like then again, like you're not it's a higher cooldown. Yeah.
I think she should be like a flat B maybe. Like she's fine. Mostly carried again by the free MP5 doing good damage, but besides that, I think she doesn't offer as much as some of the other single target busters we've already covered so far. You think she should be higher or something?
Looking at something right quick. Hold on.
Yeah.
She is quite considerably higher than a lot of the competition and damage, and sometimes all you need, like I don't know, she's the type of servant you just bring for the damage. Like she
Yeah.
doesn't really have niches. She doesn't really have much anything that sets her apart other than just she uses her NP fairly quickly. It's like uh, side grade of Kintoki. I don't know, like because Kintoki has the bigger battery. It's they serve the same purpose, even though like she has a better general kit, I would say.
Yeah, they just live and die by their MPs.
Yeah. It's
So how high does that place her?
B or B plus, I think. I just not a huge fan of her. I don't know. I feel like Jalter is.
How do you think she compares to Ibaraki at B?
I kind of, yeah. I think B plus. Like I think she's better than Ibaraki.
Yeah, fair. Okay.
Just not a huge fan of Jalter. Maybe I just have a natural aversion to the most popular things.
Well, if anything, I think she went up. I think she was a flat B last year. So, she just went up. There you go.
Yeah, well, you're welcome, Jalter fans. Maybe that'll forgive me in your eyes.
Maybe. At least Pavel carries a grudge for very long, I've noticed. But he doesn't represent every Jalter fan, so there's hope. Okay. Anyway, moving on.
A lot of Mills in chat. Fortunately, they're all from one person.
All right. It's not too bad. All right, let's talk about the Dino Mommy next. We got Kouyou Kijo. There she is. A yokai, wow. She's single target buster too, right? Wait, or is she AoE? I always forget.
Yeah, she's single target.
Single, okay. I wasn't sure. Okay, good to check. So, 9.1k attack is sadly on the lower side. We're going back this direction again. So that's probably one of her biggest downsides, if anything. She is also full buster. Shocking. Very shocking. But her gains are actually good. On the gains cards, that is. Not overall, really, but the gains cards are pretty good, both of them. Yeah. Extra is decent, too. Alright, let's see the skills, if my scroll wants to work anytime soon. Okay. 5-turn cooldown. She gets 30% defense for 3 turns, and then 5k absorb for 1 turn. So it's basically, it's a morph of her own version. Similar to Ibaraki's, but, instead of the bonus defense for 1 turn, she gets the bonus absorb for 1 turn. So it's a bit more offensive than defensive. Offers a bit of crit potential too outside of supports. And some defense is passable. Second skill on 6-turn cooldown, she gets 30% quick and buster for 3 turns. And then 1 ally, this is the targeted part, gets overcharged by 1 step 1 time 3 turns. Overcharge, from what I remember, is pretty decent on her too, right? It's like attack. Yeah, it's attack. Oh, it's really good actually on her. Ooh, okay, we'll get to that later. But yeah, very good. Chances are you're just going to use it on herself for sure. Okay. It's a decent skill. Yeah. I like that the overcharge also is not like 1 turn, so you don't have to immediately cash out on that, because chances are you might not be able to, depending on when you pop this. So it's alright. Third skill, 6-turn cooldown. The full party gets a 2k heal. Everyone gets -1 debuff. The latest one gets purged, and then everyone also gets 3 turns of instant kill immunity. I'm not a huge fan of this skill. Like, for instant kill immunity, you would definitely bring someone else, so that's never a reason to bring her. There's way better options for that. But, the one debuff cleanse and the heal is okay. I kind of wish she wasn't this defensive, though, honestly.
So, an interesting thing about her third skill, this is basically the best application of instant kill and community immunity. Like, their most instant kill resistance or immunity is like one time. Like
For
Nightingale
MP.
has it one time, Scotty has it one time. I think Inshin has it one time, but he only has it for himself anyways, so whatever. It's just and then you have Miss Crane who has it targetable for 3 turns.
I feel like that's better because she's a support anyway.
Yeah,
Even though
maybe,
this is
but
AoE.
then also, like, maybe you just want everyone to be instant death immune for a few turns. Like, there's a Lost Belt 7 boss that puts instant death on everyone, basically, like, whenever she attacks. I found her fairly useful there, but, like, basically the best use case for instant death immunity or resistance or anything was the King Hassan quest in Neurofest.
Yeah.
And she's an actively terrible pick there because she will not live long enough.
Yeah. So it's the funny part is that a lot of her kit is dedicated to defense, but it's not like crazy good defense is the problem. Like she's sacrificing a lot of offense to have more defensive tools, but they're not like they would be like okay for like a saber, for instance, I think. But for a berserker, heals, 1 debuff cleanse, instant kill immune, which is very situational, 30% defense, like they're good, but I feel like for a berserker, again, you want those hard defensive tools instead. But having 2 skills, one fully dedicated to defense, I'm not a huge fan of that, honestly. Like I feel like they should either go with like a hard defense or more offense.
Yeah, I would trade her the 1 debuff removal. I would trade that. I would trade the instant kill immunity for a full debuff removal because, like, the third one is basically never a useful niche, and then the HP it's rarely enough to make a difference. Like maybe it's good, maybe it's a little something for a support, but
Yeah.
for her it doesn't do much. But if it was full debuff removal, then like usually the times debuffs are that big of an issue is when there's a lot of them.
Yeah. So yeah, very mixed feelings about the skills, honestly.
Yeah.
I like the second skill though. That complements her playstyle at least.
I just genuinely don't know what they're thinking with the quick buff. Like, why? Like,
it is a bit over because he only has 1 quick though. But at least the Buster still didn't get like taxed too much. It's still 30%. I like that.
I think she was initially planned to have a Buster quick deck, but they changed their mind and left her second skill as was. Like
Saber Stolf moment or something.
Buster there instead of quick, or maybe, dude, if they put an arts buff on that instead of a quick, that unironically would be really good because that would mean her arts card would be like 3+%.
Yeah. Anyway,
she's still got okay gains though.
Yeah.
All right. Above average.
True. Passives, we got 10% Buster up, very nice, and then 15% Magic or Debuff Res also on top. Pretty cool, actually. Although she already has some cleanse stuff anyway. Saber Crit Res, nah. The MP is pretty good, actually. She does a burn on the target for 500 damage. Actually, no, for self. She burns herself for 500 damage for 3 turns before damage. That's like, it's not that big of a deal, because you can also cleanse it, I believe, with the 3rd skill. But then the overcharge, so base 20% attack for self for 3 turns before damage, getting to 40%. So it's literally ramp up, and the overcharge can boost this too. The overcharge is really good. So that at least saves the MP, so it's pretty decent actually, even if her skills are like kind of a mixed bag. 10 hits as well, so you get some stars out of it.
So a really interesting thing about her, which I haven't really run into any situation where it's useful, but you see it says burn unstackable on there. It
Yeah.
so that burn is really unique in that it is not just a burn debuff, it's also technically burn immunity.
Ah, so no other burns can affect her too when this
Yeah,
is on her. Oh, that's I guess
she
that makes
has that,
sense.
and no other burn will affect her.
Wow.
It's kind of interesting. I haven't run into a situation where it's particularly useful, but
Yeah.
maybe sometime we'll have a quest where burn gets spammed a lot, and then that's a bad thing.
Yeah, you can do that from the top of my head because I hate that CQ. It's the Taiga one from Tesla Fest and some of the Nero Fests, where if you kill Nobu last, her burning field always applies nasty burns on you every single turn. It ramps up pretty fast. There's one example, I guess. But it also affects
I
your
guess
other characters, and this is only for herself, so I don't know.
guess another situation where it might matter. There is a boss, literally basically the first quest in Lost Belt 6, which you may or may not remember. Uh, she
Mm,
she puts like a massive burn debuff on everyone. It's like 10k burn.
oh, yeah.
It's a person, by the way. It's yeah, it's someone who came back for an ordeal call, free quest thing. Yeah,
Sure.
no reason to get more hints. It,
Alright.
it's but like at that point, like it doesn't start doing damage until the next turn, and you could just remove it.
Yeah.
Tomoe and Epic Remnant. Yeah, that's oh yes, Tomoe, who most people have already beaten like years in the past.
Yeah.
Dude, I beat her like 4 years ago. Holy shit! It has
It's been
been
a
so
while,
long.
yeah. I don't know, I feel like she's not that great, sadly. I like the MP, the ramp up, honestly, but besides that, I feel like basically all the other single target 4 stars we've covered so far, the Buster ones at least, I kind of like more than her. Especially, she's also limited, which I didn't mention. Not that it matters too much in this case, but still, yeah. I feel like the other ones, like I think they have a more solid game plan in mind.
Yeah, she's kind of a mixed bag. She doesn't really go that far in any direction, which is a real shame because she's like top 10 servants for me. She's one of my favorites.
Yeah, she's really
It's
cool
just
design-wise.
yeah, she's really unique. It's it, like I do like the ramp up effect on RNP a lot. It is able
Mm,
like you're able to keep up your damage for more than just 3 turns, like, with her second skill. So, like, it's just she's got such a weird mixed bag. I feel like she is super comparable to Ibaraki, though.
I was
They both
about to
have the
say I
3
might
turn
put her
defense
next
buff.
to Ibaraki.
Yeah, they both have the 3 turn defense buffs. They both have 1 turn crit skill, even though one's absorb and the other's crit damage. They both have a debuff cleanse niche, although one's targetable full and the other's AoE 1.
Mm.
And then they both have ramp on their NP. They both have like they're super comparable. I'd say I do prefer the absorb over the one turn crit
More
buff
defense,
because
yeah.
like there's a lot of servants that give you crit damage support but not crit absorb. Like you got
Yeah.
Vitch and you got Summer Scotty, but having more than just that, like honestly, uh, absorb is pretty rare these days. I know I've been talking a lot about Vitch as of late and how it's a big boon for Buster decks, but it's I don't know. It's just like
Mm.
that.
I think I'm just gonna plop her next to Ibaraki at B tier then, yeah. They're so comparable, yeah.
Fine with that.
Mm. Okay. Makes sense. Alright, moving on to another summer servant. I feel like there's a big gap in these summers though. Probably like 2 events or something. But yeah, here we go. Summer Bryn is up next on the chopping block. Her Lancer variant was covered already many weeks ago, the 5-star one, but now we get Summer 4-star. So AoE Buster DPS. Again, you can kind of brute force her to loop, but I would definitely use her more as a DPS. Instead, her tools look way better for that. Attack-wise,
I've never
yeah.
realized this, but she has toothpaste hair.
Oh yeah. Oh my. Why did you have to do that to me? Oh no. Oh no. I hate you now. I kind of hate you now. Oh no. I'm gonna edit that out from the video later. I swear.
Bro.
Anyway, 10.2k attack.
At the most random time, and you.
Oh my
like,
god. Yeah. There's no way I'm gonna go through the
really
effort at that
important,
point.
then I'll say it.
Fuck, dude. Okay. Whatever.
That's toothpaste hair.
Alright, attack is good at 10.2k. That's nice and solid again. Once again, triple buster. Yeah, she's back. And sure, her gains cards are still decent though. Not bad at all. But still, overall, that gains could be better. But although her skill set makes up for that a lot though. So yeah, first skill on a 5-turn cooldown, she gets an evasion for 2 hits, 3 turns, and also a damage cut for 1k damage cut for 3 attacks. 3 turns. That is a very solid defensive skill, actually. I like that. 2 great things together. Now, sometimes you might not never need the damage cut, which is fine, you know, as long as you're safe. Isn't that all that skill, you know, is for anyway? So yeah, I like it. It's good. It's flexible. Good uptime. Second skill, 6-turn cooldown. There we go. 20% gauge per turn for 3 turns, and then 10 stars per turn for 3 turns. Mostly nice for the gauge, I want to say. The stars are like whatever for her. But hey, that gauge per turn is real nice. Easier to use them MPs. And then the third skill. On a 5-turn cooldown, she gets 30% arts and buster for 3 turns. And then all allies that have the loved one trait get 30% buster and arts up for 3 turns as well. She doesn't get this, sadly. So you can't double up on that. Let's see, how many... I mean, there's a lot of loved one allies, yeah, because it's the same as her trait in the MP for Lancer too. There's a lot of them.
I wish it was, like, easier to tell which servants have it, because, like, I don't know.
It's mostly dudes, but there's a lot of girls that have it too, so it's really weird.
Is it, like, virtuous, like, hero people?
I have no idea, honestly. It's
like,
so weird.
Like, on one hand, you got a cool guy like Arash or Toda that has it. But then you also have Vlad. Like, I don't know what the consistency is.
Yeah, why is Vlad Zerg there? That's kind of weird.
Yeah, Canis. Like...
Kiritsugu. Okay. But yeah, there you go. It's still, at least you still get a good chunk of the main card set for herself for, you know, on a good uptime regardless. So even if you might not benefit too much from the allied one every time, you know, still decent. I quite like this skill set. It's one of the better ones we've seen so far. That's for sure, even if it's kind of basic. 3.5% buster up on the passive. Sadly a bit low, but it is what it is. Divinity E, no thanks. Anti-Lancer. Append for crit resistance, that is. Nah. The MP is very cool though. So before damage, 1 turn of Invul Pierce, love it. And then also before damage, on base overcharge, 20% buster up for self, scaling up to 60%. It's a good MP FX wise, even if it's basic. Both things are good. No useless curses or, God forbid, any insta-kill or anything like that. So, yeah, it's good. She is limited, of course, being a summer servant. That is not a welfare, but, you know, still a good MP, yeah?
Yeah, dude.
I think I kind of wish she had a bit more crit focus, but I guess supports help with that too. Because otherwise, she just mostly is there for the MP. Granted, it is easier to spam her MP than some of the other competition, of course, with the slightly better deck for gains, and then the second skill, of course.
Yeah, fun fact, she has literally... minus the Buster card is 1 more hit, but she has basically the exact same gains as Kijo Koyo, except she has an arts buff instead of a quick buff.
Oh yeah,
and that's part of why I wish we had an arts buff on Kijo Koyo instead, because it really does show her arts.
They totally did it so you can generate more stars for that 1 turn of absorb, right?
Her arts card is really good. Like, it's like when you got her 3rd skill active, she has a better arts card than King Hassan. Like, it's a really good card. It's just a matter of getting it to crit or something. that can be.
It's not the easiest thing to do, but yeah.
But like Mighty Chains, they make a lot of stuff a lot more consistent. I think she's really solid. She's a lot like Pinth, except she's AoE and just generally has better skills because they both have the recharge. They both have the team buffs, but she also has evade, pierce invuln. She has stars per turn. Like I like her a lot. I'd say she is definitely one of the stronger AoE 4-star berserkers. There's
I mean, there's not that much competition, but yeah, I agree anyway. Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like the main competition is one of the new entries coming up sooner than later, but yeah.
Yeah.
So, I'm thinking B plus or A.
I'm thinking A. Like she's so solid. She's got a lot of just good things.
I can possibly do an A without feeling too bad about it, yeah. Yeah. Okay. We'll give Beowulf a friend. Okay.
Oh, I forgot there was an A plus tier.
Yep.
I'm not saying that because of
I get you. Okay. All right. Next up, Summer 6. We got back-to-back summer events with the 4 stars. So now we got Summer Sei Shounagon, the Zoomer author, at least at FGO, I guess. So single target, quick DPS. So probably mostly compared to Nianta Alter, if I had to guess. Stat-wise, 9.9k attack, pretty okay. Higher than average on 4-star berserkers. Full buster deck is back. What's a mother flippin' gun? Her gains are also pretty good on the, her arts and quick as well. Much like some of the recent ones. Buster's like, whatever, but those 2 cards generate well. First skill.
Yeah, 3% arts card, by the way.
Yeah, just flat out.
King Hassan card.
Yeah.
And also, she crits really easily, so it's good.
Yeah. We'll see that soon. Yeah. Anyway, first skill, 6-turn cooldown, 30% attack up for self for 3 turns, 30% crit damage for self for 3 turns, and then a 20% battery. I mean, that's good. That's a good skill. It's packed full of offense with decent uptimes. So, yeah, it's good. It works. Second skill on 6-turn cooldown, she gets an evasion for 2 attacks, 3 turns. 100% crit damage for 1 turn and then 5k absorb for 1 turn. So I like that the evasion is 2 hits, 3 turns. If it was 1 turn, I would not be super happy with this skill. But now it's way more flexible, and now, hey, that's a big crit burst turn. Yes, the downtime is big, but wow, that turn, you're gonna smash. Oh my. Combine it with the first skill too. I didn't mean it like that, but okay, fair enough. Anyway, skill 3, 5-turn cooldown.
You said oh my right after it too, okay?
Okay, that was just... okay, whatever. Targeted skill. 1 ally gets healed by 3k. They get burn immune for 3 turns, so there's another way to combat that, I guess. Finally, I was just talking about with Kouyou Kijo. And then you get 25 stars. Ooh, so with that, you don't even need a support to go with the second skill. That's definitely enough stars for a nice crit turn. Whoa. It's a great skill set, honestly. I mean, the burn immunity is like whatever. Otherwise, I think there's a lot to like here. Yeah, for a 4-star especially, this is pretty good. Wow. Alright, passives, she got 4% Buster up. Pretty good, she still has triple Buster on the deck. Could be higher even. She gets 4% Absorb for her 1 quick card. Sure, dude. And then she has 100% Charm Resistance. Not immunity, but resistance. But in most cases, it's basically the same thing. So, hey, that's a cool little bonus, I want to say, yeah. Anti-Ruler or Crit Resistance. Could be an option, of course. I feel like Ruler is one of the better ones we can see here. Because most normal classes don't want to fight them anyway. Now, the MP. So, this is where I have this is my main criticism of her. I like her otherwise, but the MP, so they basically did the same as, Archer for the most part. It's just full of niches, and that's it. So, First of all, she gets anti-lawful servant damage, 50% for 1 turn before damage. I mean, it's not that big of a problem that it is servant only because, mostly only servants have alignments anyway. So basically think of it as a lawful mod for the most part. Then she gets 50% shadow servant damage for 1 turn before damage. That one is kind of a meme. I don't remember that many hard quests that actually have shadow servants in them. In fact, it's way better for Archer, I feel like, because she's more farming, she's half farming, half DPSing. Berserker, not really for farming at all, so for her it's even worse. And then the overcharge is actually the best one, I feel like, is man attribute damage for 1 turn before damage as well, scaling from 50% base OC to 100% bonus. It's a 7-hitter, so you get a few stars out of it too, despite being single target. So if anything, I think the MP is definitely her weakest part, but I do like her crit potential though. There's a lot to like in the kit itself, and the cards of course, synergy with supports. I like her, I do like her. The MP is definitely a miss, but I do like her. So you said you have a lot to say about her, right?
Oh, I just realized something actually. There's like at least 10 more lawful good servants than I thought there were, because there's
Oh, for Salome?
Yeah, because I forgot to click the all servants for Game Press. They only had the up till 2 years ago listed.
Oh, okay.
Anyways, Sei, I think, is like really, really well designed.
Yeah.
If you look at her skills, she is it is perfectly portioned effects.
Yeah.
So you've got all of your offensive effects on her first skill, then you got a second skill with another offensive effect, but you've got a 2-hit evade for
It's
3
mostly for
turns.
the
So
defense though, but yeah, still, it's good.
it's really flexible, and then it can also be used for 1 crit turn. And then on another turn, you can also have her third skill. So you can use her you'll basically always use that skill for the stars, but you can use it on an ally and still she can get the stars out of it. So
Yeah.
you can use that in tandem with their second skill if you have no stars, or you can save it for the next turn when you already have a decent amount of stars and you just want her to crit again.
Yeah.
So there's not really any conflicting incentives to use these skills other than the evade one, and then that one is, I'd say, it's fairly easy to time.
Yeah.
Anyways.
Thank God it's not 1 turn flat. This is so much better like this.
Yeah, and also the buff values on her stuff it's ridiculous. You got 100% crit, you got 30% more crit, 30% attack, and then also you have the NP, which has special attack buffs, which will give you even more damage against those on your cards. So you can have 180% power mod.
I feel like the Shadow Servant one is irrelevant, but the Lawful mod and the Man
yeah.
attribute one are legit though, depending on your matchup.
Yeah, basically all of the Shadow Servant enemies have too low HP for it to matter whether or not you get bonuses, but all that other stuff, really good. And hold on. There's one more thing. Okay, Mighty Chains are such a huge impact on her, because the problem that in my opinion always hurt and quick NPs that have Buster decks is you use the NP and what the hell do you do with the rest of the hand? The best way to do damage would be Buster, NP, Buster. And that leaves you with basically no charge. But now you can do NP Art Buster, and that shit is the best type of chain you can do. Because you make stars with the NP, although it's not as much stars for her, but you got stars in other places. Then you make charge with the second card, and you make damage with the third card.
Yeah, it's a good mix of everything.
Yes, it's so good.
Always, you're not always gonna get that, but if you do, you're gonna feel happy about it though.
Yeah, and then you're getting art starting bonus on those other cards. So you're getting 3 or 6% off of the Buster. You're getting oh wait, hold on. Would that 3 be? I don't know, a shit ton with the art.
Yeah,
it's just a lot. You look at
especially if you crit.
Does.
Yeah,
it's that. And then her quick card is also almost as good as his. It's 4% instead of 5%. So it's just like she's a really well-designed servant, and I love her gameplay. And she also has basically the lowest impact passive in the entire game. Like, you think the 1% Buster is useless on Beowulf? How about 4% more Star Absorb on a single quick card? It increases the absorb on her quick card by 0.4. She has like that is one 250th of what a saber has.
Yeah.
It is insane how undertuned that effect is, but it's just in reference to the Archer version having a better version of that. And
Of
she actually
course.
has absorb for it to impact anything. But
Yeah.
but yeah, great servant. Like A or A plus for me.
I'm thinking A plus, honestly. I think she can definitely be A plus.
Damage potential. Like I simp for her, and not even character or anything. It's just her gameplay is so good.
Yeah, it makes sense. It's good. I think A plus is fair, honestly. We got the first one.
Yeah.
Ooh. There you go. Bam.
Yeah.
All right, we got a few more 3 stars left. Next one is the last one of the latest ones from last year, and then we got 2 new ones.
Oh boy.
But this one is still a big one, though, so let's not kid ourselves, because we got Brynhildr next, of course. Oh, did I say 3 stars? My bad, I bet 4 stars. My brain is a bit fried already. Anyway, yeah, here she is. Single target arts DPS, and she's interesting. So yeah, first of all, 10.4k attack. Again, very solid number on that. Very high. She's got double buster, double arts deck, which perfectly complements her gameplay if you ask me. Very solid. First skill on a 6-turn cooldown, -1 tick from all enemies. Wow. Then they get -20% defense for 3 turns. Wow. Then they get -20% crit chance now for 3 turns. Wow. That's a skill right there. Like, bruh. That is a great ass skill, dude. Wow. Starting really strong. Second skill, 6-turn cooldown. She gets 30% arts and buster for 3 turns, and then chaotic alignment damage 50% for 3 turns. Again, makes sense. Is good. And considering she's a berserker, let's take a look. I'll be briefly here, I'm not going to count or anything, but yeah, look how many chaotic servants there are. That's way above 100. It's not even close. That's a lot of chaotic servants, so very, very good value, like giga value even. Third skill.
Have an anti-column alignment.
Yeah, it's an anti-column.
Yeah, instead of an anti-row, because there's like 7 rows versus 3 columns. Great.
All right, third skill, 6-turn cooldown, targeted taunt for 1 turn, and then she gets 50% battery and a 3k heal for herself. Wow. As if the MP wasn't spammable enough already. And then she also can protect herself by redirecting damage. This is a really good skill set. Especially considering she's arts even. Oh my. Like, it's just, this is such a good skill set. Even though it looks basic, it's really good.
She has a 5-star skill set for some reason. I don't know why they overtuned it so hard.
They're like, evil bitches must be OP, man. Anyway, passive, 12% buster up. Cool. It's not even that big of a deal for her, but you know, might as well have the max rank of the passive too. Anti-saber crit res, that one's like whatever still. Alright, the MP, oh my. So first of all, before damage, all defensive buffs gone. Cool. 150% super effective against dragons. Cool. Again, not just servants, any dragon enemies, so even normal enemies that have that get nuked. And then after damage, -20% arts rest on the target for 3 turns on base, and then scaling up to 40%. Ramp up, we love it too, even if it's after damage. Man, this servant though, oh, this servant. Oh, she's so good. So freaking good. She's not like, And then the chaotic, like even without the chaotic thing, she's already good. But then there's so many options for the chaotic targets. Bruh, she's so overtuned for a 4-star. Oh my. You got anything nice to add? Well, I guess not opposite or something.
So God, she is really, really good.
Yeah.
She's great because she has like not only does she have good niche damage, she also has like other niches like targetable invuln, not invuln, targetable
Taunt, yeah.
taunt. That shit is so rare, and it's always so good for berserkers because on one hand you can taunt a support and get them killed, cycle in another support. On the other hand, you can taunt her and get gain.
Yeah, Castoria invul or special invul, easy combo.
Yeah. And then she has 5% at base that she's getting per hit. So even if you have no cards, you're probably going to end up looping without battery on that. It is like you can turn her into Summer Reese, basically. Of course, you have to bring some other form of survival for that, and that could prove a bit of a problem. But if you're using Castoria, like,
I mean, you can literally use a Mystic Code too, so it's not a problem at all.
So the thing about that though is if you use the Mystic Code, now you don't have the Mystic Code in case the enemy's like impeding or something, or because she's probably going to be the most.
I mean, you can just settle with the taunt on someone else anyway to protect her with that too, and exactly. Her gains are good enough anyway.
Yeah, and like the heal is negligible. Like it's she's a berserker. It's going to be it's basically a 1500 heal. But her first skill is kind of hilarious because there's servants that have like Mephistopheles has a 60% chance of draining.
Oh my god, it's so sad. Oh,
there's so many effects.
It's AoE too. This would be pretty decent on single target, but all of the effects are AoE on 100% base. Bruv.
Yeah, and Fran gets a single target stun and a defense debuff for 1 turn.
It's not even guaranteed on this stuff.
Dude,
this rank is B++. I want to see EX of this. It would instant win the fight.
Oh, dude, it's...
Dude, you know, the alignments say chaotic balance, but I say chaotic broken.
Dude, I think that there's more interesting stuff to be said about her, but that's going to be in comparison to other servants later because she has several competitors, and I think those comparisons are really interesting. That's actually part of what my my video about berserkers it may or may not be about.
Oh, more teasers. Wow.
So yeah, sub for
again.
That,
look forward to Otto pushing that video out if you want to learn more about single target berserkers.
Yeah, I've been hyping it for like months, but I've been lazing about. But I finally got like half of the work done. So,
well, there you go. Very hype. But yeah, I assume you're easy EX, no arguments. Obviously, she's one of the best 4-stars in the game for frick's sakes. Not just berserkers, like she's just so good.
Yeah, I was doing like this sort of speedrun account thing, just something to run the part 1 as fast as possible without any like external support. I rolled on her banner and I was able to get her NP1. She was like carrying.
I bet she was.
It's kind of funny. I got her and I got Eris. I was trying to get Summer Ibuki, but I couldn't get Summer Ibuki, unfortunately.
Well, at least Eris is still good too. Although if you have, Cream Hill, you might just use her instead. Chances are.
Oh no, I was using both of them.
Okay. I guess that's fair too. Yeah.
Yeah. Also, Ruler Cats was kind of a carry there. Rulers are really good in part 1, by the way.
Yeah, that class is good. Yeah.
Anyways, this is Duryodhana.
Yeah, so on that note, we're going to talk about the first new addition to this year's tier list. There's 3 of them, 2 are 4-stars, and we got Mr. Duryodhana as the first one coming in, released with the Ordeal Call 1. Story lock too, by the way. He's an AoE arts berserker, farming, DPSing. He can kind of do both, honestly. You know, nice and modern. He's got 9.4k attack, which is below average for 4-star berserkers, but nothing like too detrimental. Double buster, double art stick. Pretty good for his playstyle, I would say, yeah. Gains, they're okay. They're not amazing. They're okay.
No, his card gain is actively horrible. He has,
oh, wait.
I think he has like the 3rd worst art card and the arts card.
Yeah, it's less than 1% actually. Oh no.
Yeah, it's less than 1%. It's pretty bad. I mean, he's got AoE arts though, so that's
okay.
Yeah, and he does crit easy.
Yeah. Okay.
Quick cards like meh, but arts cards are actively bad.
Alright, first skill, 5-turn cooldown, full party gets 20% attack for 3 turns. They also get 20% crit damage for 3 turns. And then the really stupid part, 1 random ally gets 5k absorb for 1 turn. Like, why? What? It's so weird and stupid.
It's a funny skill. I love using this skill and seeing my 20 stars go... my 30 stars go 100% to... my Hans instead. So now he has no stars because goes to Hans.
I mean, the second skill helps a little bit, but still, even then, it's like it's so it would just remove. It's actually a demerit. It should say demerit, honestly, because if it doesn't land on him, it's a demerit. Like,
I mean, it's not. I don't think it's too bad of a thing though, because he does make a lot of stars with his with another skill that we'll see in a moment.
Yeah. Anyway, whatever. It's weird. At least the other skills make more sense. So, second skill, 6-turn cooldown, gets 30% arts up for 3 turns, 30% crit damage for 3 turns, and a 15-star bomb. Pretty solid. It makes sense. It's all offense, you know? Farming, DPSing, we got it. And then to make it even better with the stars, we got the third skill. So, 6-turn cooldown. 5k absorb for him, or I guess this is targeted, but you're probably going to use it on him. But yeah, 5k absorb for 1 ally for 3 turns. 20 stars per turn for 3 turns, 10% gauge for himself every turn for 3 turns, and then all enemies get a minus 40% debuff rest for 1 turn. Very cool. This is a very important skill for him. You'll see with the MP as well in particular. So yeah, very important skill, okay? And this definitely makes his crits way more consistent too. Even as an arts-based servant, with all this star stuff that he has going on, he can actually crit for sure, yeah. There's not a problem. Overall, despite this weird line here on the first skill, the kit is still good. Now, obviously, there's like no defense whatsoever, but it can be a little bit excused by the fact that he's an art servant. You know, we just gotta be realistic. Castor exists and all, but so yeah, it's not the end of the world that he doesn't really have any like proper defense. In fact, it might even be better that he's full offense, honestly. So yeah, it's a good skill set. I just hate this one line. Anyway, 1% buster up on the passive. It's like Beowulf. It's the exact same thing. It's like nothing. Enjoy. Crit resistance on Lancers. Not that relevant. The MP is amusing, so there's nothing on normal effect besides damage, but then the overcharge on base 60% chance to do a minus 20% rainbow for 3 turns on all enemies for 3 turns. They're all individual calculations, scaling up to 100%. Now, you can, I believe, combine this with the third skill though, so if you land this minus 40% debuff rest down, they become 100% land rate on base, right? I'm pretty sure that's how that works. So at least on bosses it's way better. But for farming, you only get that like 1 time, basically, which is by the first turn. Wait, actually, does he need the 10% gauge per turn for farming? Maybe if he doesn't, you can maybe save it then to guarantee more damage on like a later wave.
I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not sure either, actually.
Like, mine is NP1. I cannot level his skills past 4 because he takes grease, which is so stupid that it's hard to get grease these days.
It is kind of hard.
Also, I've got a 120 summer Ibuki. Why would I ever
Yeah,
use this guy?
yeah, okay. In your case, okay, fair enough. Yeah. So yeah, I do like the MP.
Him,
yeah, like he's good.
He's a really cool character, and I think his gameplay has some cool
I honestly like him more on bosses than farming. I'm sure, I'm looking at the numbers, I was looking at these earlier as well. He actually does have decent numbers for farming too. But honestly, I like him better on bosses because then you get to use those nice crits. You get to, do that ramp up a little bit easier too. Like, he's good. He's definitely good.
Cards just really suck, and I hate that.
Yeah, the gains on the cards are like whatever. But, damage should be decent at least. That's for sure. And he's easy to enable.
Basically anything that has Black Grail is going to look good on that sheet, to be honest. So
true. Yeah. How's his refund again? Let's see. I mean, it's good. It's actually very decent. If you even if you don't land the Artoria down, is good. It's good. I mean, he doesn't obviously have a battery besides 10% per turn, but yeah, it's still very nice.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, it's. I think he's pretty good. I don't think he's super amazing though. He's fairly good as an arts looper, although he can have some practicality issues just because his card gain is really bad. But like it kind of depends on the setups and the context and whatnot. But I'd say like B.
B. Ooh.
So the way I. Oh wait, hold on. At least B plus. Okay.
At least. Okay, that sounds better.
Okay, I forgot that we put Lancelot on C plus. So this guy is Lancelot done right.
Yeah.
Like he has everything that Lancelot does, but he's also a better card type. Like he's a card type that actually works with it. Because Quick isn't a bad card type. It just doesn't function. He doesn't. Lancelot has none of the benefits of Quick. That's basically it, other than refund. But then you got this guy who has better refund, and it's easier to enable the refund because it's better supports that work with that refund. And then he also has stars per turn, so it's more consistent.
He probably star generates better, just sometimes, as an hard servant, because of the stars per turn and the bomb.
And his damage is better too, because he's ramping up like these random card debuffs and stuff. I generally prefer stars per turn over an
I mean, you know what you're gonna get, so yeah. I honestly want to place him in A.
Yeah, B plus or A. I could see A.
He has so many good things going for him. I want to place him at A for sure. Okay. All right. Time for the final 4-star and my personal favorite, because totally not Shinsengumi bias or anything like that, an old man fetish combined, like, it's the dream servant of mine, of course. So yeah, another new entry. We got Nagakura Shinpachi, one of the Shinsengumi captains, of course. Awesome, love this guy. I'm probably gonna grill him when he comes out on NA as well. I am so excited for him. Very, very cool. And his art is just bussin', dude. Every single art is amazing. No bias, of course. But oh my god, this guy's amazing. Alright. Single target buster DPS. One of these to round up the 4 stars again. 10k attack, basically around that number. Again, still good. Above average for 4-star berserkers. We like to see it. Full on monkey with the deck. Oh, good. He's all about that red, you'll see that. Although, his gains cards are still fine too. For sure. They're not amazing, but they're fine. Now, first skill, 6-turn cooldown. He gets 30% buster up for 3 turns. He gets this on defense buff for 3 turns. So whenever he gets a hit in the next 3 turns, every hit equals to 10 stars. Every attack, that is. Not like based on hit counts, but every attack on him is plus 10 stars. Then he gets a guts for 1 time, 3 turns with a 3k revive. Makes sense. I mean, obviously you still don't really want him to get hit though, but if he happens to get hit, hey, you just got bonus stars, why not? And you still get that guaranteed buster anyway with the guts. Is good, it makes sense. Second skill on 6-turn cooldown, he gets a 1-turn evasion and 18% defense up for 3 turns. Maybe it would have been cooler for him to have Mind's Eye Falls, honestly, for even more crit damage, but at least this helps him take some hits a bit better. Okay. And then the third skill. 4-turn cooldown, 5k absorb for buster cards for 1 turn, 100% crit damage for 1 turn, and then a 10-star bomb. I feel like the star bomb could have been like a 20 or something, but maybe they were like, you're gonna get some stars from the first skill. Oh well. But you know, it's a good burst skill, and you know what, the downtime is not as bad as some of the other ones we've seen, because it's on a 4-turn cooldown. Pretty good for big PP crits. Again, the absorb is buster only, but the crit damage is universal. That works on every single card. That's cool. Overall, the kit, I think it makes sense. It's good. Also, even if you have the evade up and you get hit with the first galactive, you still get stars, I believe. So you don't have to like take damage to get these stars. As long as he gets hit, be it single target or AoE, it all works.
So fun fact, this guy reaches crit cap within 1 turn.
yeah.
You can use his 3rd skill twice with double Vich. That gives
and then
you
the MP.
crit. And then 2 Viches gives you another 100%. You plug Merlin, that's another 100%. And then
you
the
MP
gives you another 100. So you're at 500%, which is cap.
Yeah. But yeah, speaking of which, passive 5% buster damage. Pretty good. Saber crit resistance, like whatever though. MP then, so yeah, like Otto was saying, 100% crit damage for 1 turn before damage. Then also before damage removes any evasions from enemy that can be removed. And overcharge 20% buster up for himself for 1 turn before damage, getting up to 40%. Now, obviously, the MP itself can't crit, so with this, if you use it, it's only the 2 follow-up cards that can really benefit from the crit. But yeah, I mean, even if it's only 2 cards, is considering how much crit he can stack, he has some serious damage potential. That's what this guy is about. Some ridiculously high, hits, right? He's not always gonna have like hard hits, not every single turn, 24/7. But his downtime is not even that bad. He's just really hard hitting. And he's a berserker, so again, he's kind of universal. You can kind of bring him easily anywhere. God damn. So crit damage, I think she's probably gonna be like at the top here, or at least one of the higher ones. I can't find him. Where is he? There he is. They're probably not amounting for the MP here, sadly. But yeah, if they were, they would probably be way higher. Yeah, so yeah,
he's it's kind of hilarious. If anyone could kill Beowulf, it's him. Like, they have a ton of overlap. They both have anti-evasion. They both have burst damage. They both have guts. I think he's just generally better than Beowulf. The only thing that Beowulf has over him is the NP upgrade, but the NP upgrade is kind of scuffed. So I kind of want to put him like at least on par with Beowulf.
Yeah, so one of the A's.
Yeah, A or A plus. He's less so NP damage, more so crit, but
yeah, for sure.
He doesn't have to. He isn't as dependent on. Yeah, He's
like Kouyou Alter, who doesn't rely on the MP for damage. He uses it to get better chains and utility.
Yeah, he's just really good. I like him a lot. I guess he kind of is like Sei, except he's Buster. He synergizes really well with Buster supports these days, and he's got a ton of survivability. Like, having both the guts and having the evade, like, even if it's one of the default skills, like, one of the generic skills, still good.
Yeah,
because like, you also
good value in a berserker.
Yeah, he's just got so much stuff going on.
I'm almost. I really want to place him at A plus. Oh,
I'm fine with A plus because I think he's better than Beowulf.
Yeah, I feel like he, in most cases, probably gonna be a bit more better than Beowulf. Yeah. Okay, we'll go with that for now. Again, we're gonna look at all the placements after the initial ones are done. But with that, we're done with the initial placements of the 4-star berserkers, and all that's left is the 5 stars. And If I do my math quickly, it's 15 of them, I think. So we're still going to be here for a good while, of course, but yeah, moving along. It's actually funny because now that we're, finally getting out of winter time here and it's entering spring, if you look at the tier list from some weeks ago, you look at click the beginning of the video, you can see my camera is pretty lit, but when you click at the end, you can see how much the lighting has changed because, all the light from outside disappears. But right now is actually, I can see outside. Like, it's no longer dark. I mean, it helps that we also moved clocks overnight, but yeah, it's interesting. I thought I should mention that for no reason. Enjoy. But yeah, let's talk. In fact, these are in the wrong order. Vlad should be first, I believe. Yeah, I had to switch around Castoria and Sen Norikyu as well.
Aren't they backwards in ID though? I think.
Oh yeah, it's ID based, isn't it?
Yeah,
you're right actually, but
I think he has a lower ID.
Okay, you know what? We'll cover Kintoki first then. Friggin' dude. I think there was one other mistake though, where Castoria was before Sen Norikyu, which I think that was probably just a misclick. That I fixed myself. Yeah, that one has to be like that. Okay. Sure, we'll cover Kintoki first. I don't mind. Doesn't really matter too much. But there he is. Not quite day one, but fairly close. Mr. Golden. Single target Buster DPS will be our first 5-star of this list. Now let me get some number data here as well. Attack-wise, he should be doing very well. Yeah, 12.7k is definitely way above average for 5-star Berserkers that definitely still have a high average to begin with. He's got a full Buster deck as well, and his gains are not great. They're very bad. Like, it's luckily he has that big battery, but yeah, it's
average. They feel worse because he can't crit with them.
Yeah, true, he can't really crit at all, so I guess it's a bit misleading, but they're still not really great either. Alright, skills. We got his Mana Burst first. 1 turn, 50% attack for a 5-turn cooldown, so there you go. I mean, honestly, it's good that it's at least attack up, because, better synergy with your witches and whatnot. But on a deep... again, honestly, I should preface here that I think I'm going to mostly place him as a farmer, honestly, even as a single target, because I don't think his DPS potential on bosses is all that good. He has so much downtime, his cards are not good. Like, he's definitely mostly there for like some kind of multi-core or just raids or, single target farming to an extent, really. Now, second skill, there it is, the big 50% battery, 6-turn cooldown. Again, for bosses, this would be hella weak, because, that's all it does. Nowadays, if you have 50% battery, there's like a base 6-turn cooldown, then you have like 3 other effects too. We'll see some of that examples later too, still on this list. So, yeah, it's like very bare bones. 5-turn cooldown, he gets 120% resistance on offensive debuffs for 3 turns, and then a 3k heal. Like, this kid is trash. It's good, it's decent for farming, but man, for anything else, it would be straight up dog water. This is worse than a modern 3-star. Like, it's not even good at all. This is only defensive tool as well. Like, that doesn't help, dude. He would still die easily. Oh my god. But hey, at least he can still farm. Thank God for that. So he still is relevant, because this is not a pretty skill set. Alright, 2% Buster up. Could be higher, sadly. Divinity D, no thanks. Assassin crit resistance. I guess this is kind of useful. Is this the first one actually that we've seen so far from Berserkers? Because, they have a base 30% crit chance, so it's a bit, you don't really lose out on that value. Maybe there was someone else, I forgot.
I can't remember.
There was probably one more earlier. I forgot who it was though, but yeah. It's at least decent value because of that, I suppose. Shout out to Shuten, of course. The MP has been buffed, which, again, helps a lot with his, relevancy nowadays. It ignores defense on damage.
It's kind of funny. It's kind of funny that he got the assassin crit resist, because that's generally one of the better crit resists. But because
Bunyan had it earlier.
They've also got their own hand circle jerk going on, where everyone who isn't a berserker has anti-berserker, because everyone is a berserker.
Yeah, true.
Because both shootings have anti-berserker. Yeah, great.
Makes sense. It goes 2 ways. Anyway, MP ignores defense zone damage, cool, and then it does a minus 30% bust resistance down for 2 turns on the target. It is after damage though, very unfortunate. I don't know why it's 2 turns if it's after damage. Feels kind of weird that it's not 3, but okay. And then on base overcharge, 50% chance to stun for 1 turn, scaling up to 100%. So yeah, it still hits hard because his attack is really high. It's an upgraded MP. He has a big mana burst. So yeah, he's all about that big MP. And then he's like, doesn't really do much outside of that. If they design him now, he would be so OP. Because lore-wise, they love him, of course. But obviously, because he was such an early design, they couldn't really make him crazy. So he's still suffering. They could still buff all the skills, though, because none of them have seen buffs. So they could still absolutely change their mind, though. But they haven't. Yeah, his MP hits hard.
This is a bit of a hot take, and I think a lot of people would agree with me after hearing why. A lot of people want them to buff his 3rd skill because in a vacuum, his 3rd skill is bad for him.
It is,
at least. But I think it's a lot. It's a better idea to buff his 1st skill. Because generally, I guess Jaltra's kind of an exception, but generally when they buff an attack buff, like some sort of offensive buff that's only 1 turn, they'll make some sort of they'll make a change to it that makes it more than 1 hit, something that'll make it last more than 1 turn. Like Gorgons, for example. It was like 4 times 2 turns, which is just better than what we have right now.
Yeah.
And that would honestly just have a pretty massive impact in like his damage. So what they could do something like an absorb or a star bomb or.
Why blind, or is he not in this sheet at all? Is he not in the damage sheet? I've been going through it so many. I can't see him. Oh wait, there he is. He had the skin on, bruh. Okay, you can continue.
But yeah. He's kind of interesting. He's a guy that is 100% raw numbers. Like his only use is his NP, but he's good at using it because he's got a 50% battery. He's got an upgrade. He's got a pretty fat mod for it. So he does one thing and only one thing, but he does it basically the best.
Yeah.
So he's kind of it's kind of interesting how that works because by all means he should suck. He should definitely suck, but he doesn't. Like as far as farming goes, like he's basically one of the best single target farmers in the game, if not the best. Just because like it takes so little. He synergizes with like just in multi-core, he is phenomenal. But like if you're going for challenge quest stuff, despite the fact that in challenge quests he is kind of lackluster, I will say that a few days ago I used Phenos against the
Achilles, but that's a bit OP though, but okay, fair enough.
Yeah, he fucking obliterated him, by the way.
Wait, who did you fight again? I missed that.
The Achilles quest.
Okay, right, yeah, okay.
And that's a really unforgiving quest. There's so many things that just do not work.
I mean, his copy is a bit cheating, but okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
I don't think I can place him in EX because he's so bare bones, but I can maybe see A+.
Yeah, I'd say like A or A+. Yeah, A+.
Yeah, I'm not super happy about it, but I still see it's fair though. It's fair, even if I'm not happy about it. I'm not happy about it because his skill he's so bare bones and normally he sucks. But it's fair though. Is the thing. It's still fair. Or should we go A? What do you think? Everyone says A in chat. Is that more fair?
I think A+. It's just he's so good at what he does. Like I know I said earlier that I don't like ranking a servant really high just because of their farming potential, but holy shit, like he is literally the best at the thing he does, except in certain contexts where a different berserker will run into later outdoes him, but that's then not now.
Yeah. All right. Well, we'll go with A+ for now. We'll see. All right, now we go actually to day 1 because, you know, ID-wise, he was released later, apparently, even though he's released first. Funny how that works.
Oh boy.
But yeah, we got the V-Lad. He's back. The third V-Lad. This time we got the OG variant. We covered Extra, obviously, many weeks ago. Funnily enough, that was also the list that me and Otto basically duoed, kinda. And yeah, he's single target arts DPS and also a farmer. He can kind of do both, but I feel like I would definitely put more emphasis on DPSing though. His farming is not that, like compared to Kintoki, for instance, is
Yeah. See, the problem with his farming, like the reason why his farming would be good at all is because he can NP multiple times due to the refund.
Yeah, but no waves are going to be 1-1 something anyway. He needs to wait. They need to be small as hell.
Yeah, that operates off of the pretense that you're going to be facing multiple 1 waves.
Yeah.
And then, like, is he going to have the damage for, like, the last wave? Because he's probably going to be having to do that for the last wave. He's got some issues. We'll get into that.
Yeah, but anyway, honestly, I still prefer him as a DPS. So I don't think it's that the biggest issue farming-wise, being, like, whatever. So his attack at 11.5k is a little bit above or below average among 5-star berserkers, but it's still a solid number, of course. He's got double buster, double arts, which is fine. Now, on base, his gains are very unflattering, though. They are not good, sadly. But, you know, he's got a lot of tools to help with that, I suppose.
Yeah, they're like in a vacuum, like not considering any other buffs that he might have. They are on par with Lancelot.
Yeah, that should say a lot. Anyway, first skill, we have the only good vampirism in the game, because this one 100% chance to drain 1 tick and then 30% battery. We got 2 nice numbers on a 6-star cooldown. The only good one, because he's like, I guess they want to like the vampires. So there you go. He has an acceptable one. We finally got a good one. Second skill, 5-turn cooldown. He gets 30% attack and defense for 3 turns. Basic, but it works. Good uptime on both, yeah. Sure, dude. And then the third skill, 7-turn cooldown. He gets a guts for 1 time, 1 turn. It is stackable, the first bar, but yeah, you're gonna cash out on that really fast. Otherwise, it's just gone. But then he gets a normal guts for 1 time, 5 turns. So that uptime is pretty decent. 2.5k revival on both, by the way. And then he gets 30% MP generation for 3 turns. Again, this doesn't really help too much with his face cards on a vacuum, in a vacuum rather, but it does help a lot with the MP specifically, though. So that's kind of cool. But yeah, it's a double guts though, so you know, even though the first one is it's over in 1 turn. I believe that one procs first, right? If you get guts procced, so shouldn't be that bad. Sometimes, I mean, you have to time it though.
So the problem with that is generally when you use a gut skill, the timing for it, you want to use it as far in advance.
Yeah, prematurely, so you can pop it again. Yeah.
Just so you can use it again the next time.
So
You're usually using it at full HP, which means that guts is almost always wasted. Although it could be used on the next one, but he's going to be so low on HP that like it's completely possible for him to die through both guts. Of course, that might be a bit much to assume.
True.
Also, I hate the uptime on the NP gen. It is 3 turns.
Yeah, it's not great. Also, someone's saying Sith vampirism is better. I meant base vampirism, okay? I'm not comparing. She has a special version, okay? So I'm not comparing it. I mean the base vampirism that no one else has 100%, you know, drain on, or a good amount on the battery anyway. Just so we're clear on that. But yeah, he probably has the worst double guts in the game because of aforementioned reasons. But it's still a double guts. Sometimes it works. The skill set is fine. It makes sense. It's good. Sometimes for farming, but mostly for DPSing, really. This is pretty good. It's fine. 12% buster up on the passive. Not that relevant for him. He's not all about those busters. He's really all about spamming that MP. Lancer crit resistance, whatever. And then the double buffed MP is still the only one to this day, right? To have a double buff, I think. Yeah. So they not only fixed the scuffed mod, they also added a 20% arts res down for the target for 3 turns. It is after damage, but that is some solid ass ramp up on a boss. And then on base, also you get 20 stars, scaling up to 40. I mean, his basic pretty works. It's a 10 hitter as well, so that's why the MP gain on the third skill helps a lot too. It refunds really well. In fact, it's one of the highest refunding single target MPs in the entire game. Although, funnily enough, we'll see another servant later as well who basically has very similar numbers. But yeah, he still does it really well.
Okay, people in chat. So people are discussing, for people who aren't looking at chat because you might be listening to this, people in chat are discussing whether or not, okay, so the point is often brought up, and I super agree with it. Vlad is super reliant on Castoria. It is
Oh yeah.
ridiculous how reliant he is. But the counterpoint is everyone is, and that is just not fucking true. There's a lot of art servants that are good even without Castoria. Just because you get a massive boost out of Castoria's everything doesn't
It's not a
mean
bad
that you're
thing.
completely reliant on it. Like, sure, she is going to multiply your effectiveness by like 5, but that doesn't mean you're not already starting at an 8. Like, fucking hell, fucking Phantom gets a massive boost out of Castoria. All right, like if you're looking at Vlad versus someone like Castoria, Berserker, that is, it is so you're completely unhinged if you think that he is just at like on the same level of dependency. Like, holy shit. So the last like 4 years of my life have built up to this moment, all right? Because I have so much to say about Vlad.
Oh
So
really?
Vlad
That was
is,
surprising to me.
yeah, Vlad is not someone I like gameplay wise. I think he could have some fun potential, but the fact that he is so dependent on every time anyone uses him, they're spamming 5-star supports like crazy. And now, to be fair, most people do spam 5-star supports on all sorts of things, but it people don't know what he's like without the supports. When you start taking away those supports, his usability drops way harder. And so, like, you can bring up, like, okay, you've got servants like Jufu or fucking Paracelsus that can help him with his NP gain. So the problem with that is even with okay. So his gains are just really bad. All right, and you might think, okay, well, he's got the NP refund. The refund is not enough. You're using you use fucking double Jufu. Okay, cool. You refund like 50%, and then your arts card gets like 20 tops with an arts crit, and then you have to spam battery anyways. The problem is you use this guy for his like the biggest thing about him, like the most unique thing about him is his refund. And it's not enough because you have other servants that okay, like you're going to use them in a challenge quest. You NP and then okay, you got to use cards to get the rest of the way to your NP again. It's the same thing with everyone else. It's just they don't have the refund, but their cards are like 5 times better. So so the problem is the problem ultimately, and I know I've said the problem is like 5 times now, but really the biggest problem is he's a single target, and single targets are going to be used in challenge quests. And in challenge quests, you aren't locked to only your NP. You can use cards. And when you have access to both your cards and your cards are going to be better for game, even in this scenario. Like, if you can crit with an arts card, you're going to be getting better gain between that and your NP. And you can try to say, like, oh, well, you got the consistency of the refund. Well, you're going to be bridging that gap with battery all the fucking time, and you can do the same thing with other servants. You're cherry
Yeah.
picking issues so hard. It works with one Castoria. Sure, yeah, one Castoria and then Tamamo, and then plug some other support, and then bam, you're able to spam NP multiple times. Did you know that you can fucking do the same thing with other servants, and they can work better? Cream is gonna do it better.
I guess
Summer
the
Race
counter
is gonna
argument
do it
is
better.
that he still
Castoria
does
Berserker
great
is,
damage though, and he
but
ramps up.
yeah, oh sure, but you also have these other servants that ramp up.
But they don't do
Like
as
holy
much
shit.
damage.
It's just
Kinda.
the damage, and his damage isn't even, like, super incredible. Like, if you wanna talk damage and being great, like, again, Castoria Berserker, we haven't talked about her yet.
I mean,
Oh,
she's in
yeah,
a whole other league. Okay, I don't feel like I'm gonna drag Vlad down because Castoria Berserk. That's
yes.
she's in a way
Yeah,
other league though. That's too
yeah,
much.
I know, I'm ranting,
Okay.
I'm ranting, I'm raving, but just the fact that he is so heavily dependent on Castoria, and despite the fact that we are bringing up Castoria, like, guys, you guys in chat, like, I know for a fucking fact, I know for an absolute fucking fact that you guys have not used this guy without Castoria. I have done this before. Like,
Okay,
I
but okay,
made an
I feel
Altea
like,
review.
but you don't have
I
to
put a
though.
lot of effort in.
Like you don't have
Yeah,
to. Is the
okay.
point?
There are some things that are not immediately apparent. There, you can run all the calculations you want, but there are things that will not show up in gameplay for a lot of these calculations. They won't show up in these calculations, but just the practicality, how things play out, you can't calculate everything. FGO is not just solos. Well, not everyone has double Castoria. Not everyone has one Castoria. Sure, that's not the same. We're not quite. It's not quite the same thing with this list. It's more so me personally. I hate the fact that he is so heavily reliant on the best support in the game. Like everyone is better with the best support in the game, and the things that he does aren't unique enough. It's just his ability to refund.
All right.
Yeah, I'm
All right.
sorry. I
Okay.
derailed a bit.
Wow, that was a
But
segment.
you know what? You know what? I got a lot more concise stuff to say.
Okay,
in
before
that
I
video.
before I do it, now after all that, where would you place him? Before I
I
say
feel like
anything
A or
else.
A plus. He isn't.
So
Don't
you
get me
still
wrong.
think he
He's
should be
not
in an
bad.
A tier? Okay, I'm glad about that at least.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
I thought you
Don't
were
get me
gonna like
wrong. Like,
absolutely put him in like B tier or something.
I am being mean here for sure, but
Okay.
I am not going to deny that he is still
Okay, I'm okay
pretty
with
solid
that then.
5-star.
Yeah, honestly,
A or
yeah,
A+,
that's fair.
that's fine.
I'm A minimum. I might even go A plus still. We'll see, but I'm A minimum,
Yeah.
like
Just,
personally.
like, operating within the qualifications of this tier list, like I can't deny
Yeah.
it. It's just it's more so not that it's personal. I don't hate him as a character or anything like that. It's just the things that I generally look for in a servant, he just does not provide. Like the win conditions thing that I keep going on about. Like he doesn't quite have the numbers to make up for not having it. Because all he has is the guts and the drain. And then those are only to some extent going to do stuff.
All right, I'll go with A for that. That was a doozy to have, but yeah, we'll do the shuffle again, of course, later. I'm still considering A plus though, but yeah, I'll go with a fairly chill A for now. Yeah. All right. Wow. I did not know you had like a lot of stuff prepared for Vlad actually. Wow. Sure.
It's just I feel like he's a very overrated character, and like I get a.
I don't know. I feel like no one ever talks about him anymore, though. So I don't know about overrated, but maybe it's like a vocal minority thing.
I think that's a mixture of him just not being a popular character and also him just occupying a role that's kind of redundant, which is like AoE single target arts against a
Yeah, there's a lot of options.
When
like even for like normal classes, there's a lot of options for better like class affinity.
Yeah, exactly. Like there's probably going to be something better for each class that you have access to. Like we're assuming that you have like all the 5-star supports, so it's probably reasonable to assume that you have single targets of every class that are decent. So, like,
Mm.
why bring him? But
All right.
that's a criticism of everyone here, basically. So
Yeah.
we can only take that to such an extent.
All right. Let's talk about the next servant. Meanwhile, after that Vlad thingy, we got Nightingale. We briefly mentioned her earlier as well when talking about like Asterios, I believe, because they actually have comparable MPs to an extent. So yeah, we got the Nurse of Steel herself. She is a Berserker support, and that is the main problem still to this day. That those two words do not combine very well, unfortunately. But we'll still see what she can do and what she's all about. Honestly, her attack up being 10.1k is not an issue because you're not going to bring her for a DPS anyway. So 15k health is high for a 5-star, but at the same time, again, she's a Berserker, so it should be even higher if anything. So yeah, double Buster, double Art Stick is fine. Would be maybe like to see a bit more gains, maybe double quick even, but yeah. In fact, they even actually had to nerf the MP gain on the quick card because it's a 6-hitter on a Berserker. So it's a bit nerfed, but the MP gain is still, on the quick at least, is not bad. It's still fair. The arts is like whatever though. It's not that great, unfortunately, and she doesn't even have batteries, which is again another problem. But first skill on a 5-turn cooldown is a single target 4k heal. That also gives the target instant kill immunity for 1 time 3 turns, and a debuff immune for 3 times 3 turns. So it's a nice bit of utility there, support, all defensive, of course. And, not, the problem is like, heal might not always be needed depending on your comp. Debuff immune might not always be relevant. It's nice to have though, don't get me wrong. And instant kill immune is definitely the, most niche of the EFX. So a lot of fights don't need that at all, like in any way. Second skill, 6-turn cooldown. She gets 50% anti-humanoid damage for herself for 3 turns, and then she gets 25% humanoid defense for herself for 3 turns. The defense is good because again, that's basically 99% of servants are classified as humanoids, so that helps with her, staying alive because she is very fragile as a berserker. But the humanoid damage, I really wish that was targeted or something. Like, come on, we need Nightingale to come back. Come on, why is it herself? She's not gonna do any damage, bro. Come on. Now someone's gonna be like, but I have a 120 Nightingale I used to solo. Shit, yeah, I bet you do. But we're talking about a normal copy here. So yeah, it's unfortunate how this works in my opinion. Alright, third skill also buffed 5-turn cooldown. One ally gets 50% buster up for 3 turns, 30% buster crit damage for 3 turns, and a 20 star bomb. This is a great skill at least. Like, this is a legit great support skill. It's even a lower turn cooldown than, PP creation, although obviously the crit damage is also way less, so there's that. But still very good uptime on a very high amount of buster though, so that's, obviously likable regardless. But that's the whole skill set on a 5-star support that's also on a class that is super fragile. Like, it would be even better if this was like a caster. I mean, obviously it's kind of boring if every support is a caster. Just any other class besides Berserker would have helped already a lot. But for a Berserker to be a support, this skill set is off. I mean, the MP helps too, but again, the problem is her gains are so bad. She has no battery, so how the hell are you going to get that MP in the first place? Anyway, passive, 12% buster up. Pretty irrelevant because, most people will never use her to DPS. Avenger, crit resistance, not really all that relevant, I feel like. Buffed MP as well, so on MP1, heals the full party for 3k. Clears everyone's debuffs. All enemies get a minus 50% attack for 1 turn, and also a minus 50% MP damage for 1 turn on OC base, getting them to 100%. So, theoretically, you could kind of use this nullify MPs from the enemy side. It has to be timed, of course, and then also, if hopefully they don't have any big buffs to kind of counter some of these, debuffs, pushing their numbers down. But it can work for sure. But again, the problem is, how the hell are you gonna get that MP? It's so hard with her. Her gains are dog. Like, the skills are fine, but you would only bring her basically for the MP, I feel like. And then it's so hard to get it anyway.
To be fair, like, the type of setup that you're gonna use her with, it's not gonna be a more fast setup, so Like, I
But then
mean,
that's another
getting,
problem. Like if she's a slow servant, which she is, then the class is the big problem again because she's so fragile.
I wouldn't say she's that fragile. Like, she does have high
Well,
HP,
compared
which
to
still
Asterios, it's night
helps.
and day. But yeah.
Well, yeah. But like being able to, like, you're also like using another support to help people stay alive. So
Yeah, I would probably
it's
bring
not
like
like
Rhinus
she's
or
not.
something with her.
Yeah, you could be using someone like that. That makes it's just the way she is. She isn't the strongest offensive option, and she isn't the strongest defensive option. You bring her
Yeah, she kind of does
when you want a
both.
mixture of the two. So, like maybe you want the offensive support, like the damage support that Vitch has, but you also want like debuff immune or debuff cleanse or maybe just something to help you live a bit longer. Then you're gonna want to pick her instead of Vitch. So I think she has like some decent use cases. Um, I don't think she's, like, super amazing. I don't think she's outdoing any of the better supports because they're a bit more specialized except for Merlin, who's just, like, he does everything, so,
Mm,
but it's and then also, like, the Berserker class, I guess that can be a good positive for, like, if you're doing a more aggressive clear, because, like, that means you can have her die off quicker. It's
mm,
uh, it I feel like she has some interesting flexibility. It's I just don't think many people have given her chances after her buff, you know?
yeah, fair. She's hard to place though. I'm not gonna lie. Because
Yeah.
she's like, if you're using her normally, she could be decent, or she could just die very prematurely as well. So I don't know. And then there's
It's
obviously the
just
uses where you want her to die, but then you need probably taunts, otherwise it's way too inconsistent. So you need to invest more
yeah.
into that stuff
It
too.
Okay, question. When you want to support a Buster Servant and and you need to deal with debuffs regularly, who do you pick? I'm not, like, trying to get you on something, I'm
Well,
just, like,
I would
curious.
probably pick Rhinus and keep my Atlas up as well.
Okay. Okay.
She has some debuff res, and then I can
It's
cleanse with Atlas if needed. Usually that always works for me. For my DPS,
it's,
because I usually don't need to cleanse my supports too much, and Rhinus self-cleanses anyway.
yeah. Okay, that makes sense.
But
But
I pick
it's just
Rhinus in anything anyway, because she's my favorite.
yeah, Rhinus is really fucking good these days, like,
I mean, I always use
definitely
her
one of
before the
the
buffs too, but yeah, I love her so much gameplay-wise and
I'd say,
character-wise.
like, top 5 supports in the game there.
Top 3, bro, come on.
Uh, I mean, we're talking if we're saying top 3, then we've obviously got Castoria, but then we've also
Okay,
got
but
the
besides
Sai's,
farming,
the
okay, I would
Brand,
place her top 3 in
and
challenge quests, personally.
I mean, they're still pretty good in, like, challenge
Okay, whatever,
quests,
that's another topic, whatever.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we can that's not relevant.
Anyway, how are we gonna place Nightingale? Because I honestly don't know. She's such a tricky placement.
I feel like B is fair, because, like, in a
Mm,
vacuum, like, I think she's still a pretty solid support. It's really only when you're looking at comparisons that she is not preferable.
yeah. All right, I can probably go with the B. Yeah, I feel like that's kind of easy to agree on. Even if I have my problems with her, I think she has uses and potential. So yeah, B, sure. Okay. Right, moving on. More America Berserkers. The singularity, that is. Next up, well, again, one of my big favorites. My favorite one is still later, but I love this guy so much too. Like, oh my god. Also, shout out to Game Bulk for resubbing. That's funny. Anyway,
Oh my god, he
Kouyou
did it
Alter.
again.
Yeah, he totally did it again. That's so timed. Anyway, the evil Ku himself. So yeah, single target buster DPS, a bit of an anchor too in some cases. I used him. I during Tesla Fest, I like always picked my own stuff for DPSing and supports, and then I always picked like a friend Ku Alter with a DP like a damage and just plopped him in slot 6 in case I ever needed the easy finish. So I guess he has some anchor potential too for sure. I'm not saying he's the greatest anchor ever, but he can definitely work there. Anyway, 12.8k attack. Like, brother man, that is a crazy high attack. So, good start. He's got a full Buster deck, which is perfect for him, honestly. And then the gains cards that he has actually are not bad either. They're okay. But yeah, you're mostly going to be pressing red anyway. So, there's that. Alright, skills. This is where a lot of mixed opinions happen because, you know, spoiler, it's all defensive. Anyway, first of all, 6-turn cooldown. All enemies minus 20% attack for 3 turns and minus 50% crit damage for 3 turns. They're definitely not critting if you land that, so hey, cool. Get crippled. Okay, that was a bit mean, but you know what I mean. Alright, second skill. 5-turn cooldown. He gets a 2-hit evasion, no turn limit, and then 14% defense for 3 turns. Yeah, very good protection for a Berserker, needless to say. Did I say crit damage? I meant crit chance. I hope I didn't say crit damage. Anyway, third skill, his base guts. I kind of wish they buffed this, but you know, it still helps. So 7-turn cooldown, 1 time, 5-turn guts, 2.5k revive. So you can definitely still pop this 2 times, chances are, because the second skill, Mystic Code, etc. If you just pop it early enough. So it still works for that, for sure. Okay. So the skill set obviously is the main, you know, thing that divides opinions. Like, oh, he has no damage. Like, he sucks. Like, no, he doesn't suck. Shut up. You suck. Okay, good argument. Anyway, 6% Buster Up on passive. Not EX as it claims. It's actually C. Oh, well, EX would have been fantastic. But, you know, 6 is not bad either. Divinity C for Ku. Get it? Not sadly very good. Lancer crit resistance, maybe not that relevant. And then the buff that be, oh, I love it. So in fact, there's gonna be a highlight video later, I think, where this literally clutched a challenge quest for me, because when again he was an anchor, and then I thought I lost because Sherlock used it evade. I was like, no, but then I was like, oh right, the MP. So yeah, before damage, a bye-bye, a defensive buffs, a goodbye now. And then before damage, he also gets 30% attack and defense for 1 turn on base OC. It's getting up to 70%. So he can actually be very tanky for 1 turn if you combine this with the PFA as well, in case you happen to take some hits. I love the MP, it is great. After the buff, it actually does some decent damage too, despite him not having, like, you know, any damaging buffs on his kit, just because his attack is so ridiculously high. But yeah, it's mostly used to enable like the better hands. Like, you're gonna get way better Brave Chains with this. It's way easier to get full red Brave Chains with this, and you get that bonus damage and defense as well. And of course, the nice utility of removing all the buffs, defensive buffs from the enemy. Also, my phone wants me to take meds. Need to do that in a second. Anyway, I mean, I don't know how hot of a take this is. I love this man, and I think he's amazing. And again, I have to defend him every freaking year, I swear to God, but I think he's top tier. I think he's that good. I will never be disappointed when I use him. I have never been disappointed. He's that good. He's good.
Yeah.
Boom. Go.
I think he's really.
Look at my meds as well.
He's. On one hand, he is kind of similar to Herc in that he's a solid anchor. Goodbye, Mist. I hope the normal pills are doing him good.
Whoa.
He's a lot like. Oh shit! I was timing. Okay, never mind. I was looking at the stream and I was like, oh yeah.
I didn't have to go far.
Yeah. I forgot about the stream delay. So, like, having the really strong defensive niche as a berserker, I think is pretty cool. Because like that's like one of the things that Herc has, and while he isn't as strong of an anchor, I would say, he makes up for it by being a good upfront DPS as well. Sure, he doesn't have like a lot of offensive focus, but you can put him up on the front line. He's got the evade, he's got the guts. He's just gonna live the entire fight, basically. So,
yeah.
On top of that, that means you can focus more so on supports that aren't as defensive. So you can pick more offensive ones that are going to give you more battery.
He's really good with Witch, by the way. If his busters crit, they hurt. They freaking hurt, dude.
Yeah, and then like the cooldown reduction. Again, people do like focusing on how cooldown reduction interacts with offensive buffs and batteries, but it's also worth noting that it can be pretty impactful for defensive skills as well, because that means you've got his evade on really good uptime, like even better uptime. It's already on good uptime.
Yeah.
So
I mean, sometimes you
and
just get it back from cooldown, but you still have the earlier stack, so you're good to go for even more. Yeah.
for sure. Yeah, and then also like I like the niche on his NP. He's got several pretty unique things, and like being able to just shred past that the defensive buffs. It's nice. I definitely prefer Pierce Invuln in most cases because there are unremovable buffs. Like ironically, I think his advanced quest has some unremovable defensive buffs. So but it's still really, really good effects, and the fact that it's
Yeah.
before damage, I know everyone loves that. So,
Me included.
I mean, honestly, A plus or EX, I won't fight EX because
I
like
mean, I think most of chat is gonna disagree, but I will keep placing this man in EX. After that MP buff, he's always been EX in my heart. I can't. He's so good. He's so freaking good. I've never been disappointed using this guy. Never. I've used him so much, dude. In fact, I'm gonna grail mine sooner than later anyway. He's so good. I think most people are gonna disagree, but it's my list. EX.
I wish I had the audacity to grail more men. I've
Oh,
grailed
you're
too
one of
many.
those that don't mostly just grails girls. Okay, fair enough. I mean, I'm not gonna judge, okay? Because a lot of people do that.
It feels more worthwhile for some reason. I don't know why.
Okay.
But
Whatever works, I guess.
I mean, to be fair, like, can you blame me for not wanting to grail Salieri any further than I already have? I've only grailed him to 80. And, like, I just can't justify
I mean, that's something.
going
Most people never grail any low stars, so yeah.
It's like, he needs help. Lardy.
Oh yeah, Skitters, thanks for the sub. I can't really comment too much on subs right now because, you know, I just do those at the end. But yeah, thank you for holding up on your promise, I guess. Thank you, man. Anyway, moving on for now. We got the mommy next. We had the son earlier, and now we get the big mummy. So Raiko it is, the OG. We covered Summer earlier, and then, you know, I guess next week probably, I think Avengers in the first half. Yeah, we'll see another variant too. But yeah, Berserker Raiko, AoE Buster DPS, and I guess nowadays you can kind of even with farm with her, but honestly, I still kind of like her more as a DPS. Now, 11.5k attack puts her slightly up below average among 5-star Berserkers. Still a good chunk though. Double Buster, double Arts deck, and her Arts is actually not too bad either. It's alright. And it's just 2 of them, so hey. Decent gains for a Berserker actually. First skill on a 5-turn cooldown, she gets 6k absorb for 3 turns. She gets 60% crit damage for 3 attacks, 3 turns. I mean, it's pretty good. I like that the uptime on the absorb specifically. The crit damage could be better because it's only for 3 crits, but you know, still not bad by any means, despite being basic. Second skill on a 6-turn cooldown, she gets a 1-turn evasion, 30% battery, there it is, and then 30% buster up for 3 turns. A bit awkward when you're DPSing sometimes, because again, it's her main defensive tool, and then it has, you know, a lot of offense packed into it too. Obviously, with farming, it doesn't matter, but for DPSing, you might want to hold off sometimes. So, I kind of wish the evade was changed to be like 2 hits, 3 turns as well, not gonna lie, but oh well. Still a pretty good skill, I would say. Albeit a bit awkward. Yeah, it used to be 30% for 1 turn on that buster, which was hella, you know, disappointing. Now, third skill, 6-turn cooldown, she gets her damage mod, so 50% anti-demonic damage mod for 3 turns, and then 50% anti-servant that are either earth or sky attribute for 3 turns, okay? So it's not both, it's not, you know, like if the enemy, well, I guess they can be both anyway, because it's attributes, but yeah, it's one of those 2, and then she gets that second 50% too. And as far as I know, there's a good chunk for both of these niches, actually, even for servants, for demonic. So they're not that bad. And thank God they're 3 turns instead of 1 turn, so we don't have like another Shisho situation here. So it's actually decent uptime on both. Her skill set is decent. I quite like it. It's decent. It's way better than what it used to be after these 2 buffs, that's for sure.
I'm not a huge fan of the 60% crit for 3 times instead of 3
same.
turns, but I do like the absorb. Absorb is just so good on Berserkers. It makes up for one of their biggest weaknesses.
Yeah, we'll see. My favorite will do the same thing very soon as well, where one of the big things I like about him as well. But yeah, very good on Raiko as well.
I also really like that it's not card specific, it's just all cards.
Yeah, thank God, because she has a 2/2/1 deck, so it would be so sad if it was card specific.
Yeah. And I like it because it does help her gains. Like, I'm not a huge fan of Saber decks generally.
Oh, yeah.
That's because a lot of the servants that have Saber decks aren't able to consistently make stars. But her NP makes stars really easily, and she's got Absorb to work around the off turns.
But yeah, before we get to the MP though, passives. 12.5% debuff res, cool bonus. 12% bust drop, really good. 11% quick, that's like whatever though. And then divided TC is like, again, whatever. So the first half of the passive is pretty good. Second half, Again, anti-assassin on the crit resistance. So actually pretty good value, because they have the highest crit chance. Now the MP also been buffed. So before damage, 100% star gen for 1 turn on base OC, scaling up to 300%. Honestly, you don't even need to go that high. Like, even the base amount with the 7-hit AoE buster will still generate many stars. So it's fine on base too. Then the enemies get minus 20% crit chance for 3 turns after damage. Pretty cool bonus as well. Helps keep you alive. So Raiko then. You probably have more to say about her because you probably have more experience of her. I don't really use mine too much. But I think she's good. I like her. Like, I'm not sure about the farming though. That's probably like, probably mostly for the big fans. Yeah, the numbers are just low for the first 2 waves. But DPSing, I kind of like her.
Yeah, there's a lot of demonic enemies that they put on nodes like that. So she's like okay at farming. She's of course it's like the whole thing with like Doublovich Oberon cranking. Like, it's the damage isn't really going to be that incredible except for like 2 characters anyways. But I like her for DPSing as well. I like that she's able to consistently like keep putting out damage because she NPs and makes stars. Next turn she uses the stars and crits, and then she gets her NP again because like her gain is pretty good. I like that about 2 arts cards. Her quick cards is like not much anything, but her arts cards are pretty solid. So it's pretty easy to get her to spam her NP, even though she's a buster servant. I like her absorb more than her 2 main competitors because Morgan has hers for only 1 turn, and Arjuna has his only on his buster cards. And then like I like that her niches can actually push her damage really far. Maybe not quite Ushigozen far because Ushigozen is actually just actively ridiculous with how far. There are no other servants in the game that can 1 turn the Ibaraki advanced quest without support, any sort of supports. Like, it is insane that she can do that. Anyways, that's just a flex.
That's what happens when the cards align.
Yeah, dude. Mighty Chains, bro. It's good shit.
Anyway, placement for Raiko. I'm thinking maybe a flat A.
I'm fine with A.
Yeah, I think she's fine.
Even though I would say that Morgan in a pretty decent amount of ways is better than her, like she's still really solid in her own right.
No.
And considering how we have, there's not really anything else comparable on the list yet. So
yeah, not much yet. Okay. A for now. That's fine. Yeah. All right, next up, another one that I kind of like. Before Castoria, she was my favorite Seiba phase, or Artoria phase, I guess. You know, Okita, of course, being number one on Seiba phases, but yeah. Anyway, Etchan time, aka Mysterious Heron X Alter, aka MHXA. A lot of different names, but yeah, I just call her Etchan, which I assume most people do as well, because it's cute. Very cute. Also, let's go. Best Ascension number 2. Let's go. So, single target, quick DPS. Honestly, she feels like a archer half the time as well, like another servant we'll see later. But yeah, she's like 11.11k attack. You know, lots of ones on that attack. Slightly under average. Well, actually more than slightly under average among 5-star berserkers, unfortunately. She has an interesting deck of double buster, double quick, which I quite like with the quick MP as well. Double Scotty synergy is real. Her gains are fine too. Yeah, they're pretty good too for a berserker. So that's cool. First skill is buff though. So on a 5-turn cooldown, she gets a 50% healing boost for herself for 3 turns, and then she gets a 2k heal, which effectively becomes 3k just from this skill alone because of order of operations. The first thing happens first, the boost. Then
What even is this skill, bro?
Yeah, it's so weird. Anyway, she gets 1k healing every turn for 3 turns, which again also gets boosted to 1.5k per turn with the first effect going up. And then she gets rainbow crit damage for 1 attack 3 turns, 30% each card type. So yeah, you can crit with one of the card types and it goes away, the respective one. So if you can get, 3 crits from this with all the different card types is so weird. I don't know. It's an okay skill, all things considered. It's not like anything great. It's just a lot of stuff that's just kind of like whatever, if anything. Yeah. Second skill though, I quite enjoy. So she gets 30% quick for 3 turns and then a 20 star bomb on a 5-turn cooldown. Simple, but pretty decent uptime on her main card type, so you can't really hate it. Third skill, 5-turn cooldown. One targeted ally gets minus 100% absorbed for 1 turn, and then she gets, the whole party gets 20% attack for 3 turns. So it's still a bit awkward because you can eliminate kind of the absorb of one ally, but there's still the other ally, chances are, who can still mess you up. Also, although sometimes, depending on how your hand is looking like for the turn, because remember that minus absorb is only for 1 turn. If you're lucky enough, let's say you get like 3 of her cards and 1 of your supports, and then the second support has 0 cards. In that case, you can basically get good value out of this, but again, it's only if you don't have to compete with 2 characters, so it depends on your draw, I guess, as well. But chances are you want to use this on turn 1 anyway, because you also get the star bomb from the second skill and maybe from your supports too. But regardless, the skill set, I wish there was defense, I'm not gonna lie. That's kind of the one thing I would like to see. She's quick-based as well, so, quick supports don't really offer the most defense, of course. And her being a berserker is leaving her a bit vulnerable half the time. She only has, like, a bit of healing, and that's about it for self-defense. I do like the offense, though, but yeah, sometimes a bit scary to use her. Now, 6% buster up on the passive, pretty cool. And then 20% debuff rest, very cool, actually. Again, anti-assassin crit resistance, great. Max value, I guess. MP, so before damage, also it's buffed. She gets 50% good alignment power mod for 1 turn. Pretty cool. Again, we can just take a look at the list real fast. So, there's a lot of good servants. There's, way above 100, so that's already a very good use case for her. Yay, lots of value for a berserker. And then the super effective is against saber servants, so not just enemies, servants, the standard 150 to 200 range. So she actually does very good damage on saber servants with the MP. Now obviously it doesn't help with her face cards, but the MP will do very good damage on saber servants. In fact, more than most archers would do. So that's the fun part. And especially if they're good alignment, oh boy, even better. So she's got some interesting potential. And it's not even that niche, because again, there's a lot of use cases for both the anti-good and the anti-saber servant. Like if you hit both, it's like is better than triple niche Castoria, which that should say everything. It's the max you can do on a single target berserker, just flat out. Now, even if you hit like one of them, well, probably the super effective is the more, it has the bigger weight. But even the good alignment allowance, he will still do good damage. Like, actually, still looking good. Refund is not terrible either for a single target quick servant. Her crits are probably not going to be all that high, though. Yeah, they're okay though. Actually, they're pretty good. So she's packing a lot of offense. It's just that sometimes the lack of defense can be a bit detrimental. So it depends on how the fight goes. But I feel like she's a bit underrated, if anything. Is that wrong to say? What do you think about it, Sean?
I don't know if she's underrated. I don't think people talk about her that much. Like, I think she's like perfectly fine. Like she does really good niche damage.
Yeah.
But I'm not a huge fan of the lack of survival because she is a berserker and she's
And a
also
quick servant.
servant.
Yeah.
So that can pose some real survival issues with her. But like, I mean, it's glass cannon. That's how glass cannons work. So
if they ever make like a defensive quick support, her value goes up a lot.
Yeah. For sure.
I'm thinking one of the A's, honestly. Maybe even A+. What do you think? Is that too high?
A or yeah, I'm fine with A or A+. I'm not sure which one I would go for. And she's not really a character I like care too much about. If that says anything, it's I don't know. It's just I'm not too invested in her placement. That's what I mean by that.
Yeah.
But like
I might actually go A+. Even, but it is a low A+ though because of the defensive, tools being scary. The lack of there is. So yeah.
Some people are gonna be a bit pissy about her being above Vlad, but that might.
You know what? So be it. I mean, we're here to. People are gonna be mad about the list anyway. It's nothing new.
Yeah.
Whatever, dude.
Yeah.
We'll go with A+ on initial. Again, we'll do a shuffle at the end potentially. So yeah. Oh boy, let's go. My favorite. Let's go. If I can find him because I lost him. There it is. Okay. Let's freaking go, dude. My guy. We're going to talk about Hijikata. And I hope people have been watching my videos. I've already featured him a lot, but there's going to be even more videos later. I use this guy so much in Tesla Fest. By the way, 100% win rate. Can't fault that, okay? Suck me. Anyway. Single target Buster God. I love this man. No bias. 12k attack. Good start. It's not as high as Kouyou Alter, obviously, but still above average for 5-star Berserkers. Good. He's got a double Buster, double quick deck, which sometimes I kind of wish he was triple Buster. I'm not gonna lie. But it does help with the MP uptime, though. And post-buff MP is actually nice to have a better uptime on it. So there is that. And it doesn't hurt to have a bit more star gen on him too, I guess. But kind of sometimes I do wish he was triple Buster. Now, first skill, 5-turn cooldown, full party gets 20% Buster up for 3 turns and 20% star gen for 3 turns. This is definitely the weakest part of his whole game plan. This skill is just kind of like whatever. It doesn't even do that much. His own star gen won't really be affected too much, and chances are your supports don't really care too much for that either. Same with the Buster buff. I wish it was for himself only in higher number, but So if this is his weakest part, then I think we're gonna be okay anyway. Second skill, this buff, I love it so much. This makes all the difference in the world. It's such a big deal. So on a 5-turn cooldown, full self-cleanse, 1.5k heal, which sometimes actually is a demerit, if anything. But then he gets a 1-time 3-turn guts, revives 1 HP, and it's stackable. Stackable with a good uptime. 3-turn guts at a 5-turn cooldown. Yes. This is so important, and it makes so much. You'd be surprised if you never used him. Just trust me on this. As someone who uses him a lot, this makes such a big difference in making him viable. It gives him so much more consistency. Huge buff. All right, third skill also buffed. This is actually new to this year's list compared to last year's. I wish I had this on NA already, but I don't. Anyway. 5-turn cooldown. He gets 4k absorb for 3 turns. Then he gets crit damage based on how much HP he has. So it's anywhere from 20% to 100%, depending on how much HP he has left. So even on base, is not the worst because he still has a high attack and a buster buff. Then he gets with the buff, he gets a 30% gauge boost like a battery, and then he does 1k damage to himself, which cannot kill him. Very important that it cannot kill him, by the way, because he has a 1 HP guts on the second skill. Very important. Thank God he can't die to that. So yeah, great. This makes him a consistent crit DPS as well, because it's a good chunk of absorb on a good uptime. So yay. Very, very important. Because, so a lot of people, when they think Hijikata is like, oh, it's the guy that just does a bunch of damage with his MP when he's on 1 HP. Yes, he is that, but people never think about his crit DPS too. He's very legit as a crit DPS, I'll tell you that much. So yeah, I like the skill set. I just wish the first skill was also buffed. Maybe at some point. Anyway, yeah?
So it would have been way too much. Like, it's completely fine where it is. But it would have been pretty neat to see the battery also scale with HP.
Oh, wow. That would be kind of cool,
20 to
actually.
50 or something.
Yeah. Why not? Honestly, I'm all about it. Because I love the playstyle.
I mean,
Anyway,
it didn't really
passives.
need the buff too bad, honestly, but
True.
I'll take it.
Alright, 5% on the passive for Buster. Pretty cool. Could be more, but yeah, we take it. Main card type. Crit risk on Alter Ego is like whatever. Buffed MP. So it is basic, yes. It only does damage on normal effect, and the OC is the well, it's bonus damage based on, again, missing HP. But honestly, after the post buff, it does even decent damage on base. You'd be surprised. Like, a lot of people don't realize the MP actually hits fairly hard on, like, basically full HP too. You don't have to be like 1 HP to do crazy damage with it. That's why I really like it. Even if the buff was a bit boring with the effects, of course. Oh yeah, and the additional damage is obviously, 800 to 1200% on the OC range. This guy, I love this guy so much. Like people are always like scared, like, oh, he dies easily. He doesn't. If you bring up 1 or 2 good supports with him, with that stackable guts, the cleanse, and the everything, you'd be surprised. He's so fun to use. And I've won so many fights where, like, literally, go watch my Okada Challenge Quiz video. He hits Guts is procced on turn 1. He stays alive until the end, and he absolutely wrecks him. It's not immediately lights out if you get, like, clapped from full HP. That's the fun part. If anything, that's when you have the most fun, when he is on low HP, because his crit damage potential on low HP is very, very solid. Oh my god, I love this man so much. And now, honestly, I forgot to mention, but now with the battery buff, he can even do multi-core farming. That's the crazy part.
Yeah, and he's got the team 20% buff. Like, it's not that huge, but it's a bit of something. Yeah. And generally you want to see like a 50% battery, because like one of the top multi-core servants for at least for Buster is Korean Dark, and then that works out. But I guess you could bring a second, like someone else that gives some team charge, like another Korean Dark.
I just love it, dude. Again, this is not a surprise because I was gushed about her earlier, but him with Rhinos, oh my god, with the added to hit-based invul as well, and potentially the nullification of the defense on the MP. Holy, like, him with Rhinos is so good on bosses. It's crazy. It's so good.
Yeah, his damage potential is just like insane. He has like some of the highest potential damage in the entire game. Like, I know I'm not the right person to bring up TA, but
Yeah.
like you know that one advanced quest with the crystal that you have to like kill the other, like the ghosts.
I haven't done most advanced quests yet, so I probably don't know that one.
Okay,
I've been very lazy with them.
There's this one where there's like a crystal. I think it has like 300,000 HP or something, and you have to kill one of the ghosts that it summons to remove HP from it. But it doesn't have special damage resist. It has damage cut. And
so you have to do enough big numbers to go through it.
Yeah, he's the only one. Hold on.
Like, I assume like a 1 HP MP or something.
Chat has it. But it is like well over 10 million damage that you have to do, and he's like the only servant that's done it.
I assume that's the cheese. There's probably another way to clear it, right? Because there's no otherwise that makes no sense. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, but the way you do it, you just like kill the other things and it just drains the HP. So you're locked
okay.
into a certain amount of turns. He's
Yeah.
he's definitely a numbers guy. Like he does have the debuff cleanse and the guts, which I do like.
Stackable guts.
Like,
oh, it's so nice. With a good uptime
really
too.
Like
I'm going A plus. I'm definitely going A plus. If it was my copy, I'd go EX, but I'm going A plus on this. This guy is so good. People need to try him out. Not only is he good for real, he's really fun. Like, just try him out. Especially if you have like a Rhinus or something for supporting him. Just, oh, it's so good. Oof. Okay, I need to stop fanboying for a second because that was my moment for this list. that was the one I was waiting for the most. I mean, there was many others like Nagakura and Kouyou Alter who I also love, but like frick, dude, he's my favorite. Okay. All right. Let's talk about the horse then. So we got Xiang Yu. He's well, okay, we'll cover him first, but okay. AoE, quick DPS, because you're not going to farm with him, okay? But honestly, as much as I kind of don't like him, he's not hopeless at DPS at least, especially with Summer Scotty. That helped a lot, but yeah, let's see. So 11.6k attack. I think it's just under average, let me check. Yeah, it's just under average for Berserker 5 stars. Full triple buster deck monk mode, but his gains cards are actually pretty good. So there's that, the arts, the one arts and the one quick. Cool. First skill on a 6-turn cooldown, he gets a 1-turn evasion, he gets 100% crit damage for 1 turn and 5k absorb for 1 turn. I don't like this skill. 1, big downtime on the crit absorb. 2, it's tied to his 1-turn evasion, and that, like, it's all big downtime anyway. Ooh. Frick. Okay. There's another sneeze. There's another one. Okay, that was a double. I usually double sneeze. Okay. Anyway, I don't like this skill. It's awkward to use and a lot of downtime. Okay. Second skill, 5-turn cooldown. He gets 30% quick and buster up for 3 turns on self. And then a 50% crit damage boost for 1 turn as well. So I guess he can have 150% crit damage for 1 turn. That's where usually people kind of like know him from, for those big crit turns that he can kind of do. This skill at least makes sense. This is fine. I kind of wish the crit damage was more than 1 turn, because both of them are now 1 turn, but eh. Third skill, 5-turn cooldown, he gets an Invul Pierce for 3 turns and then 10 stars per turn for 3 turns. I wish the stars was maybe like 15, but hey, that's a good uptime on Invul Pierce, which is always, you know, nice to have for a DPS. Overall, the kit is okay. Is okay, but there's mostly the first skill where I have my big problems. Alright, 1 passive, his unique version of Madness Enhancement. We get 8% buster and crit damage. Cool. Helps. Saber crit resistance is like whatever. MP. Ooh, the MP. They should buff this. So there's nothing besides damage on normal effect, and then the overcharge is 20% MP damage for 1 turn before damage, scaling up to 60%, and it's a 5-hitter on quick AoE. So man, does he refund bad compared to a lot of other quick AoEs, especially in this list. We can even see it right here, I believe. Give me a second. Yeah, it's so bad. It's worse than Tabby Cat, Brev. But, you know, as a DPS, he's not hopeless. In fact, he's probably going to be like the top of the crit damage sheet too because of the potential. Yeah, he is. That's funny. It's not, again, super accurate because, you know, it's 2 1-turn crit buffs. So take it how you will, but potential is there, I guess, for nukes. Do you think he's overhated, or does he deserve the trash talk?
He's definitely overhated. I think it's like I understand his NP does suck. Like I'm not gonna deny that, but his cards are really solid. Like I know people might focus a lot on the 1-turn buffs, but like I mean, we talked about it earlier with like Shinpachi and and Sei and Atalanta and all, like, you can stagger the crit skills, and then you can get multiple turns out of it.
Yeah, that's
One
just
of the
nice that he has
things
2 of them, yeah.
one of the things that really, that I really like, though, is I like that he has Pierce Invuln on a skill.
Yeah.
That means, like, you're getting that, like, all of your turns. Like, all 3 of those turns you have it active, all of your cards are Piercing Invuln.
Yeah, it's like a
So
Voyager of the Storm.
yeah. Yeah,
Or Pioneer of the Stars. I always confuse the two, fuck. Pioneer. Voyager
you got me
sucks.
too.
The skill, not the servant.
Yeah, I'd also like to point out, even though the crit stars seem really insignificant, because 10 isn't enough to get a Berserker to crit generally. If you're using him with double Scotty, like, you're going to be making at least 40 per turn. And that's
Yeah.
generally enough to get you to crit consistently. Because you're also going to be making some with cards, and, like, if you just NP'd, then yeah, that makes a decent amount. He's just not an NP servant, he is a crit servant.
I wish he had a
And
buff MP or something. That would be so
oh
cool.
yeah. Yeah, honestly, I'm down for a buff. Like, he's a servant that has
No, I mean like a buff MP where he gets like buffs instead of doing
buff
damage.
NP.
But yeah, they should also
Oh,
buff this MP too, by the
well,
way.
yeah, yeah. Yeah, I could see them what could they do? They could do some sort of, like, attack buff on his NP, and that would affect his card damage, and like, I don't know, just, like, put 1 or 2 effects on his NP.
Yeah,
What
the
I'd
MP just
assume they
sucks
would
as
do is
is.
they'd probably do something like anti-chaotic or whatever. You can quote me
Anti-Earth.
on that if they do that. Anti-Earth, please no.
We need more of that.
Yes, let's make this servant that is worse than a lot of AoE servants just try to do and fail at being at uh, holy shit, I am struggling so much with this sentence.
Same.
Just yeah, let's try to put him in competition with the servant that's the best at this thing that he's doing. Like,
Yeah.
but yeah, this is just not going to work. But
Hmm.
yeah, like, I think he's definitely overhated. Like, you'd be surprised, or at least chat would be surprised, like, what kind of you can do some good DPSing with just cards. Like, you can use
Yeah.
him as a single target. I used him. I forgot. So I have someone in my chat who has him grailed, and he likes making me use him. And you know what? I like using him, so I'm fine with
Okay.
it. So
Yeah.
I think he's pretty fun.
I'm thinking one of the
Um.
Bs.
Uh. Yeah. Yeah. B or B. I think B's fine.
Just a B. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, among
Yeah. I
SSRs, I
don't.
feel like B is kind of fair. I
Yeah.
would pick Raiko over him for sure.
Yeah. For sure.
Uh,
I don't think she's as strong with crits, but she does have a better NP, and the NP helps facilitate
and
the
she has
crits
good
get
power
better.
mods.
And she has the star absorb for more than 1 turn.
True,
Yeah,
more
I do
consistency.
dislike that, but, like, th kind of the thing about having the 1 turn absorb is, like, okay, you have the 1 turn absorb because you don't have much stars, but then between Summer Scotty and his own star gen skill, you're gonna have a bunch of stars the following turns. So I don't think it's gonna be as much of an issue as people realize.
Mm.
I could be wrong though. Like, I haven't had a chance to use him with Summer Scotty because I don't have him on JP, and I love testing stuff
I don't
with
think I have him
advanced.
on JP either, actually.
Dang, I've got dude.
Well,
I
I'm
got
okay with
spooked
that
by
though.
him. Oh, you know what? Speaking of that, I got spooked by him on the Raiko banner, the last Raiko banner. The dead people banner that they made for Olympus.
Yeah, kinda, yeah.
Like, they've rated up a bunch of characters that died before we got there. Like, yeah,
Fun.
that was painful. I've always like, Raiko has always been painful to me. I don't know why.
Well, B for the horse for now. Alright, I guess it's time for this can of worms. Yeah, let's talk about Arjuna Alter. So, yeah. The man, the myth, the legend. AoE, Buster, DPS, Ed Farber. There he is. First of all, 11.6k attack puts him under average among 5-star Berserkers. I guess he has a lot of other stuff to make up for that though, so not the biggest issue. Triple Buster deck, of course. Makes sense. He's all about the red. His gains cards are okay too. They're not, again, amazing, but they're okay. Yeah, first skill. I mean, it's that skill. 5-turn cooldown. He gets 30% attack for 3 turns and then 50% power mod against debuffed enemies for 3 turns. Because that's balanced, right? Especially combined with a certain MP effect. Yeah, it's just... to this day, still pretty overtuned how it works. Why is it 50%? Like, holy...
How about we just give him waivers buffs, but it applies even if it doesn't crit?
Like, come on, this is a ridiculous skill. Alright, second skill. 5-turn cooldown, 6k absorb for Buster cards for 3 turns, and a 30% battery. I mean, it's simple, but it works. That way, you know, your red cards will also hit hard too, besides the MP. And this enables him to farm too. He does obviously need to farm with a 50%er, but, you know, still does... he probably does the most damage out of all 50%ers, though, on farming. Now, third skill, 7-turn cooldown. He gets a Guts for 1 time 3 turns, and then healing 2k per turn for 3 turns. This is definitely his weakest part. The Guts doesn't have a good uptime. It probably should have been 5 turns. God forbid they make him better, of course. But yeah, the healing is like whatever, too. It's just there. It's all about the first 2 skills, if anything. I mean, I guess it saves you your ass 1 time, but... yeah... like, his skill set is so basic, but it's good. It's still good.
Oh, what? I thought it was on a 6-turn cooldown. Shit.
Yeah, it's 7 apparently.
Damn.
I wasn't sure either.
Damn.
Wow. They could have either made it 6 turns or the Guts be higher turn, you know, uptime. But yeah, I mean, you don't need to buff him, so yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of funny looking at that skill, and then you look back at Yui's first skill. It's a 5-turn.
Right, yeah.
It's on a 6-turn cooldown.
I mean,
5-turn HP regen.
You gotta be, you gotta, you know, be a little bit worse in some aspects, I guess.
Yeah, they can't have him be perfect.
Yeah. Anyway, passive 12% Buster up, because why the flip not? Divinity EX has it looks cool, but it's not that practical. Archer crit resistance, nah. And then the MP, never been buffed, and hopefully never will be buffed. Nothing on the normal effect besides damage. And then the overcharge, which combination with the first skill changes everything. So before damage, all enemies minus 20% Buster rest for 3 turns, and then scaling up to 60%. So obviously that's a debuff that enables the power mod. And it also makes the MP hit harder because it's a Buster MP. And I'm still mad at this because I don't even care about the power mod. I'm just mad that he's like the only one that gets this before damage. Like, I'm still sad about Hijikata Alter, you know? She was like one of the first ones to have AoE Buster us down on the MP and after damage. And then he gets it before. Again, not even talking about the debuff damage. Just the fact that he has this on his MP before damage is making me salty to this day. Whatever, dude. Anyway, he's Arjuna Alter. He's good. He's kind of cracked for damage because of the way the first skill works. It's just how it is. Yeah, like he's just good. He's just really good. He is him. To do memes. I mean, I assume you probably agree on the placement, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Again, he's one of those numbers characters. Like he is just so absurdly. He's just really overtuned.
Yeah, like he's numbers to the extreme.
Yeah, and so I've had this thought in the past because I've put a lot of thought into the comparison between him and Morgan because it's a hot.
I mean, it's the classic.
A lot of people.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and the way I always look.
Oh, should we wait before we do Morgan first, or is it instant here?
Well, I'm not going too in depth.
Okay.
I've always looked at it like she's more utility and team support, whereas he's just raw damage.
Yeah.
But I've over time come to think of it a bit of a different way, being able to just dish out a massive amount of damage, that's kind of its own utility. Like, you don't have to use them as a main DPS. Something I've seen a lot of people do, actually, is they'll borrow a friend's Arjuna Alter. They'll just have him come in at some point. He NPs once, and he wipes out a wave of bars, and, like, holy shit, that's pretty cool utility. Like, just being able to remove a bar.
Yeah. I guess that's one
Basically
different way to do
removal.
utility. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so, like, generally I wouldn't call that type of thing utility, but if you're able to consistently just demolish an entire bar with
Yeah.
almost no help,
I mean,
think
if
that
you have
is-
the append max, he can just come up with like a Bunyan C and
Yeah.
just do that from his own kit. It's a lot of damage as
Yeah.
is.
Yeah,
Oh
he's
my
just
God.
so good at doing damage, and he needs so little help to do it.
Yeah.
So EX is completely fine by me, honestly.
Yeah. I'm definitely not going to argue that. I know how he could. I don't use him much because I don't really like him that much, but I do recognize that he is just cracked for numbers and damage. It's bland and basic, but you know, it's the truth. All right, we'll move on for now. Let's talk about a summer servant again. Another fairly popular one. We got Musashi.
I'm sure this is one people are really interested about.
Yeah, we'll see how this one ends up going, but okay. AoE arts, farmer, DPS. You can kind of do both, honestly. I feel like people always focus on her farming, but she can kind of do deeps too. Like, actually. It's a bit sketchy sometimes, but it's doable. It's possible. Alright, first of all, 12.7k attack. Now, that is sexy, along many other things you see about her. Oh my.
My name is...
No, don't ruin it, please. Oh my god. No. Anyway, yeah, attack super high. Very nice. Double Buster, double art stick. Matches her playstyle, I want to say. You know, she doesn't really crit too much. She's all about spamming the MPs even as DPSing. But her gains are actually pretty good for a Berserker. Not too bad. Especially when you have some skill uptime. Speaking of which, first skill, 4-turn cooldown, 1 attack evasion. So just 1 attack, no turn limit though. And then she gets 50% crit damage for 1 turn. So it's like, again, it's this skill again that, you know, Da Vinci Rider has and Summer Ishtar, I think. Maybe some others too. It's a bit bland. It's a bit basic. At least it's a short cooldown, but yeah, it's not really that big of a deal. Because she's not even that crit focused, sadly. So the crit damage is like kind of mixed value here. Second skill though, ooh, now we're actually talking about her niche, or her playstyle. 6-turn cooldown, double hits on arts cards for 1 turn. Only on normal attacks, by the way, not the MP. So her normal arts cards become 6 hitters for 1 turn. And then she gets more damage on her normal arts cards, again, not the MP. 30% more damage on those for 1 turn. And then she gets 50% MP gain for 3 turns. So with this, if you use her normal arts cards, your MP just goes bzzzt. It just goes. It goes. God forbid you land a crit. Like, it's just the easiest MP is known to man. Like, yeah, you're good to go. Now, third skill, 6-turn cooldown. Invul Pierce for 3 turns. Hey, 30% attack for 3 turns. Oh, Guts for 1 time 3 turns with 1 HP revive. Okay. Then she does 5k damage to herself. Cannot die to that, but that's a big chunk. And then all enemies minus 30% defense for 3 turns. This is really good on bosses, honestly. For farming, it's like, yeah, it's alright, you know? It still helps there too. But for bosses, that big defense down and that invul pierce, ooh, I mean, yeah, it's a bit scary when you know, kind of chop your HP like that, though, with, you know, not that much defense on your kid. But remember, she is arts, so you can still definitely get by fairly easily, you know? So thank God she's arts. So it makes this less scary. That's a great skill, by the way. Like, the demerit is big, yes, but it's still well worth it for all this stuff that you get. Well worth. Pretty decent skill set overall. Alright, 12% Buster Up is okay as a bonus. Not really her focus though. 15% debuff res. Cool bonus for bosses, yes. 4% quick, pretty irrelevant for her. Divinity D also irrelevant. Lancer crit resistance, not that relevant either. Buffed MP, and here's the fun part, because again, this is new compared to last year, I believe. Yeah. So, hey, all enemies minus 30% crit chance for 3 turns. Very awesome. Basically eliminates all base crit chances, so they would need to buff their crit chance to crit you. Cool. Again, makes it better for bosses. And then, super effective against saber enemies. 200 to 300 range on overcharge. And then base 100% chance to MP seal saber enemies. Scaling up to 200. So with this, she literally does like crazy archer single target damage on sabers. It's such a high, super effective. Oh my. Like, that's so high. 200.
I don't know why they did 200%. That's just
Yeah.
really high scaling. Like, she already
Why is it not the normal one? 150,
damage.
200. I don't get it.
Like, like, it makes sense with someone like Scheherazade because she has low attack and then she doesn't have a lot of mods. So
Yeah,
she
it's
has
a much
200.
more niche thing anyway.
Yeah, yeah. But then you got this, which is 200%, and it's on a class that's already usable against them. Like she's already doing bonus damage to this class. So
Yeah.
I don't. I feel like that upgrade was a bit overtuned. But to be
Yeah.
honest, I am happy that they went in that direction because for the longest time people were saying that they needed to give her a battery, which is so fucking boring. Like,
Yeah, I
do
agree.
we need Summer Ibuki 2? Like,
Yeah, let's
like
not.
even then, she still wasn't gonna be Summer Ibuki 2. Ibuki was still gonna be better at it than she was.
Yeah, if they never buffed
So
the MP and gave her battery instead, she would still be better.
yeah, yeah. So I'm glad that they didn't go in a pure farming direction because like her farming did get a lot better for sure because
Mm.
she's basically free NP2 now. But it's actually useful in a challenge quest and like she has so much utility, like she has good utility and then good damage against sabers because she NP seals them too, so they can't
True.
NP.
Dude, I like her
It's
so much more on bosses than farming now with this. Like, so much more.
Oh yeah, yeah. I already feel like she
Yeah,
was really
true.
solid in challenge quests. Like Pierce Envil on a skill is just so good, and like yeah, she loops super easy even without help. Like you get one arts crit, and bam, like you got your NP again. Like,
Okay, to address the chat, okay, there was the whole thing about, saying that, yes, Vlad is super reliant on Castoria, but yeah, he's saying it's true, but we still ranked him high anyway, because, you can still pick Castoria. We took that into account anyway. He was just emphasizing how much reliable he is. He doesn't say it's like a deal breaker, but it is a fact, and we still placed him high anyway. Okay, so you guys are just misunderstanding what happened with that earlier argument.
So also that is, you are operating under the assumption that she is heavily reliant on Castoria. So
They're
like
just thinking about
like
looping, I think, for that.
yeah,
In which case, that's fair. But for DPSing, it's a different story.
but we weren't even measuring Vlad that much as a farmer.
No, I meant Musashi.
Yeah.
For Castoria reliance. She needs her for farming, of course. But for DPSing, it's not that bad.
Yeah. I mean, she loops really easy even without Castoria. Like her cards are really good. She has a looping skill. Like it boosts her arts cards to 4.5%, bro. Like
You don't
that's
need to
like
crit
a
at
lot.
that point.
Yeah. So like I feel like yeah. What I mean by that, so again, like the entire thing about not liking that some servants are super reliant on Castoria, that is a personal thing. That is me. That is just a way I personally judge a servant. I feel like as soon as you start stacking really high rarity supports on top of a servant, they all start feeling the same. It's when you take away everything else that you can actually see what they individually do. That's just how I play the game. I know most people don't care about it because ultimately they're going to play the game one way. so everything is going to feel the same, and like that's up to them. Like it's kind of it operates under the same assumptions that this tier list runs with, which is like everyone has
we're assuming though like the access to all these great tools.
Yeah, and it's not 100% applicable to everyone, but we have to form some sort of basis, and like even if I do it differently, it's not my list.
Anyway, back to Musashi. Would you say she's EX now post buff?
I don't know. It depends on how much merit we're putting in the anti-saber, because she's a berserker, and like you can force her against that. But to be fair, we did already rank her on the archer list.
We did.
So if we're going to be ranking her high specifically for anti-saber, we already did that. So
yeah. So is it A+ then in this list? Like again, as a berserker in general?
A+. I think, like, I personally am kind of caught between those two, because I do think she is really good right now. It's just like the generic damage buff is great.
Damn. Do we still go EX? And maybe it makes sense.
We can go EX for now. We might change it later.
Yeah, okay. I'm okay with that. Okay, we'll see. Again, shuffle at the end. Okay, sure. Yes. All right, next. We still got 5 more, and then we do the big shuffle. Okay. So, we got the main comparison of the Vlad. Still all these years later. Galatea. Single target arts DPS as well. They have a lot of similarities, but also they do bring different things to the table. Now, 11.4k attack. Again, under average for 5-star berserkers, but it's not that bad still. Now, unlike Vlad, she has a full buster deck. She went back to the OG roots, which is funny because she was way later released, despite Vlad being day 1. So you think they would be the opposite, but no. This is how it is. Now, her gains cards are still pretty okay, though, so worth mentioning, I guess. Unlike Vlad's on base, which are pretty not nice to look at. Now, for her skill, we have a lot to discuss here with her skills. 6-turn cooldown. She herself gets 30% arts and buster for 3 turns. And then she gets 100% buff removal resistance for 1 time, 3 turns, and a 20% battery. That's a lot of good tools from the get-go. Main card types. Good utility in keeping your buff safe with a decent uptime. And then battery to help you get going more. Cool. Good. Second skill, 6-turn cooldown. She gets a guts for 1 time, 3 turns. Stackable, by the way, because, hey, cool. Then she gets defense for 2 times. Defense up for 2 times, 3 turns. 100%. So she can easily take 2 hits with this. Sometimes you might get tickled a little bit, depending on how many buffs the enemy has and whatnot. But this can actually tank quite a bit. So there's that. And it's nice that the guts is stackable. It's only up half the time. The uptime could be a little bit better. Also, it's a 3k revive on the guts. I didn't mention that. But it's very good that it's stackable. That's good. Third skill, also been buffed. Ooh. 7-turn cooldown. She gets a regen buff for 3 turns. So, that means the full party gets 2k healing every turn for 3 turns. Everyone's debuffs are removed every turn for 3 turns. Then she gets an on-attack buff for 3 turns, which whenever she's using a buster card, she gets 10% battery. Really helps, because, you know, her MP could have been more spammable before this, because her deck was kind of like whatever. Like, even if this one and the Quick and Arts cards still have, like, okay gains, it was still kind of hard sometimes to get more MPs off consistently. But with this helps quite a bit, because now your busters can generate some MP too. Yeah. This is great with this, like, it's triple, like, back to turn, like, full cleanse on the party. That's kind of nuts. Yeah. At first when I read this, I thought, like, oh, is it like the latest debuff or something? No, it's a full cleanse on the whole party 3 times.
Yeah. Wow. I sure do love Kijo Koyo's 3rd skill.
Yeah. I mean, the one drawback of this skill is that, yes, it has a lot of downtime, but considering all the stuff you get from this, it's not the end of the world.
Yeah, so to be fair, there is some bad things about it. It works really weird with turn order. So the time it applies after dots tick. So if the enemy applies
Ah,
dots and you try to use that to remove it, you're still going to suffer that damage. Granted, you're going to be healing some of that back,
mm,
but that could be a bit of an odd thing that happens. Also, something I've noticed, which is trivia, I'm not sure how much it factors here, but it's it's so weird that that you know how like there's also other types of clock debuffs
yeah,
buffs that
regen thingies.
apply. Yeah, so generally, so clock buffs apply before clock debuffs, and despite that, and you would think, okay, since this could remove a clock debuff before it applies, it shouldn't apply. But you would be wrong. It does remove it, but the clock debuffs still work.
Okay, that's kind of weird.
Uh, yeah, that happens in the fluffy fight because there's all of those clock debuffs that drain your health. Like this is a perfect counter to that gimmick, but it's still like on the turn that it cleanses, you'll still get drained. So it's really weird.
Okay. Well, yeah, kind of weird, but still good effects wise.
Oh yeah, also offensive debuffs it can be a bit of a problem against because you attack before that, but
Ah,
defensive
yeah.
debuffs it's completely great
Yeah,
against.
yeah. All right. Overall, actually a fairly great skill set. There's a lot of stuff here, actually. Yeah.
Hmm. Yeah, I love that
12% buster up.
she has like a shit ton of niches. Like she has like out of all of the servants out there, she has like some of the most diverse one of the most diverse sets of win conditions. And I
Yeah,
like
I
it
can see
on a
that.
berserker because like even if she's not really that incredible for damage, like, she's really safe. You can like, you don't have to
Hmm.
worry about buff removal, you don't have to worry about, uh, like you got multiple ways of dealing with NPs, like, you can resist Pierce Invuln because you have a defense buff. Although, ironically, like, you have this weird thing happen where your weakness is now attack buffs because that'll
Yeah,
counteract the defense buff.
true.
Uh,
But yeah, he's got a lot of stuff.
then
Anyway, we'll cover
then
the
you
rest
got
of the kits here
guts and
first.
oh, yeah. Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
getting ahead of
yeah, yeah.
myself.
It's
I love
fine. That's
this one.
fine. All right.
Yeah, I
12%
know people
permanent
are gonna be
buster up. That
unbiased.
is very nice. It's her busters won't really be her main source of damage though, but you know she has 3 of them, so it helps a bit. 17.5% debuff res, also a cool bonus. Although this is, I guess, on her of all servants of the Berserker list is maybe the least useful because you know she has all those cleanses coming in anyway. Anti-assassin crit resistance, good. Again, good value because 30% base chance on assassins to crit. And then the MP. Hey, guaranteed tick down on the enemy. How about that? Very nice. And then before damage, 20% MP damage for 3 turns, scaling up to 40%. So she even has that ramp up going. So both she and Vlad have ramp up, of course, but I guess she has a little bit better of a start because she has it before damage. Not that it matters too much, but yeah. But yeah, the guaranteed tick down is really nice. I do like that. Very good. And the MP refund's pretty okay too, right? Yeah, it does actually. It refunds really well. It's very interchangeable with Vlad, really. But yeah, it's both still have like very solid refund potential.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
So
it's in her case it's even nicer because again it's a guaranteed tick down on the MP as well, so you can really keep the enemy, assuming you're fighting one boss, you know, down for a long time with that MP gauge.
yeah. So so she kinda highlights some of the issues that I have with Vlad. Yeah, I know we're going back to that. And
Yeah.
I understand that people are going to be calling some bias because I do like this character. I find your gameplay very fun. But so some of the strengths, like you look at the strengths that Vlad has. He has the NP refund, which is like the strongest thing he has. That and well, the NP upgrade. But uh, the NP refund, when I'm using Galatea, I don't really need the NP refund. And I have that, but I also have card gain on everything. Like my Buster
Mm.
cards make gain, quick card makes gain, arts card makes gain. So she loops really easily, and a pretty considerable portion of it oftentimes comes from the cards anyways. Like, I'll refund like 50%, and then I get the rest of the way there from, like, I could get the rest of the way there oftentimes from just Buster, if that says anything about it. But like, that's the problem with Vlad. Like, his refund is actually very slightly worse, but his card gain is a lot worse. So
Yeah. And his
if
busters
she's
don't refund or generate any MP gauge,
yeah, yeah,
sadly.
yeah, and neither does his quick card because it's a 1%
Yeah,
quick card.
true.
He has 2 cards that make gain. Everything else makes basically nothing. But she has 6 cards that make gain. I like that about her because even though she has a Buster deck, and you wouldn't expect someone with the Buster deck to spam really good, everything she has, every card she has makes charge. So I like it. And it also
I
means,
think the
like, if
main
you want to
argument is
crit.
that Vlad just does better damage. That's the main argument.
Yeah.
But she has all these
Yeah.
other things going for her.
Yeah, and like at NP1 you'll feel that. I do agree. That's really Galatea's biggest problem. It's just her damage is lower.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I don't feel like it's that big of a difference because like if we
I mean,
peel
even the
down to,
sheet,
like,
which is, again, we're not fully going to focus on it, but even there, they're not too far apart. Despite Vlad still, obviously doing more damage, they're not that far apart.
yeah. Yeah, and like when you get higher NP levels on them, which I know that's not really something in consideration here. If you get higher NP levels on them, the difference starts getting smaller. That's just how NP levels and NP upgrades work. It's why Summer Melt outclasses Finn past NP1. It's just how the game works. That, of course, that doesn't matter too much, but I just feel like that's worth mentioning. So people who are more dedicated to this game, people who want to, okay, so if a person looks at it like, okay, should I roll for one of them? Like, I want to roll for like NP3 or 4 or whatever. And so that would be crazy, first off. But I think that you'd get better returns from going hardcore on Galatea than on Vlad, because not only do you get a better kit, you're also, like, the one selling point he has over her is just dissipating. Also,
Yeah.
as far as the difference between their damage, like, if you go all the way down to, like, no buffs or anything on them, like, the difference between their damage, it's like 5k damage. I don't feel like that's that crazy. Technically, it's 7,500 because because I'm counting neutral damage, but like, I I just don't feel like it's that big of a difference because she also has better card damage. Like, her
No,
cards are
per
better
chat
for
again. Is not this sheet is not the fairest example anyway, because it's assuming like max damage, like, which it's gonna be much harder to make like Vlad run with Black Rail anyway compared to Galatea.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Also, that's a kind of an interesting cell she has. Like, she stacks NP damage buffs instead of arts resist debuffs, and if you're using Oberon, that ends up going pretty high in her favor.
Yeah.
Well,
So
I know
I guess
that.
we should talk about placement. Are
Yeah,
they gonna be the
I
same, or is
know.
she gonna be higher? And where are we gonna place them?
Well, I want to say like A+. Like, I
So
don't think.
do you think she should be higher first of all?
Yeah, I think she
I
should be
might
higher.
be okay with that, honestly. I've always kind of, I've kind of changed my opinion about them over the years, but I kind of think she's like a plus above, honestly.
Yeah, yeah, I think that's fair. Yeah, I just
Like,
feel
yeah,
like she
Vlad
has
kind of
more.
does more damage, but I do like everything else that she has got going for her
Yeah.
more.
Yeah, I like that there are some situations where you actually really, it makes a lot of sense to bring her over a counterclasser because, well, a lot of
Yeah.
classes don't have someone that can remove team debuffs and like have guts and drain and like buff removal resistance. Like those are some pretty.
Hair chat. Okay, I'm sorry to interrupt you.
That's fine.
You said, do you think he's so bad he is doomed to stay at A tier? In what world is A tier bad? That's a high tier, bro. Are you saying anyone on A tier is a bad servant? He's doomed to stay in A tier. Can you listen to yourself for a little bit? Doomed to stay in A tier because he's bad? Like, bro, come on.
Motherfuckers are sitting here saying Xiang Yu should be in D tier. And then like, oh man, A tier is such a bad thing. Come on. Come on, guys.
It's only half a tier below between them anyway. I mean, most of the time they're probably interchangeable anyway, but I kind of like Galatea a little bit above. It's not a full tier, it's a plus. That's a half a tier. It's just how this site works. It kind of looks a bit different, but trust me, that's a half a tier, bro. That's why we have the pluses to begin with. It's not that big of a deal. Anyway, I think we should just move on for that. Again, we'll do the shuffle at the end, but yeah. Okay.
Oh yeah. Oh man, there's just a lot of the very end of this list is just really interesting because
it's so crazy. Like
going on here.
The Berserker list was like everything is being chilling until the 5 stars happen, and then everything gets thrown out the window. Anyway, let's talk about another.
No, I shouldn't say anything.
Okay.
Never mind.
Okay.
Let's go.
Yeah. Another really big one, of course. We're going to talk about Morgan next. OG Berserker. We already covered Tonelico in the caster list, so now it's time for the OG one, the big Berserker herself. Now, AoE, Buster, DPS, Farber. Definitely prefer her as a DPS though than farming, but yeah, there she is. 12.2k attack or so. Above average among 5-star Berserkers, so that's a good start. Very nice. Double Buster, double Arch deck. Fits her playstyle really well, I want to say. And especially for a Berserker, her gains are actually pretty decent. Nothing like crazy again. They're still not going to be like over the top crazy, but you know, they're good enough. The kit obviously supports it a bit better too. Now, 6-turn cooldown on the first skill. Full party, 20% attack for 3 turns. She gets 30% gauge for herself. And then all enemies minus 30% defense for 3 turns. That is a loaded skill if I've ever seen one. Wow, just... It would only be better if the attack up was for herself only. Although I guess that would kind of diminish her multi-core potential. But anyway, still, such a good skill. That is very good. I can't believe the defense down is 30% over 20, actually. That is interesting. It's good, though. Very good. Second skill, 5-turn cooldown. Targeted 20% battery, and then the full party gets 25% MP gain for 3 turns. Again, this helps with their own gains as well. It's good. It makes sense, you know. It's the Castoria skill, because XD. You gotta have one here, too. Third skill. Wow, we got a lot of lines. So on a 7-turn cooldown, she gets a Guts for 1 time 3 turns. She gets 5k absorb for 3 turns. She gets 30% crit damage for 3 turns. A regen buff for 3 turns. So at the end of every turn, all enemies get minus 20% attack and crit damage for 3 turns. Or 1 turn, actually. 1 turn, my bad. And then she gets 15 stars. So every turn, the enemies get the same debuff, basically, like 20%, and then 20%, and then 20%. That's how it works. It is quite a bit of downtime, but man, you get a lot from it, though. That's a lot of stuff still. Like, ooh. It's, in a way, it is kind of comparable to Galatea's third skill. They both do a lot, despite having quite a bit of downtime, though. Yeah. Ooh. I mean, her kit is good, skill-wise already, so yeah, it's good. Honestly, while it's not as crazy in numbers as Arjuna Alter for damage, I like this kit more though, because it does more. So there's that. I said it. Alright, 8% Buster up from the passive, very nice. 20% debuff rest, also very nice. 12% debuff success rate, you know, helps with that third skill as well. 8% arts up, also cool. And then 20% crit resistance. Wow. So, in case it wasn't obvious, she's also the most loaded on all the Berserkers by passives. I forgot about Castoria, though. It's probably very similar, though. But yeah, very cracked passives, too. So, there you go. Enjoy, I guess. Saber crit resistance, whatever. All right, then the MP time. So she gets 50% power mod against round table, knight, or fey enemies for 1 turn before damage. Again, it's either or. It doesn't stack. Like if the enemy happens to be both traits, you don't get 100%. It's only one of them, and it's cool. All enemies get a 1k curse on them for 5 turns. That's like whatever. It's the most insignificant effect. The full party gets a overcharge buff for 1 step, 1 time, 3 turns. And then her overcharge is a super effective damage. But against man attribute enemies, the base 150 to 200 range. Which, again, I'll flash it real fast. For a Berserker, has quite a bit of options, needless to say. Even quite a bit of normal enemies. Yeah, it's the most common one, right? Yeah.
The most common trait is humanoid.
Yeah, trait-wise, but this is an attribute, so it's not a trait anyway. But yeah, fair. Like you were just talking about damage niches, I assume, yeah.
Yeah.
Right, so yeah, we're gonna talk about Morgan then. I mean, I think she's great. I'm not a huge fan of the farming, because if you don't have a cracked copy and you don't hit any damage niches, it's sad. Especially if you don't have cracked copy. But I think she's great on bosses, though. That's where I think she really shines. Now, a lot of people were thinking, like, are we gonna factor in the immortal comp thingy? Well, the thing is, she's not a must-have for immortal comps anymore. So I mean, I'll probably put some value into it, but it's not like she's, you can only make an immortal comp with Morgan in it. That's just not true anymore. There's definitely more options than that, but if anything, I think my main focus should be on her DPS potential. The farming can be good, yes. Again, assuming you hit some niches or have a very cracked copy, but this list doesn't assume that. So if anything, I definitely think Arjuna Alter wins that one, because, everyone's going to compare them anyway. I might as well say that. But DPSing, I do like her more than Arjuna Alter, because she brings more to the table. Even if she doesn't always bring more damage, she does bring a lot of other utility to the table, which I appreciate. How do you feel about Morgan?
Have you seen that one reaction image? You know how like there's some images people use on Discord where it's like the talk bubble and it's just a picture.
Oh yeah, I've seen those.
Have you seen the one where it's right after Morgan used her NP and it's like 40,000 damage against this demonic enemy with double Vich, and that shit is so fucking funny.
I've gone through that myself because I have MP1 and JP, like just a base MP1 copy.
Turn 2, man. It's a good turn. Good turn. Maybe you'll get a buster card. So I think she's really solid. So without Castoria, though, I feel like Arjuna Alter wins. I cannot like. I use
again to preface this, we don't base them on this. It's just making conjecture here. We're still assuming Castoria, of course.
Oh, yeah.
Just so no one goes immediately crazy.
Yeah. So the other day, so like the Christmas challenge quest on NA. I waited until the last second to do it, and I was like, you know what, fuck it. I'm just gonna like do this.
Was that the Santa Alter one with the reindeer?
No, it was the one with Benny and Ma.
Christmas one? I don't remember that.
Yeah, remember where you had to cook stuff and you had to kill.
Oh, I thought you meant like a Tesla Fest one. Okay, it's before that then.
Yeah, it's from actual Christmas.
Oh, okay, that's okay. That makes sense.
So I brought Merlin, Morgan, and Castoria, and I spent a little bit like I just want to make sure I have some good backliners because this is going to go past the closing time of the event. I took almost no damage because of the overcharge buff and how ridiculous that is on top of Castoria's stuff. So yeah. I think that's kind of. I think that's kind of point in my favor previously, not to get too distracted off of what I'm talking about, but like there are some servants that get a massive performance boost with Castoria, like more so than others. And Morgan is an example of that. Like she isn't like generally you won't be using her with Castoria, but she scales ridiculously well with Castoria.
Yeah.
But I don't know. Are we considering her with or without Castoria?
I mean, we definitely are.
Okay.
I mean, we have been doing it for every other that we have to. So yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I'm fine for EX on her. Like being
I
able
mean,
to synergize really well with Castoria is nice, but
I don't feel bad about putting her in EX as well. Yeah. It's a bit boy, but I mean, there's a lot of really good berserkers, so I don't know what to tell you. And no, I still stand by Ku and Herc, so suck me.
I do find I find her gameplay more fun. Like she's more interesting of a servant because she's not just raw numbers. She's got a bunch of utility stuff and support. I like that. It's just Arjuna Alter is ridiculous.
Yeah, he's just all raw damage. That's him.
Yeah.
He just does the crazy numbers. That's what you expect from him.
Yep.
All right. There we go. Oh my god. Oh, really? Was this back to back? Oh my god. Okay, well, okay. At least in this case, I feel like there won't be that much arguments. But I mean, we're still going to cover her anyway. But okay, yeah, it's time to talk about Summer Ibuki. Also releasing on NA this year. It's almost been 2 years. But yeah, I'm sure a lot of people already knew about her anyway. All right, I'll let you cook a little bit while I'll cover the kit first. So, wow, is that basically 13k attack I see? Just like 2 digits under it? Yeah, it is. Is that the highest among all berserkers? I assume it is. So,
yes. I think it's the third highest.
Oh yeah, because Ibuki and Shuten ones have to like always be high on attack for some reason because totally no bias.
Yeah, they're always the top of their class.
Yeah. Basically. Anyway, AoE, arts, DPS, farmer, yeah, she can kind of do it all. So yeah, insane attack, first of all, great. Double buster, double arts, yeah, traits, you want them, we got them. For better or worse, she has a lot of them. Her face cards are actually not that great, but you know, the MP kind of more than makes up for it, that's the funny part. So first of all, the first skill, 6-turn cooldown, full party gets 20% attack for 3 turns. 30% crit damage for 3 turns, and then all summer allies get 30% MP gain for 3 turns, and you guessed it, or well, you should know at this point because it's Summer Ibuki, it includes herself as well. A lot of these exclude the servants themselves. This one doesn't, because, you know, why not? Give her more MP gain, of course. Needless to say, a great skill. Second skill, 6-turn cooldown, targeted skill. 1 ally gets 30% arts and buster for 3 turns, and also a -1 turn of cooldowns, because she has targeted cooldown on her utility as well. You're probably going to use it on herself, but you know, sometimes you could just give it on your support as well, I guess. But yeah, she likes it too. Good. Third skill, 6-turn cooldown, 50% battery. 10 stars per turn for 3 turns, and then 5k absorb on her for 3 turns. So she even has decent crit potential too, because half the time she's gonna have very good absorb to nail some crits. I mean, it's this is the type of skill set you want to see on a arts DPS, because you know you're gonna be running them with Castoria anyway. So yeah, it's packed full of offense and some utility, basically what you want. 2% buster up.
Basically. Wow.
Yeah, it's 5 like bruh.
Wow.
That's something holy. Anyway, 2% buster up doesn't matter at all. 12% buster up, even funny enough, that doesn't matter either. 200 damage cut is also not that big, but you know, cool bonus, I guess. At least her divinity gives her 20% buff removal resistance. Again, it's not reliable, but if it procs, hey, you're probably gonna be happy about it. But at least it's better than base divinity. Alter ego crit resistance, not all that relevant, I feel like. And then the MP. Before damage, remove all defensive buffs from enemies. Goodbye. Minus 20% crit chance down for all enemies for 3 turns. Cool. And then the super effective mod on the overcharge, the base 150 to 200 range against earth attribute enemies, not just servants, enemies. And yeah, we can flash the list again. Boom, 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 boom. Afterman, yep, it's the most common one. It's in fact at this point it's starting to be around the same number anyway. And then yeah, there's a lot of freaking enemies, so many enemies with man attribute. So that helps with her farming like crazy too, not just her DPSing. And yeah, she is the arch looper. To this day, 2 years later, or almost 2 years later, she is still the arch looper. No one else is even close to Ibuki in arch looping. And that's just talking about her farming. She can be a great DPS too. Like, it's just crazy how overtuned she is, right? Ugh. Alright, I'm gonna let Otto talk a bit now, because I don't really have much to add. Because I know how cracked she is, despite not using her too much.
So, this character is so dumb. Like, she is so stupidly overtuned, and I'm glad that it's Ibuki, because I like Ibuki.
Understandable.
So like, there's a bunch of things you can be in this game that are nice to have. Like, you could be a DPS, and if you're a DPS, you could be a challenge quest DPS or a farmer. You could be, like, amongst farmer, you could be good in single core or multi-core. You can be a support. You can be a, like, sort of a, what's it called again? It's not a multi-core support. It's a secondary. It's a secondary
Something, yeah.
uh, something DPS. I can't remember what
Sub
it's called.
DPS?
Sub DPS. Yeah, I think that's it. You can, like, do multi DPS stuff. There's a lot of really cool things you can be in this game, and she manages to be basically all of them. Whether or not she does it really, really well, that isn't 100% always the case, but more often than not, she is exceptionally good at it. So she's really good at being a DPS for challenge quests because she loops like crazy. Like, her single target damage is great because not only does she have a good, well applicable mod on her NP, but she also has good mods for her cards, meaning she can crit really good, and she has a high attack stat, and she also has a really stupid fucking third skill that gives you Star Absorb and stars, thereby completely nullifying the offensive disadvantages of an arts berserker, because, like, you're expected to not make as much stars or not be able to crit as often, but she crits completely fine. Then she's also got support for the team between attack and crit, and like 30% crit is deceptively high. Like, when you're applying 30% crit to a 5-star, it you can really feel it. Okay,
With
there's a
13k
lot of
attack.
yeah. So you got the team-wide attack buff, you got the crit buff, and then, okay, maybe you don't want to use her specifically as the damage support. You can use her second skill on someone else, though, and it's not just an arts buff, it's both a buster and an arts buff. So you're covering 2 of the 3 card types in the game. And those are the ones that, so that's the one that boosts your gain the most, and that's the one that boosts your damage the most. Oh, it also reduces your skill cooldown, which is a pretty rare effect, and it's really fun to deal with.
always
By the
good.
way. It's like Tamamo. Say whatever you want about her. Tamamo's pretty fun. I like
Yeah.
reducing skill cooldowns.
I like her MP a lot too.
Yeah, and then, like, let's say you're using Atlas. Like, there's all sorts of servants that, like, we've had several servants that have issues with uptime. So if you use Atlas with her, though, you can have all of her skills up for 3 turns. Every single one of those
Yeah.
effects. Not 3 turns, 6 turns straight.
Yeah.
So so you don't have bad uptime there. You have amazing uptime on her skills.
And that's just with a Mystico, no single Witch included.
Yeah. Yeah, and oh yeah, by the way, like, if you want to, you can throw in, like, other types of supporters because her cards are so good and she crits so consistently. She's very, like, as a matter of fact, I don't exclusively use her with art supports. I find, like, one of the most fun ways of playing her is just using her as a crit DPS because she is so self-sufficient with crits. If you just pile crit buffs on her, she's going to demolish.
Yeah.
And then, like, the defensive buff removal, like, she's got so many amazing things. And I know that people want her to be EX. I know that you guys don't want EX plus. But I cannot in my right mind, put her on the same tier as all of these EX tier servants. And I don't
I
want to
kind of
move
knew
them
you
down.
were gonna say that, but
Oh, yeah.
it kind of.
I knew that.
I'm still gonna keep her in EX though. I know it looks kind of weird because she is that cracked, but to me this year, I'm because I already did it with the other list too. I'm not gonna put a DPS into EX plus. I'm not gonna do it. I didn't do it in the other lists. I'm not gonna do it in this list either. I do know she's super cracked,
Okay,
but I'm
but
not gonna do it.
is she not better than those DPSs though that were in contention? Is she not better than Melusine? Is she not better than Tez even?
I don't know. It depends. I feel like against
Like,
riders, Tez would definitely win, which is, a fair argument, and Melusin would just smash archers as well. And yes, she has more coverage overall as a universal character, being a berserker, but she's not always better than the others. So I feel like that's the reason I can also hold her
more
back.
often, like, dude, if you have like NP2 Ibuki, or like even NP1 at times, she just completely negates any reason to use other arts loopers. She's that good at it that she just invalidates that. And I know that's part of being an
Wait,
omni
does
looper,
chat
but
actually
generally,
want EX plus? I'm surprised. I thought everyone's gonna
every
want the
single one
EX
of the
as
actors
well.
here.
Really?
Yeah, yeah.
Really now? Oh
I'm
my
glad
god.
that people in chat are on my side. Like,
Ooh.
I appreciate that you guys are willing to agree with me after the Vlad situation. Like,
Okay, tell you
she's
what. We'll move on for now. Again, we'll do the shuffle at the end.
mm,
I'll think about it. I need some time to process
yeah.
this, okay? Because we still have 2 more servants, and both are actually very cool as well and big. So yeah, let's not get tripped on this too much. But yeah, it could still happen. It could. So just wait until the end, okay? I'm talking to you and both chat at the same time here. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
All right.
So yeah, we'll see. Do the Dante's quote. Anyway, let's talk about the second to last one, the latest 5-star from last year's list. Not the latest one this time around, but hey, again, a servant I like quite a bit as well. We got Sen no Rikyu, the tea lady herself. AoE quick DPS at a farmer, and she's probably one of the best AoE quick servants in the whole game still to this day. She is very solid. Also releasing, I believe this year in an A, right? Yeah, it's this year's Guda. Wow, we're getting a lot of good servants this year. Oh my. So first of all, 12.4k attack, very high and nice. We like to see it. Definitely above average among 5-star berserkers. Now, she's got a full quick deck, which I believe she's the only berserker to possess the quote-unquote assassin deck. And I really like it, actually. It allows her to have way better gains as well for both star and MP generation on average. In fact, she probably gains the best, well, maybe debatable, depending on the situation of all the berserkers. But yeah, very solid gains, actually. 5 hits on those quicks is really good. Like, imagine a berserker doing this much star gen 2. But she does.
Yeah, I gotta say she's another one of my favorites. Her gain, her spam, like she's part of the reason why I really like Quick. She plays
Yeah, she
to the
highlights the card
strengths of
type really well.
yeah, like good Quick cards. That means you're making stars and then critting on those cards. And then they end up like making more than a lot of arts cards do. Like
Yeah.
it's just great. More charged. That's what I meant. Yeah, but
Anyway.
getting ahead of ourselves here.
Yeah. All right. Skill-wise, 6-turn cooldown. Full party gets 20% quick for 3 turns, 20% MP gain for 3 turns, and then a 15 star bomb. Perfect skill for her. Helps your allies, helps herself. Is good. It's like all she wants to do. Just go brr brr brr. Second skill, 6-turn cooldown. 1 ally gets 30% battery. They get overcharge for 2 steps, 1 time, 3 turns. They get an invul for 1 attacks, 3 turns. Very, very cool. It's actually a 2-step overcharge. Usually overcharge buffs, especially targeted or AoE ones, happen to be 1 step. But this one, 2 steps, and it's not even an MP one. Pretty cool. Not a bad skill. You're probably going to use it on herself a lot of the times, but it's cool that it's targeted for some added utility. 15 star bomb seems a little low. Well, it doesn't because she generates stars like crazy, so it's fine. Anyway, 6-turn cooldown on the third skill. She gets 50% crit damage for 3 turns. She gets 50% quick crit damage for 3 turns. She gets this on attack debuff for 3 turns. So when she's attacking with quick cards, all enemies get a minus 10% defense down for 3 turns. And it's before damage. And also it's all quick cards, including the MP. So hey, even more damage on that. Cool. So with this, she literally gets a Scotty crit buff. Caster Scotty crit buff on herself without a Scotty already. That's 100% quick crit damage for 3 turns on a 6-turn cooldown. And she has 3 quick cards, remember that, as a Berserker. If that doesn't sound good to you, then I don't know what does, because that is really good. Yeah, it's a great skill set. On top of the good numbers from above, despite, being a bit unorthodox for a Berserker, it still works. Now, passives, we got some cool stuff here too. 10% Buster performance damage, if you will. And then 5% crit damage, cool. 8% Arts Up, 20% mental debuff res, also cool. 10% debuff success rate, also cool. And then 10% quick card... Oh, what?
Bless the debuff success rate, by the way. That means it helps deal with magic resist.
It does, yeah.
It's helpful because she has multiple debuffs.
Because again, all the debuffs are 100% on base, so if they have any innate resistance or whatever, they can still whiff, so this helps with that, of course. Now, she also has 10% MP gain on quick cards, which again includes the MP, because it's any quick cards, so very cool little bonus there. Actually, not even little, it's big. Now, she's got crit resistance on sabers, which again, Alright, the MP, all enemies, MP sealed, just flat out MP sealed for 1 turn, also helps with that too, with the passive. The 1k curse for 5 turns, that's like whatever, we don't really care about that. But then the overcharge, we got the good old man super effective mod, the base 150 to 200 range, so man attribute enemies, bye-bye. And it's a spammable MP, as you might imagine. So she can both farm and do crazy deeps. She's really good on both. She's not as crazy as Summer Ibuki, of course, because, Summer Ibuki, but like for a quick turn, she's really cracked. Just one of the best AoE quicks in the whole game, not just in Berserkers, which, I mean, she obviously dumps all Berserkers easily for quick, but even outside of the class, she's so good. So freaking good, dude. Like, I think she's super legit. She's even like super high on the crit damage sheet too. Because of her, so much free quick crit damage. Oh my god.
Yeah, as I already said, like she really is like one of the archetypes of a quick servant. Like this is the way I want to see quick servants end up being, because like if we have more quick servants that can play like her, then maybe people will finally stop circle jerking the idea that quick is like horrendous and unusable. I'm sure I'm exaggerating a bit, but she, I just love her gameplay. The fact that she's able to spam NP seal means that you got some nice security in her, and she's not in too much danger. I would say, like her one hit invuln is only so much, but but like she's fairly secure because like you don't have to deal with enemy NPs that much.
You can just still bring a Rhinus. She doesn't necessarily need a Scotty anyway. Just bring a Rhinus. She already has crazy crit damage anyway.
Yeah. Oh yeah. And speaking of Scotty, it's also pretty cool seeing servants like her pop up, because a lot of people think that Caster Scotty is just completely obsolete at this point, outside of triple Scotty comps.
She's good in CQs.
Caster Scotty is better for this servant than Ruler Scotty, because she has 4 quick cards as opposed to 2 quick cards and 2 buster cards. And by 2 quick cards, I mean like I counted
deck.
the NP on the first one and not on the second one.
I'm sure people understood.
Yeah. So her damage potential is really solid. She spams really good. And then she has a really solid super effective, which is anti-man, and that's super common. So I like how she can.
Oh yeah, I didn't
ramp up
flash
her
the list, but I
damage.
might as well do it again in case someone just skips here to see her ranking. But yeah, look, it's a lot of servants, dude. And not just servants, a lot of mobs too. So for both farming and DPSing, it's so easy to hit, super effective on her. There you go.
Okay. So,
I mean, you're probably going to agree with an EX, right?
oh yeah, for sure. So here's my hot take, though. I'm sure, I've got a bunch of them going on here today. She is better than Morgan if you don't count Castoria.
I agree. I definitely agree. She's got so much more loaded like DPS potential going on.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, we do count Castoria, so Morgan is still legit. Don't worry, guys.
Yeah, dude. But part of that is just because I think from a design perspective, not so much an environment perspective, I feel like Quick is a better card type. Because if you look at a Buster NP, you don't do anything with a Buster NP. With a Quick NP, you make stars and you generate NP. With an Arts NP, you get NP charge, no stars, but Buster NPs just by default don't do anything extra.
A little bit of stars
Like
sometimes. Depends.
Yeah, the card type just doesn't lend anything to itself. Because like even with Quick, like one of the downsides of Quick is it basically does half of the damage of a Buster card. But with NPs, for some weird reason, like they fucked up the numbers, and Quick NPs actually do like 7% more than Arts and Buster NPs. So
weird.
So like a good Quick NP, I feel, is way better than a good Buster NP because you can set up the next turn by making charge and stars. So like it's better. It's just like if you got Castoria and you got a servant that is just right for Castoria, then yeah. But at that point, I don't feel like that's Buster. Like it's just like someone synergizing better with arts, and then because like let's be honest, Morgan's better as an arts servant than a Buster servant.
Kinda true, yeah. Dude, imagine if she was actually art, she would be so cracked. Yeah,
dude. But they better not make an AOE arts NP that makes overcharge. That's just gross.
I mean, we have Rhina's MP, which is easy to spam, but I assume you mean damage. So, but I had to plug her in there anyway.
Okay, yeah, just like on the DPS themselves.
Yeah. DP. Okay. Anyway, we should probably cover the last servant now. It's a big one though. So we had 3 new servants this year. It was Nagakura. We had Doryudana. And now the one new 5-star, and it's not just any 5-star. They had to reprint Castoria, and now she's back with a vengeance. I mean, you can even DPS with Castor, let's be real, but now she can definitely DPS. We got Summer Castoria, single target arts DPS extra order there, and let's just give her the rundown. So 12.1k attack, first of all. Is definitely not the highest we've seen on this list, but, above average among 5-star Berserkers. That's pretty cool. She's got a double Buster, double arts deck, which perfectly complements her gameplay style as well. They're not going to give her triple arts, so, it's basically as good as it gets. Her gains are good. They're good too, like surprising, or probably unsurprisingly, but yeah, even as a Berserker, she has pretty good gains, complemented by the skill set too. Speaking of the skill set, first skill, 6-turn cooldown. She gets 50% crit damage for 3 turns. Let me fix the zoom. She gets 5k absorb for 3 turns, and then she gets a 50% battery. Like, it's very similar to Summer Ibuki's 3rd skill as well. It's just like so much raw offense in one skill, like bruv. Yeah, needless to say, that's pretty damn great skill. Right, 2nd skill, 6-turn cooldown. Targeted 20% battery. Target also gets MPO overcharge by 2 steps, 1 time, 3 turns. And then the full party gets 20% MP gain for 3 turns. So it's basically Castoria's 2nd skill, but plus 1 more cooldown and then overcharge on the target. Which, is still fair. And depending on the usage, it could even be better than the OG case. So, hey, nice. Still works. 3rd skill, 6-turn cooldown. She gets 50% arts for 3 turns. Then she gets 10 stars per turn for 3 turns and an invul for 1 turn. So again, this basically casts Astoria's 3rd skill, but you can't target it. But you don't care anyway because this is better. This is better. I would gladly take 10 stars per turn over freaking threat to humanity damage mod, which hardly ever activates anyway. Like, bruv.
Threat to humanity.
Like, how
so
stupid is
sad
this
that
skill?
I missed out on that on her skills.
Like, how is this still 50% arts up? Are you actually kidding me? This skill is busted. It's so busted. It's ridiculous. Like, this skill set is so good. We're not even talking about the MP yet, but yeah, wow, just wow. That's so, it's 50, what? Anyway, 10% buster up, yeah, cool. 17.5% debuff res, nice. 2% debuff success rate, okay. 20% crit risk, because, you know, all Castors and Morgans gotta have that. Awesome for a Berserker as well, much like Morgan. Crit resistance on Pretenders, so that's a unique one. Not sure how useful it is, though, but it's funny. Oh, the MP. So, let's talk about the overcharge first, because that's simple. So, power mods against chaotic and divine enemies for 1 turn each. Base overcharge, 50%, and scaling up to 100%. Very common. Again, I'm going to flash them real fast, but yeah, here you go. Here's a bunch of chaotic enemies, and again, she's Berserker, so unless they're like foreigners, basically everything applies. So, go chaotic, chaotic, chaotic. That's definitely above 100 as well for options. Then there's the divine enemies, servants. There's probably around 100 or more divine servants too. Enemies, we got them too. So, oh my god. And then let's go to other effects. The full party gets 1 hit, 1 turn of special invul on every MP you use. Okay, cool. Then she still gets it anyway. She still gets the 150% threat to humanity damage mod. So yeah, she doesn't need it on the skill because you get stars instead. Might as well add it to the MP to get more effects on her. And then finally, because it's not done yet, the enemy gets minus 20% crit chance down for 3 turns. How loaded is this kit and this servant then? Yeah, I mean, you knew, I always knew if they were ever going to reprint Castoria, she was always going to be great. Again, like ridiculous. Just a stupid servant, man. She doesn't obviously refund with the MP as much as Vlad and Galatea do straight up, but her face cards more than make up for that. Not to mention, she has good crit potential too. Like, oh my god, dude. What a servant. Like, they did it again. I mean, she's not account changing like obviously Castoria is, because no one will be like that, but is she still cracked as a DPS? Yeah. Like, bro. I guess, you know, yeah, Bazab is saying funny things, because, yeah, it's kind of funny that she can maybe even DPS against foreigners because they're, like, threat to humanity. That's the funny part. She doesn't even care about the bad affinity.
I think she did a video on that. She actually genuinely does good damage to foreigners, which is, like, that's gross.
They covered her main weakness, too.
Yeah.
So yeah, okay, go ahead.
So this character is pretty dumb, obviously, and I think she's like the perfect culmination of the problem with how they design berserkers. And is this a problem? It's up to whoever's thinking, of course.
She's so safe.
But like, you look at the problems with the berserker class. You got the low absorb. A lot of them struggle with NP generation because, like, either lack of battery or just not a good deck for it. A lot of them have issues staying alive because they just don't have. They take bonus damage from everyone, and then they also don't do as much damage as counterclassers because they only do the 50% bonus mod. But you have a servant right here who has tools to work past every single one of those things. Like, she has her self-invuln, she has crit rate down spam, she has team invuln, like super invuln spam, she has battery, she has absorb, stars per turn, like, she has everything, which is so ridiculous.
She's reaping all the benefits of being a berserker with nothing to show for the downsides. Literally, like the class matchup, like she can fight foreigners, which is two ways. Like attack and defense are terrible, but she can still do it because one, she's so safe with all the invuls, great chance down, special invuls, and then two, with the power mods against specifically foreigner enemies, she has no weaknesses. Nothing. She has no weaknesses.
So she's also she's like it's almost not a fair comparison, but it objectively is a fair comparison. Her versus Vlad, like
Oh God.
it's just like the benefits of Vlad just seem so weak.
Okay, let's not compare them. I don't want to feel too bad for Vlad though. Let's not. That's too much. We're not gonna bury him. Okay.
Sorry.
I still like Vlad and he's good, but let's not do that comparison. I don't allow you to do that. Okay. Okay.
He's been through enough today. I'm sorry.
All right. Okay. So I mean, easy EX right on initial placement, but I guess now that the initial placement is done, we can maybe talk about the shuffle. I guess. So should we tackle the elephant in the room first, the EX plus? I mean, people even want to see Castoria there, which I'm not honestly surprised about.
Yeah, you're right. We need to talk about how Sei should be EX.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Do we do it for those two? I didn't think I was gonna do it for the EPS, but I don't know, man. They're kind of stupid.
Yeah,
Fuck.
Like, some people in chat had predicted otherwise, but no, I'm actually I'm in favor of Castoria Berserker and being on the same tier as Ibuki, because while she doesn't have the same ability to be like
a farmer,
she doesn't have the supportive aspect that
okay.
She has the defensive aspect that she lacks. Also, that reminds me of that thing that I teased, that weird thing about Summer Ibuki. So, this is there is this thing in this game, a very, very much hidden thing that some people may get theories about, but they don't know if it's true. I call it preferential targeting. So there's some enemies that are scripted to be more likely to attack certain enemies of certain traits. Now, an example of this, an immediate thought of that is okay, there's that Salter from that anniversary quest that targeted casters.
Yeah.
But that is a bit of a different thing, because that is a specific situation. If you fought a different Saber Alter, she wouldn't do the same thing. But every servant enemy that has some type of niche inherently will target that niche in particular. So if an enemy has an anti-demonic niche, like for example, Super Orion, he is more likely to attack demonic enemies. So instead of
even when it's not active, you're saying, just inherently?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
One time something really fucking weird happened. You know that one lotto node from I think it was Morganfest that had Super Orion on it?
Yeah.
He buster crit my Summer Ibuki twice in the same turn. He doubled down. He killed her with her guts. And this weird, with guts, if the enemy kills you and procs your guts, they have to switch target. But for some weird reason, he targeted her again and killed her.
Okay. Also, hey, sorry to interrupt you, but I think we can get plushie here apparently.
Oh yeah.
Yo, there he is. Okay, so we just got done with the initial placements of all the servants, and now we're doing we just started with the final shuffle, and we're thinking of maybe moving some stuff around.
Sorry to interrupt. It's just before we move on to other things. So
finish
it's kind of a weird positive and negative for Ibuki, because that means she has the biggest coverage for enemy servants attacking her. So she is statistically the most likely servant to get attacked.
Right. That's what. Okay, I saw where that was going based on the huge trade list.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Anyways,
So,
hey, Blushy. Hi.
Hello.
I mean, hi. I mean,
We were thinking the pressing issue right now that we were maybe going to start with the shuffle is: are we going to move Summer, Ibuki, and Summer Castor into EX plus, or at least somewhere above the rest of the pack? I don't know if Oda called it here yet.
well, okay. Here's the thing, right? Because like I already had this conversation with Otto before,
Multiple times.
and I disagree with having an EX plus. But like, I also do think there's a lot in the EX. Like, but I personally might prefer moving stuff down. But I mean, honestly, I usually when I look at this list, it's more like from a relative term. So I'm not like super against moving them up either. It's just like I think there's too many things in the EX. Like it at a glance. So
I mean, it's just a class. It's kind of practice service.
Honestly,
I mean,
now that I think of it, that is kind of crazy. I mean, we have more shit in EX than any other.
You're right.
Yeah, but like, here's the thing. I don't think they'll deserve to be there. Anyways, that's okay. But
okay, here, let's do this.
Yeah.
Take just comment on what you see, like not just EX. Like, would you move any? Like, can you comment on any of the placements so far? Like, let's get a recap from you. You don't have to comment on every servant, but just like go through the whole thing and just say like what you're going on in your head when you see them. Okay.
Okay. So I'm not gonna touch like the super lower tiers because like I don't think it's like, oh my god, you should move Fran down. I think that's the point.
Yeah, sure.
Slander
Fine.
For no reason. So I'm just gonna look at some stuff. I don't know about Xiang Yu. I've seen him pull some crazy stuff because it's a triple bust. Like you play him as a buster servant. Yeah, you're gonna be pretty disappointed when you play him as a quick. But
his MP sucks.
I'm not a Xiang Yu expert, so I'm not 100% sure about that. As much as I like Galatea, I think Vlad and Galatea should at least be in the same tier because he has an upgraded MP. Like he has an upgraded MP. MP upgrades are huge, right? Like you can't debate with that. Like this would be a placement that if Galatea.
Dude, you have no idea how much you might think like there's a lot of hot takes with like Morgan or Arjuna Alter and whatnot. The hottest takes, the most discussion we've had today was on Vlad of all servants. So we're opening this kind of worms again.
yeah, I was just fighting with Chad over it basically.
Look at this AOE Buster falling off and being irrelevant right now. Also, okay. So another thing is this is gonna also because like I don't mean to come in swinging. I'm just saying like what I'm saying.
I mean, if you feel like it, go for it. You know, be honest.
I think Kouyou Alter should be an A plus. I don't think
I knew you were gonna say that.
Yeah. Okay. I don't think he has like compared to other stuff in A plus, right? Like Hijikata. Yes, he's gimmicky, but I know you like Hijikata as well. So like I know he's gimmicky, but I truly believe that the fact that his guts is stackable and whatnot. Yeah, maybe it's a bit annoying if you're using Black Grill specifically, right? Because like the Black Grill like takes him out a little bit. But like his damage ceiling.
Why they added the other one.
Oh, true. Yeah, you're actually right. Even though that's a bit pay to win, because like there's a Zerk Black Grill that doesn't actually take HP down. That would be
it's like the Hijikata because no one else is gonna use it.
Yeah, that would be that's actually a great point. So like I think Hijikata like his damage ceiling is really high. Like yes, you can say it's more for like crazy team cons, but honestly, I don't think it's that crazy because like as a Buster Berserker, his synergy with Gong is naturally great. So I'm not saying to move him to EX. I'm just saying like he's great. MHXA, of course, having an MP upgrade and having essentially two anti traits. Yeah, she has anti good and anti
saber servants.
So she has really good coverage. Like yeah, she has like piss poor survival for sure. I've tried like frontline.
Yeah, that's why she's not EX because she can die sometimes prematurely.
Yeah, but like as a just full out let we ball kind of DPS, she is definitely has a place. Kintoki, very simple, of course. Like people also kind of don't like to use him in challenge quests. Like he still has a stun on his MP, like it's not horrible, but he mainly, of course, is about farming, right? And his farming presence is there, and with the upgrade MP, the highest damage without any trade. I understand why he's here. So like I think like Kouyou Alter, of course, also like of course upgraded MP defensive buff from role before. Like it's great. He's great. I'm not saying he's not great, but like I think he is like at least probably on the same tier as these three people. That's at least how
Okay,
I
as
feel.
I hate it so much, but I might be willing to move him down to A plus. I maybe there's a bit of bias in there for me, but I'm never disappointed when I use him though. He always
I,
clutches.
I understand because like here's the thing with this game, right? Because like the thing with this game is when you're using an A plus servant, most of the times you also won't be disappointed.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
Like the game really is just like like servants work, and if they don't work, if your team building is smart, you make them work regardless. So I like A plus is not really an insult to a servant. I just think like EX is more reserved to characters that are you know in some ways are taking to a certain absurdity in terms of what they do, right? So like
Okay,
Arjuna
okay.
Alter with the,
I think I can move him down. Okay, okay. I'll do it. I'll do
I
it.
mean, he could get a buff though. Like, what if he gets like anti something on Lego or something? That's great. So
Okay.
so like like all the other ones in EX, I think are great.
You
Arjuna
agree with
Alter.
Herc? Really?
Herc.
No.
Okay.
Fuck! I shouldn't have said anything.
Look. Okay. The thing with Herc
Why'd you bring
is,
attention to
Oh,
it?
why did I do
like,
it?
the thing with Herc is I know I've like talk shit about him. Like I think he's really Castle of Snow centric and whatnot. I personally don't see him being like that crazy. But I still like I gotta give him some credit, I guess. He has done a lot of runs and whatnot. Like even as a pure DPS, he has proven himself to be pretty nice. So and I do think it's kind of unfair to not consider Castle of Snow. Yes, you got a bond 10, but like that's just how the
Exactly.
servants
That's what
do
I'm
it.
saying. You get him, it's
There's just-
guaranteed. It's just a time investment.
So
That's it.
like personally, I don't find him to be like that crazy great. But like even if I was to take him down, it would be like A plus. Like,
Here's another
even if
argument,
I
by
take-
the way, that I talked with Otto as well, which actually works in his favor. In a lot of like these, like where we most see challenge quests are like fest events, right? Lottery events, the fest ones, and they always have guts damage Cs, and his guts post buff is stackable, so he doesn't need Castle of Snow. He can still rock that too and still do fine. Yes, it's not as many guts, but it still works as an anchor. It still absolutely works and crazy, like makes his damage crazy. So
I
that's
guess,
cool too.
I mean, I don't know enough about her to comment on this because like he like when I look at his kit and when I personally try him out, I don't find him too impressive, but he has pulled impressive results. So I'm not gonna fight too hard to like put him down or anything. Like once again like EX to A plus whatever. Like I'm not gonna put him like all the way down
Yeah.
to like A or something. Or whatnot,
Okay.
so, it's like fine and like okay more so about the SSRs. I mean. Arjuna Alter, damage ceiling guy. Musashi.
We were thinking A plus
insane.
on her, maybe in Zerks, but then we were like, we gave her EX in the Archer one, so maybe we should still do it again. So that was like a between EX and A plus.
I mean that truly is a big argument here, right? So like to vouch for Musashi, a little bit is that her it's an MP upgrade still, so the MP damage is very decent, and like Ibuki versus Earth is going to do more damage than her, but like Musashi versus the other two alignments are going to it's not alignments, it's what is it called, like
Attributes.
attributes. Musashi versus other attributes would do higher damage than Ibuki. Not they don't have to be sabers. So yeah, she doesn't loop as well, but like the upgraded MP, Invul Pierce. I think there's a lot of things that gives her like the edge. Like yes, in farming it's a little bit more difficult to build teams around her, but at the same time, it can be easier to build teams around her because her damage is better, right? So like it really depends on how the node is arranged, because like her damage in a lot of cases is actually better. So I think it very much depends on what your team comp is, what you're farming with. So I understand her in EX. Morgan, super versatile. I like just jack
Like
of all
farming is like
trades,
whatever a lot of the times. If you don't have a cracked copy, you're hitting niches, but besides that, she's really good.
Yeah, I would say like Tonalico does really feel like a Morgan completely realized where people, like back in the day, people were talking about how, oh, they like Morgan about how versatile she is, how team supporty, and how multi-core she is. And Tonelico really is like, if Berserker Morgan had like the great insane support slash DPS kit. But like still, because she's Berserker, she has anti-man still, like really good damage. Like she's still great. Ibuki, I don't think I need to say much about Ibuki, right? Like I guess that.
So
we're
just considering the EX plus for her and Castoria, if anything.
Yeah, Riku really good, quick. So I can't argue against that either.
Okay.
And Castoria. So
okay, wait. Before you could do Castoria, back to the Vlad thing. Should we move him into A plus with Galatea? Fuck, dude. We've opened this can of worms like 6 times this one list. But okay.
So for context, I didn't watch your stream earlier. So
you will enjoy watching it later. I can guarantee you that.
I wasn't watching your stream earlier, but like the first thing I came in, I did see the
honestly, it's good that you didn't watch it because now we have your take like with no like previous bias or anything. Just what do you think?
Yeah. So I look. MP upgrade is huge. That's where I'll stop. But right, like yes, he has like there's a lot of things against him, right? Like oh, he has like bad card gain, or he makes stars where he can't really get them and use them, like someone like Castoria as a contrast. But he's MP upgrade's huge, man. Like MP upgrades is really huge.
I mean, the only thing he has above Galatea is basically the damage. Besides that, she just kind of does more.
Well, yeah, but like
But yeah, it could still be the same, I guess, in a way.
Yeah, because damage is at the end of the day pretty important, especially for like an arts DPS servant where you're trying to do like as much MP damage as possible. Like if you're finishing a fight within 10 turns with Vlad, you might be spending 15 turns with Galatea. Like okay, that might be I don't know. That's just random numbers I throw up. So like I think MP upgrades are
okay. To
important.
be fair, there's also situations where the opposite might happen, and Vlad might get destroyed by something like buff removal or maybe instant death. Well,
exactly.
Actually, no, not instant death. That's
well, yeah, he has double.
We don't have a clear-cut case of like this always happens like this.
Yeah, that's why in my opinion they should be on the same tier because like
I just don't think that the damage difference is enough to justify it, because I think that her like the things other than damage, like all of the utility, I feel like that's a big enough difference between them that it usurps, if you will.
But to be honest, like you did yourself say though that with MP1 Galatea is like and this is kind of an MP1 list.
Yeah, I just don't feel like that is the biggest problem she has, but I don't think it's as huge of a problem as
because here's sorry I'm sorry, I didn't mean to.
You're good. Yeah, I was
cut you up. But like the thing is the thing is I think damage is important. Like yes, there's a lot less things to say about it. It's kind of like battery, like whenever a character gets a battery buff, oh man, a battery buff, what a lame ass buff, right? But like it's good. Like it's like I got nothing to say about it, but it's good. Like and like of course, arguably, I think damage like MP upgrade is like a way better buff than battery in a lot of cases. So I don't know. I think MP upgrade very much helps a servant in terms of their performance quite a bit.
Maybe I'll just move him in the same tier and say close that case. I'm not that bothered by it, honestly.
Okay, so some people in chat. Sorry, I'm doing this again. But some people in chat are making the case of him working with Castoria better than with her. I think that one of the strengths of her isn't just like, let's not only say the strength of her without Castoria, it's more so the strength of her with other types of supports, because there's like no world where you'd use him with like buster supports, for example. But
Should we
you
pull
can
it?
actually rationalize it with her because like she is more card
I mean,
focused.
I mean, like it's like Draco, right? Like, yeah, like some people are gonna like it, some people are
But
not gonna like
okay,
it.
okay,
Depends on the situation.
but okay, just to clarify ahead. So part of
Okay,
the
I
reason
just started a
why is
2-minute
because
poll. So
when you're
chat, go.
when you're spamming NPs with Vlad, you're using your arts cards. You're not using anything else. When you're
Yeah.
when you're spamming your NP with Galatea, you're using all of your cards all of the time. So the
Why?
damage difference.
Because a Buster card gives you 5% MP.
Well,
What do you
first off,
mean?
it's 10% NP,
Oh,
and
10%. Sorry.
and also like, see, Vlad's other cards aren't worth using. So there's no
Oh
reason to
no
ever.
no 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 no! His Buster is strong. Like
Is
his
it?
Buster. What do you mean? I mean it's Madness Enhancement EX.
Why?
But he
Okay,
can't
why?
crit, right?
She has that too.
Well, yeah. So like you can't say
Okay,
that his Buster cards are bad.
okay. But when you're using Vlad, would you not instead pick a supports arts card instead of his Buster card?
Depends on what I'm doing. Sometimes no. Sometimes I want to crit them to death. Like
Then why
depends on your
not go
team.
with, if you want to crit them to death, why not go with the one that has an extra Buster card?
Because the mix between higher MP damage and the Buster is enough damage.
Oh.
And when Galatea is not enough damage. It's a damage threshold thing, dude. Like sometimes he just hits it, she doesn't hit it. That's why MP damage is important. Like I don't know I don't even like Vlad, dude. Remember when I was in like voice chat in my own server, I was like, damn, Vlad's fucking fallen off, bro. Look, who likes Vlad? Whatever. Right? Like I understand Vlad is like he is carried by his MP upgrade. But he's carried by his MP upgrade. That's a fact. So I'm not even arguing Vlad to be better. I just think like it.
I'm not gonna argue further. We're leaving it up to chat here, so like.
I think I might just keep it as is. Yeah.
Oh, no, Vlad died.
Oh my god, that was funny though. That was really funny.
No, but
Oh wait, hold on. I looked at it wrong. No, I won. Okay, thank you, chat.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I thought you understood what it meant. Yeah, it's A. They chose A.
Backwards. It was like,
Yeah,
fuck, man.
no. Here's the thing, right? Because he has double guts, you have to make 2 more. I'm joking. But another thing is, I don't really see anything too crazy here. Another thing I never got, like people really rank her very high, but I never got the hype was Sei Shounagon.
Really?
I know she's good. I don't know why she's like that much better than
Look at her skills and her numbers. They're really good. The MP is like the only one that's sometimes not amazing because you have to hit niche for it to be good, but she's still very good on crit style. Like you just look at her numbers and her skills. They're really good for a 4-star especially.
Well yeah, but like okay, it's I guess it's the same argument with Galatea. Like I don't like okay,
well,
so
she's not a utility one. She's
look.
Okay, sorry. Go ahead.
I mean, okay, I understand she has a better MP because she has anti-man on MP, right? That's pretty nice. Okay, babe, essentially charming. That's also pretty. I forgot about that, but like her kit is great, but like okay, here's the thing, right? Whenever I see people use her versus how people use Xiang Yu, they're like used the same way. I don't see them being how many tiers apart?
I mean, they're not
1, 2, 3.
directly compared anyway. And Xiang Yu's MP sucks.
She still has a decent NP though. Like you can get up to 100% special attack off of it, depending on who you're up against.
I can bump Xiang Yu into B+ if it makes it look better.
I guess. Yeah, like I just never got like
that's an unexpected development.
I mean,
I'm okay with that.
I personally do have MP5 Nagiko, and I did try to use her. I'm not saying she's bad. I think she's really decent as a 4-star. I just never thought of because like I'm it's more of me asking a question because like a lot of people think she's like super good, and I did try her out. I think she's really decent, but like I I was just like actually curious about why. I guess yeah, anti lawful shadow. Lawful man. I mean, I
mean,
guess
you click
lawful
on the
man.
things, you see how
Okay.
many targets there are for a berserker. It's crazy.
Yeah, that's fair as well. Compared to Archer, this is definitely a benefit.
Yeah, because it's specifically because it's a berserker.
Yeah.
It's so much easier to use that MP. Oh, the only thing where Archer wins is the Shadow Servant thing, because she's AoE and it's like mostly for farming, because they're not irrelevant for bosses. But the two ones that matter are way better for berserker.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, okay, I understand.
Anyway, are we gonna bump? Let's go back to the big one again. Fuck Vlad for now. Let's talk about like, are we gonna move Ibuki and Castoria above? Okay, because I said I wasn't really gonna do EX plus for like DPSs, but I could make like a tier that says better than those bozos, but not account changing. I could call the tier that. That would be the name of the tier.
At this point, I had this question earlier that I thought of. Is EX plus half a tier above EX, or is it?
I don't know. It's a tier that shouldn't exist in the first place. So it's hard to say.
Like, I mean, I don't know, man. I do complain about Summer Castoria a lot.
EX divided by.
I do complain about both Summer Castoria and Ibuki a lot.
Okay, I might just leave EX as is. Like, I'm not gonna raise anyone above, because I did say I'm not gonna do it as bit. I don't want to look like a hypocrite. Okay,
You can move that, like, can you move them to like, I guess, like, move them to top of EX or something? Because like,
there's no ranking inside the thing. I mean, honestly, I'll just say it vocally. Okay, for anyone wondering, I do think they are exceptional even among EX, but I'm gonna reserve EX plus for account changing meta supports this year. I think maybe next year we'll do things differently. But I've been doing it for freaking 9 weeks now. Why would I change it now? I would just be eating my own words. But vocally I will say they are very exceptional, no pun intended, inside EX. Summer Castoria and Summer Ibuki, that is. So I will vocally say it right now, right here, okay? I acknowledge the fact. But again, I'm just gonna reserve this year EX Plus for the account changing meta supports, okay? There. Like don't get me wrong.
Fair. Don't get me wrong. Like I ranked Summer Castoria as like the best servant released last year, in my opinion. And last year we got Draco, we got Kukulkan. Kukulkan was last year, by the way.
She was, yeah.
Yeah, we got Tiamat, we got Summer Melusine, we got Tonaliko. Like, out of all of these, she is, in my opinion, overall probably the best servant. Like you'll get the most out of heavily investing in this character.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think you would ever need another single target.
Oh yeah, Tez was last year too, by the way.
Yeah, Tez was last year, of course. So like, I understand she is like just super S tier, but like it's more so like you pick and choose between like, I guess that's not fair either. I literally have already been starting to run into issues with Draco when Castoria will be able to overcome it. Mainly, there's two things. One is
extra classes.
Of course, extra classes mainly. And also like Castoria, once again, like you said, with foreigners, she can overcome because all of her enemies.
She has no weaknesses.
Targeted against foreigners, and she has class score. And Draco doesn't have it yet. So there's a lot of things that makes her really good.
Okay.
I don't know.
Yeah. Okay. I think this is good then. I think this is good.
I just Mist. In your truest, dearest heart of hearts,
oh god,
do you truly believe that Morgan and Summer Ibuki are on the same tier?
No, but I vocally did say that she is above the rest of the EX, and that's all that's all you're gonna get. Okay, that's what you're gonna get. Maybe next year if I move DX DPS again.
If we don't tier them, then
But like, I can't put some of the EX ones below EX because I think they are top tier. It is top tier.
Yeah,
Now, when someone is top tier, it doesn't mean that they're like necessarily all equal. Okay, they're just at the top of the tiers.
Okay. Here's the thing. Let me just make this harder for you guys. I don't care if they. I don't care if they get moved to EX or whatever. As
Good.
long as,
Then your opinion doesn't matter. Let's move them up.
as long as Kestora and Summer Ibuki are in the same tier.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
I'm okay with it. I know there are cases where like Musashi, but like okay, fine. I do find the lack of battery a little bit. Sometimes maybe it really depends on what the node is though. Like that is really unfair. I don't know. Like it's just damage versus.
Yo, let's go.
So I don't know. Because like here's the thing. There are arguments about Arjuna Alter also belonging in there, or Musashi also belonging. Or something.
I'm not. I did it, dude. I didn't even I can't call it DX plus. This is my way of pushing out of me, and not it being hypocrites. This is me doing it. Okay. I solved it. Okay. This is me pushing out, taking the easy way out. Okay.
There you retract the wuss comment.
Okay. And I know now everyone's gonna say, "Oh, now you get to revisit all the previous lists and do whatever." And I'm not gonna do that. I don't care. Next year, call me next year. We'll see. Okay. Boom. Boom. I think I'm just gonna lock it in at this point. There could be more discussion for other servants, but I have to end on that. There you go. There's your final placements. Enjoy or don't. At this point, who knows? That's just what happens.
So will we ever see that tier again?
God. Probably not. I think it's a mistake anyway, but at this point, I just want to get some dinner, dude. I'm hungry.
Yeah, me too,
I don't even know, dude.
Dude, I ate 3 great value pancakes. And I ate them quickly, and that was like 8 hours ago.
Nice. I've been snacking something small. I need some actual freaking food now.
Yeah, dude, I got half a Chipotle burrito in the fridge.
Oh, shut up, dude. Yeah, I already moved her. Come on, don't do this to me. Okay. Anyway, with that, I will lock it in. Okay, there it is, official. So now I'm just gonna do the outro because man, I am so freaking tired. This was over. I think this will be like, even on YouTube, this will probably be like 7 hours. Yeah, it's gonna be around that. I'm not sure how long the intro to this stream took, but it should be around 7 hours. Yeah, done. It shouldn't be that long with 42 servants, but it was, and yeah, there you go. So on that note, if you enjoyed it, do me a solid and press the thumbs up button. I bet this will be the most controversial list of them all so far, but so be it. I'm expecting it anyway. Yeah, bring it. So hey, also on YouTube, do subscribe not to miss out on future videos, including more tier lists, because we're not done. This is just the normal classes. We still got the extra classes split into 2. So next week, look forward to, let me look at my cheat sheet over here. What are we dealing with? Okay, next week we're going to be tackling Ruler, Avenger, Moon Cancer, and Beast, okay? So if you want to see any of that shit, tune in next week. And also, I believe we will also have the new servants from Ordeal Call 2. Yay, awesome, they made it. So there you go.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Beast?
Yes.
Not Shielder, because EX1 doesn't have Beast. Beast is in EX2. Oh, I guess you're not using that category. Never mind.
Probably in 2 then. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, so sorry. It doesn't matter. It don't matter.
Okay.
It's one servant. It literally doesn't matter.
Yeah, true. Yeah. Anyway, before we go though, big shout out to my co-host. Well, mostly Otto, because he was here for the whole thing. So big shout out, of course.
Yeah, I'm making a video about single target berserkers. It'll be out within a couple days, so sub over on my channel. Also sub to Plushie, of course.
Wow. Humble.
And sub to my Mist, of fucking course. Why not?
Yeah, sure. Do that too.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyways, I swooped in and
I mean, honestly, I'm glad we got you in the end anyway, because I'm sure people on YouTube comments are gonna love that. They love when things get like more complicated and spicy. So hey, if you like seeing Plushie plop in even at just the end, hey, let me know in the comments. Very, very cool. But with that is Berserkers done 2024. Who knows how we're going to do this next year? I can't wait. It's going to be such a mess again if it happens. But yeah, with that, I hope you guys have a great rest of your day, wherever you're at, wherever you're watching this at. And hope to see you in the next one next week. Okay, take care and bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye bye.